Ladies and gentlemen, Simo's Rogues Reveals, D Rogue Heel, and we're going to start the show in a few minutes. Let me just make a couple of announcements on the TikTok, that Chinese app where they steal all your information, which is basically every social media app. Go watch the Some Ordinary Gamer or Mudahar video on it too. He kind of actually breaks it down. We also watched the House of Representatives hold, I forget what committee it was, hold their hearing. And for, with the CEO of TikTok, that could have gone way better, but I'll be back in a minute. All right, let's start the show. Before we do anything, I want to see if you can still load up like Diablo. It's supposed to end today, the beta. But what time does it end? We'll keep playing till the end too, but I'll make sure to lower just like all the volumes. We did Act 1 of the campaign. They are performing rolling restarts. Lovely. What we're gonna do is we're gonna watch. Chud Logic's got a new video out talking about the Mr.Girl part 1 of the article too. But I want to finish up the Willie Mac video because we didn't really finish it too. I don't even think I finished it.
My dad always told me you're only as smart as the sum of the people around you. Well, Sneako's in trouble. We got Pearl, a woman who says women love to be cheated on.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
Aiden Ross, a Jewish man whose audience is filled with people that hate Jews.
This kid just said, I like my juice cooked medium rare. F you, bro. That's a weird ass comment, bro.
Sneako, a mixed-race individual who agrees that race mixing is degenerate.
Because I'm saying I'm against race mixing. These are all things which I would consider wrong. Yeah,
and fresh and fit, guys that act like they know so much about relationships while rambling off childlike worldviews.
It's global.
It's not global for 99% of people. A girl going in Kansas City is not getting flown out to Dubai.
Yeah, she is, bro.
No.
Today, you guys are nice.
Wild. You guys are wild.
Oh yeah, it's a bunch of masochists. This is gonna be kinky. I'm not a very political person. I don't do right left. I'm more of a doesn't make sense kind of guy, and none of them make sense. Take Twinko for example. He recently went on Aiden Ross's stream, clickbaiting a debate.
Let me go ahead and just
was never set up, and then he just claimed he won.
I don't think I'm gonna get more critical. I don't think he's gonna be opening to do that, bro. He didn't reply to me when I hit him.
He's ducking, man. He's ducking, bro. I mean, if you duck a fight, that's one thing. Ducking a debate after making a video. When I'm banned on YouTube, like people are saying, oh, he owned you, he owned you.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, Sneeko. He owns you. Just take your L.
Sneeko then leaked this DM from Charlie thinking it looked good. Sneeko tweets, commentary channels fence it so
these two characters are not good. They're not fun to play whatsoever.
Chose to dumpster you. That's why I'm nominating you, Sneeko, for a no.
You're gonna see a whole bunch of day one necros and sorcerers.
And in the DMs he leaked, Charlie wrote, "Hey man, can you please calm down with these meltdowns for another week? I'm doing another merch drop and would love to continue to use you for those." He thinks leaking this is an own. The guy is so dumb. He wants to move to Dubai while simultaneously complaining about censorship.
Ever consider moving to Saudi Arabia unironically?
Unironically, I think Dubai seems like a good place to live.
Square away. If you think leftists are bad when it comes to censorship, how the fuck could you live in a society that's like Islamist, like where they like kill people for saying the wrong shit? Like if you think it's bad, you can't like.
I think it's better to follow God than to follow woke.
So then you don't care about lefties censoring shit or whatever. You just think they censor the wrong stuff. You're pro-censorship. You're pro-oppression.
No, I'm not pro-censorship.
So if you could choose a free liberal society that's godless or a theocratic society.
Live in the God society any day.
That you live, do what?
I would live in the God society any day.
Okay, sure. So then you don't care as much about the freedom of speech.
The irony with this guy is too much. He wants free speech for him, his beliefs, that's it. It's hilarious how unself-aware he is. However, Sneeko does not stand alone. There's a whole gang of red pill creators on the rise, taking some of the most boogering stances.
Sitting on the back porch eating boogers.
Fresh and Fit, Pearl, Aiden Ross, all of these people will say the dumbest shit as if it's fact, and it will be applauded by thousands of people. Pearl is one such person who has gained massive popularity through street interviews. It's basically just her asking contradicting questions and then feeling smart when people are caught off guard by them.
Would you say when a dad abandons his child, he's a deadbeat dad?
Oh, you are abandoning your child?
Of course, yeah. Of course.
So why is it when a woman abandons her child, we call it the right to choose?
You mean with abortion?
Choose what, fam?
No. If she has an abortion, we call it the right to choose.
Oh, ooh.
So she's abandoning her kid.
The child's not born yet,
But it's still a child, right?
Yeah, sticky one still.
In her street interview, she comes off as relatively well put together, but the instant you get her on a podcast where you could actually press her on what she believes, her demeanor completely changes. She will continually say that women like to be cheated on and then act confused when pressed.
I actually think that like women like to be cheated on.
Do you really believe that most women like being cheated on?
I think I do. I didn't before I started the show.
Okay.
I did it before I started the show, and then I just had the same, because it's like I just start to meet the same people over and over again. I'm just like, this is a pattern.
Okay. Did any of them tell you they liked being cheated on?
I mean, they didn't say that, but their actions. It's like,
oh my God.
Like their actions
they don't like being.
Do you think women like being abused? A lot of women like to stay in abusive relationships. So do they like it because they stay there?
See, I feel like this is like a trap question. It's like a trap. It's like this is what they do. They try to trap you.
Like to be addicts?
Well, because you're basically
they make
saying
the choice to do the drugs.
Honestly, I think some addicts do. I do. No, this is. I have relatives that are addicts.
Oh.
And it's like, yeah.
Okay.
They just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Based. Okay.
It's such a dumb comment. Even Andrew Tate has to stop and correct her.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
Women love the idea of bragging about the man they're with, but they can only brag about the man they're with if other women want that man. So you're saying you love women who get cheated and women love getting cheated on. That's not true. But women do not like men that other women don't want. If you were to say, look, I got my man, he's perfect, he's rich, he da-da-da-da-da, and every girl in the room would go, I would never touch him. She'd be like, oh, shit. Well, I don't want him either then. What the fuck is that?
She's constantly saying absurd shit about what a woman really wants, when in reality, she doesn't even want a guy like that. She's just saying it to say it.
Women love selfish men, though. That's the problem.
God.
Yeah. Why do you, but like, why? Like,
oh, you just like say the randomest, most like, what is like the dumbest, wrongest opinion? Yeah, would you be with a selfish guy?
Do you?
I've been, yeah.
Why do you keep saying I've been with? You're not anymore. Okay, right?
Make it make sense. Pearl, name one woman who's happy in a relationship but gets constantly cheated on and is with a guy who's selfish. The only people she refers to are people that are no longer in that relationship.
Like, women aren't gonna be okay with their guys cheating on them. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's so
I
obvious.
just think if that was true, every girl I ask this on the show wouldn't stay and then leave later. It's just quite odd.
True. I think the same about abused women all the time.
I've heard her say someone coming out as gay is the same as them wanting to
Okay,
be
we'll just do
black.
Rogue Guild
My son
2.
came home from school one day and said to me, "Look, Mum, I'll be honest with you. I think I'm gay." I would take it on, and I'd be open.
What if your son came home and said, "I think I'm black"?
She's dead serious. The YouTube Shorts version of this clip is titled Pearl Owns Feminist. Pearl, if a guy wants to bang other men, he's gay. If someone wants to transition, they're trans. And if someone wants to switch race, they're Sammy Sosa. Or my personal favorite, Whoa Vicky.
Yes, my birthday is March 7th, but July 19th was the day I found out I was black. Like, my whole entire life, my mom kept telling me, "You're white, you're white." I never believed her because I knew I was black.
If God is real, this will be Pearl's kid. There is so much delusion in this red pill space when it comes to relationships. For instance, on Fresh and Fit, they think 50% of college women have been flown out to Dubai by rich men.
It's global.
It's not global for 99% of people. A girl going in Kansas City is not getting flown out to Dubai.
Yeah, she is, bro.
No.
What?
Wild.
This is like the dumbest shit.
I just want to hear, for the record, for you three to answer this, what percentage of college women do you think are being flown around the world to fuck? I want to hear from all three
If I
of
had
you.
to argue,
I want to hear.
Off of like probability wise, if I had to argue, maybe like 30, 40, 50.
Holy shit.
He
Get
thinks
the
50%? Only 30% of Americans own passports. I can't think of a single college woman who did that.
Okay, say it's a state school in Iowa. Are those girls getting flown to Dubai?
Off season, they can be.
Okay, 30, 40%, is that what you said?
Well, globally speaking, but I'm just saying, like, for example,
off season.
The actual number is like less than 0.1%, right?
Of girls getting flown out?
Of girls getting flown out to fuck guys from college, normal girls.
Little. Very little. It's very little. I'm from Vegas and now I'm Miami.
Maybe like someone who has 1 million followers on Instagram is a fucking model.
They literally can't believe that most women haven't been flown around the world by rich men for sex. Sneeko's shocked. How are they giving relationship advice when they have no idea what the average woman is like?
Well, firstly, the average, like, decently hot chick on a college campus does not have guys from all over the world in her DMs. That's an exceptional person. That's not the average person. That's not the average person.
How they view relationships is so imbalanced. It's no surprise they can't find a good woman.
Girls should be cleaning. I don't give a fuck. Call me a sexist. Women should be fucking cleaning. If you come into my house and something is off, fix it. Clean. Well, because let me tell you something. I'm not gonna think twice if we're out in public and someone fucking assaults you. I'm gonna do something, right? Yeah. I'm gonna, gotta be a guy. Gotta protect her because I'm here with this girl.
So you better clean every day, and then on the off chance that you get assaulted, he'll help you out. Well, thanks, bro. I hope so. But bitch, if you forget to do the dishes one time, I'm leaving your ass on the streets. It's only even. This is how he views relationships. If our house gets broken into, I got it. But you better cook, clean, and suck dick when I tell you to.
Earlier in the show, we asked you ladies, would you be content with a man stepping out and having sex with other women? All of you were pretty much like, no, you will not accept that. However, you will not pleasure him when it doesn't convenience you. Hold on, let me finish.
What?
If someone robbed the house and I left you there to deal with it,
Oh my
you
god.
would break up with me the next day. You divorce me. You'd be like, what the fuck? What I'm saying is that men should feel the same way when a girl doesn't want to give them sex.
This guy acts like somebody breaks into your home every day. It's like, yeah, if you're in a sexless relationship, odds are there's a deeper problem there, man. He describes sex as a transaction. It's like the least sexy thing ever.
I don't think if a woman is telling her man, no, I don't want to have sex, no, I don't want to have sex, and he's doing those things, like purposely trying to put her in the mood, kissing on her, I think then that's a problem. But if you're coming home and you're just like, hey, I need you to do it, and then, oh, she doesn't want to give it to you, and oh, well, why aren't you giving it to me? Now I'm going to go see the girl next door, but it's like you didn't even try to put me in the situation.
He doesn't have to, though. I'm gonna go a step further. Your pleasure is irrelevant. I'm gonna say it. I am gonna say it. Your pleasure is irrelevant because here's the thing. Because let's keep it a stack. We're gonna have this conversation. Let's do it.
These are wild conversations.
That never treat sex as what it is.
Bro, don't like take advice from these guys when it comes down to just okay. I gotta wait for the fucking. Okay, there we go. Don't like take advice from these guys, man. when it comes down, is either gonna get you arrested or get a drink thrown in your face, and next thing you know, you're TikTok famous for all the wrong reasons. Okay, just don't. It's like so unrealistic and crazy. You will, unironically, if you take their advice, you will die alone. I'm being realistic. You will die alone.
What is sex? It's basically a handshake, right? Equal value exchange.
Also, link to the video is going to be in the chat too.
It's a value loaded exchange.
Equal value exchange. Dude makes it sound like he can't pleasure a woman. He then goes on to say that most guys have their shit together and that their paycheck will provide for everything.
What about for guys? I'm paying half the bills. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Yeah, that's an average guy. But most guys, like, that have their shit together, whatever, they're gonna cover everything. And what I'm saying is
most
that
guys don't have their shit together.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about guys that have their shit together. This man is a celebrity paying all the bills for his wife and supporting her, and she ain't doing it. That's the problem. We're not talking about average guys that do 50-50. Listen, you want to do that 50-50 stuff, then yeah, cool, that's negotiable. But most guys, like guys that have their shit together financially and are like a little bit more dominant, they're not pussies. Yeah. They're not gonna tolerate that BS.
So the advice they give on this podcast is only for rich celebrities. Even their own moderators roasting them. So we talking about Drake. They live in fantasy land, so far
basically,
from reality.
yeah.
Most families are 2-income households. Don't be fooled, they're the delusional ones.
Like, Willie Mack is like right on point with this too. Listen, I understand the dating landscape is complicated. You're spending a little bit more money. Because the issue is, men were here at the top of society for like the longest time, and I'm just talking about in America too. What happened is everybody else started catching up to them too. So now you have women now who are on not exactly an equal playing field, but they're getting up there too. You have more women doctors, you have women lawyers, you have women now who have their own incomes too. So, and they have more choices too. That's just the fact. That's just the fact. So you have to evolve. It's just like in the job market, all right? If a job is now obsolete because of technology, because the robots have taken it over and shit like that, you have to evolve in the job market so that you can be. Oh my god, I'm like fucking. Hold on. So that you can be, desirable in the job, right? Like you have to evolve with the changing landscape. You can't be stagnant. Same thing goes with like the dating market too. You have to evolve with the landscape. You gotta look at all the sources too, and you have to put yourself out there too. One of the big things when I talk to like a lot of guys about it too is they're afraid of getting rejected. Bro, half of life is rejection. All right, I would argue the majority of life, not even half of life, the majority of life is rejection and you being told no from like people, from like places of work, from like fucking going to McDonald's, and when you're like, hey, can I get a chocolate shake? Oh, the shake machine's down. Sorry. You know what I mean? That's just life. So if you can't handle that, I don't know what to fucking tell you, my guy. I don't know what to tell you too. You just have to. It's just one of those things that you have to like deal with, like in your life. It's unavoidable. And what else is unavoidable is the fact that I still can't get this this Zoom right. All right, moving on. Go back into Willie Mack's thing.
Penis and vagina. Women with dicks and weak men with vaginas.
Now we already know these aren't the smartest people, but what drives me crazy is how they pick and choose statistics to cite. Empirical evidence is important, and luckily the red pillars fully respect that.
I'm talking about the average guy. I'm talking about statistics.
This is what girls do, because a lot of other girls probably feel the same way, and they're just not going to say it because they don't want to, stand on their beliefs. But what I've come to realize is
all women are stupid, according to them, and they can't think for themselves.
Well, who hurt you? Because you're stating these facts that don't make me feel good, even though they're facts.
This is all based on your feelings. There's no facts in it.
My only problem is they don't bring that same energy when the facts don't favor them. In a debate between Sneeko and Hunter, Sneeko similarly brings up suicide rates and men's mental health. Hunter then shows a study.
It's a dumb way to argue to go and do homework before this and list a bunch of articles that back up what you're saying, because I could do the exact same thing.
Maybe you should.
There's no point. There's no point in engaging in a conversation like that. Like the fact that you think bringing up articles makes you a better person, it's just ultimately this is not going to get any place, because if you garner your self-esteem by doing studies, then I'm not going to convince you.
That's because not how I garner my self-esteem. But I do think that as far as this engagement goes,
what you said.
I'm definitely better.
That's how I garner my self-esteem. He says, bro, what is this, man?
My friend said this, dude.
That's my data too.
He's so spineless. When a woman argues with a study he cites, well, they're just living in delusion.
If you don't like reality, then just keep living in delusion.
But when he's refusing to accept the facts, it's because studies and statistics are now lame.
Because the internet is so large, there's a study that's going to back up whatever you believe. What I believe, I could find, if I Googled right now, I could find you the same amount of articles saying the same thing. It's a waste of time to do this.
Yeah, this is
And if you
the
think
problem,
it-
is that
if
it's
you think
not a
you're-
waste of time.
The dichotomy is so funny. He goes from max confidence to squirming like a worm.
And this is what I don't like about bot arguments, is they think that pulling up some studies that back up exactly what they're saying means that it's true, but that's just as anecdotal as talking to people and figuring it out. Because the internet is so large and there's every type of information. It's anecdotal to select those websites and those studies and say this is the truth. That's just as anecdotal as me having a conversation.
No, it's not. I don't think you know what anecdotal means. It means like a personal experience.
Personal experience. It's
Yeah,
your personal
it's not
experience.
anecdotal that
Yeah, it is.
985,000 people were engaged in a survey tracking from the ages of 16 to 45 in 48 different countries, and then they analyzed all of that data and found that women on average have lower levels of self-esteem.
How they conducted the study.
You can
don't
read
even
about
know
it.
what they
and also,
asked.
why would this is the cope. You are coping right now. You went from I don't trust the data to well anybody can get a study for anything to well they probably just did the study wrong. You're in like the
They
three
could have
stages
done the
of cope
study
right now.
It's not coping.
It's coping. You were coping. But it's not just Sneeko. It's all of them. They all talk about how if you want to get
So
laid,
silly,
you gotta
dude.
make
Fucking
6 figures.
sorcerer.
It's absurd because most people will never make 6 figures.
I don't know. Do you have a better solution?
Yeah, for sure. Is to find women that like value and appreciate you for things other than your wallet.
Other than
because
your
like,
wallet.
of the people that are watching right now, less than 10% of them will ever go on to earn 6 figures. Well, maybe in the YouTube audience, maybe
This
a
is
little
not
bit higher.
Disney.
But like,
This is the real life.
no, I'm talking about the real life. You're talking about Disney.
No.
When you talk about this is what high value men do, that's Disney World.
Yep.
We can do whatever the fuck we want and
What's
get
the
anything
average
we want.
income of a man?
What
I think
you guys say
40K?
So
Yeah.
why are you giving advice for a guy making over 250K when we know that the
I see
average
where
guy's
Shy's going there.
350K?
Those guys like don't need your advice, man.
Don't listen to Destiny, even though he's stating a fact. Pearl is the only one I have faith in because at least she admits when she doesn't know what she's talking about.
I just feel like studies will tell you waters.
I don't know why you keep saying that. This is like it's like something that somebody's never read a study before says. Like, well, a study will tell you anything. No, it won't. Studies by reputable sources published in reputable journals that have repeatable results don't just say anything. That's not true. If that was true, how would we make any progress scientifically at all in anything ever? Do you think that medicine has gotten better largely as like time has gone on? Do you think that like art has gotten better largely as time has gone on? Okay, if all of society is improving and all of it's on the back of research and studies, then it's probably the case that studies don't just say anything. They're probably pointing in like some direction. Now, a study can be wrong, right? This has happened. The Lancet is a very prestigious journal, and that's where the original vaccines of autism study was published, right? So yeah, I mean, like,
I'm not gonna say I'm an expert in studies, okay? I'm not.
This is the red pill, huh? The truth, it may look like medicine, but it is pure copium.
I feel like shit. I will not see a therapist.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to notice a pattern here. Myron from Fresh and Fit talks about what it takes to be in a happy relationship, but isn't in one. Sneeko's a mixed race individual that advocates that mixing race is degenerate. Pearl is a woman who thinks women like to be cheated on. Like, what happened to you guys? Have some self-respect. One thing my last video went into is what Sneeko means by the truth. And what he means by that is that he thinks Jews run everything.
Of course, the Jews have a lot of control over media, banks, most industries, real estate. Yes, the red pill is
Look
just
how
the
quick
truth.
this regens.
That a specific group of people pull the strings, and we are lied to.
Bro,
by
this
most
is like
citizens so
fucking
that we are
crazy,
kept
dude.
controlled.
This came from slowly being indoctrinated by Nick Fuentes, a man who half his personality is Jewish conspiracies.
That's a huge part of the problem globally is shadow banking.
And who's behind it?
Well, we talked about a Sneeko, a lot of you.
And now I see Sneeko slowly bring Pearl into the conspiracy as well, casually alluding to it.
She kind of reminds me of me before I watched this stuff for a year.
So she's gonna be soon talking about Hollywood and who runs the banks pretty soon.
Pearl just sits there and gets abused, doesn't object to anything.
No offense, but women are extremely slow at talking. They're like,
Well, I feel like. And then you have to get past them talking about themselves. I always have to watch this sped up because, it takes you guys so long to get to the point. Look, women are just so boring, Pearl.
I can make it work.
Your gender's boring.
If you absolutely had to.
Yeah, I know.
Then there's Aiden Ross, who's probably the most self-hating Jewish guy I've ever seen. He just sits there and watches Nick Fuentes spew hateful rhetoric.
And at the end of the day, you know what else has got to go in a Christian society?
Like, this is crazy, bro.
Well, that's not interactive.
Like, who goes to this pep rally and screams the Jews, chat?
Okay. This is a big one. This is a big one. Okay?
I just think that he was put on an act, but like, it's real, dude. It's just more and more comes as like, bro, this is like real shit.
Y'all are weird as fuck.
Jesus in the world.
It's not true.
Hinduism, not Islam, not Buddhism. But the other thing that's got to go
in there.
in public life at the highest levels is this Talmudic Judaism.
He's so weird, bro.
The same day Aiden would confront Nick Fuentes, Nick would then say that most Jewish hate crimes are fake, as if there's any proof to back that up.
I'm looking at these hate crimes by different religions, and anti is number one with 683. Could you care to explain?
As far as hate crimes go, what you actually find is that one, a lot of hate crimes are focused, like Jussie Smollett. That's a famous example.
Aiden then just agrees with him, doing no farther research because Nick cited one fake hate crime, and his chat goes wild for Nick.
It's just all these fucking social media people, they all read these scripts and they all listen to people, the higher ups. But yeah, dude, the media they perpetuate the fake news for their agenda. I just don't understand it.
They perpetuate. Yeah, I agree with you. You're totally right.
Aiden then forgets why he called Nick at all and just calls down about Kanye.
If you and Ye, I know you guys are still thinking about running for the 24. Do you guys want me a part of the team, man?
I can't speak for him.
I'll join.
But I know that you are one of the most popular creators for the youth. Nobody can debate that. What you've done is unbelievable with Kick. You're one of the biggest stars in the world, and Ye is concerned about the youth. You are the future. Like he wants to get ideas for young people, so I think he's totally open to that. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think it would be a good idea. So hopefully we can make that happen.
This is pathetic. I don't want to pick on Aiden too much. He seems like somebody you could convince to believe anything.
Well, it was an interest because I think there's a quote from Hitler saying OnlyFans is the second Holocaust, and he said that before he even did the first one. So I'm sure you'd agree with that at least, right?
Wait, Hitler said OnlyFans is the Holocaust?
The second Holocaust.
How did Hitler know? Well, OnlyFans.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy, huh?
This guy's a booger eater. I've seen him pick his nose and hack up the brain cells he swallows more than most toddlers.
He's a booger eating kind of guy. Okay, show me where he said something about Hitler said OnlyFans is going to be the second Holocaust. Please show me where he said that.
It was in the second version of Mein Kampf, but I think that ISIS burned that down when they invaded Germany last.
What the fuck? There's a second Mein Kampf?
Yeah, but he'd written it. There was only one version because he'd written it when he was in that fucking bunker before he killed himself.
Yeah.
You'd think Aiden was playing dumb. I originally did, but he's not. I have a lot to say about Aiden. He's somehow dumber than Sneeko, but that'll have to be for another day. So what do I think about the red pill? Well, like most politics, they really try and resonate with angry, desperate people, and in this case, it's single, heartbroken guys. First, they resonate with their insecurities, then they shit-talk women, then they get pulled into these crazy conspiracies. You can see it with Aiden Ross. He was just a normal, edgy dude, and then he got dumped, and Andrew Tate was the only one to hear him out.
It's a couple shit. Why did she want to leave you, Aiden?
I mutually agreed with her. It's over. And she...
Why did she... I didn't see you. Why did she want to leave you?
Nothing. Even like she... I'm not sorry. I'm not bringing her with me. I'm not doing that.
So you're acting like a loser.
Exactly. Sure. I'll take accountability.
Okay, so we're getting there.
Yeah.
You were acting like a loser, and that's what you wanted to do. Okay. What did you want that she didn't?
Me, I just wanted to kind of like seclude myself. I wanted to find myself. I'm lost, and I wanted to find myself. And I feel like I wanted to find myself.
This guy needs a helmet.
You agree with me? You are lost. You're a lost soul.
100%. Yeah.
And now he's doing this.
I'm not ready yet. Don't be fat ass. About to come over this fat fucking get low.
He's spurting out about how Tate's gonna love him when he gets out of jail.
Andrew Tate's gonna be proud when he gets out of jail. I'm being myself. I'm gonna be Aiden Ross. I'm going back to being me. I'm gonna go back to the real Aiden. Fuck everyone else and fuck everyone else a problem with that shit. Yes, I'll be in the gym. about news.
The dude's so far gone, he wants to be part of Kanye's campaign. The point is, forget the red pill, forget the blue pill, because right now we need a big dose of common fucking sense. Because it don't feel so common right now. Shout out to Destiny for debating all these guys and actually engaging in the conversation. I couldn't have made this video without him. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Zombie Fox, Riveter,
Don't worry, it's like dying out, man. It's not as popular as it used to be. It has, and unironically, it's because of fucking.
And the mega homies.
It's because of like Andrew Tate too. When Andrew Tate got arrested, it all went kind of down because he was like the big representation, and he had like a conglomerate over it too. You know, he had like this total control.
And until next time.
Good shit by Willie Mack, man. We're gonna move on to like the fucking Chat Logic video, but he's right there. I'm glad like the red pill stuff is like kind of like dying out too. Slowly but surely it's dying out too, because the people that are left, it's they're not the best. Andrew Tate like lived that lifestyle though, you know what I mean? I don't know in terms of like in terms of their money, like how Fresh and Fit do it, and like Just Pearly does it too, but like you need someone like Andrew Tate who lives that lifestyle, who breeds that lifestyle, right, to really push that lifestyle. And those guys those people they don't do it. I don't think like they live like that lavish of a lifestyle, but like that like materialism is like a core tenet of like the manosphere. So when you don't have like, you know, you're a high holy prophet there leading the lifestyle. You know, I know like he's still pumping out content for behind a jail cell, because whoever he has like owns his Twitter, he has running his Twitter accounts, like pumping stuff out, putting out the conspiracies and whatnot. But you know, we'll see what happens. All right, folks, this is the reason why you came here. This is the reason why you showed up. Pure internet brain rot. Let's go.
I think what Destiny is doing to me is horrible. And for you to say, even for anybody to be like, I don't know whose side I'm on at this point, I think is brainwashed.
Part 1. Pure internet brain rot, ladies and gentlemen.
It's finally arrived. We've been waiting for months for this now.
We have been.
Much discussed, much criticized, much who knows what.
Now, for the record, people, I'm doing a stream basically dedicated to this manifesto that like Mr.Girl like put out. I generally don't give a shit. I really don't. Like Destiny, interesting guy. I like his content more often than not. But like his relationships with people just like explode in his face. I know that he said like a while ago, you know, he wanted to be a little bit more open-minded. I think he needs to get more closed-minded, because the people that he lets into his life, I wouldn't say the majority of them, but there's like certain people that he lets into his life that he finds like interesting because like they give him good content, but like they stab him in the back. I think he needs to get more restrictive about it too, and just be like, this is a transactional relation. We're just going to debate and talk about some stuff, but we're not going to be friends, because he lets them in close and they stab him in the back. I think at this point, he should just be a complete curmudgeon. Everybody, and people will so tune in and watch Destiny debate. And I think that's about it. But that's my humble opinion. That's this very small streamer / content creator's humble opinion on it too. However, just like we all look at a car crash, even though we shouldn't look, right? We still look anyway. And this is what this is. This is a complete and utter car crash. So I will let Chud Logic talk, meme away, and give us pure internet brain rot. Let's go.
Article of Mr.Girl writing about the alleged abuse of Destiny. It's finally here. Without any further ado, let's get into it and see what happens. Okay, here we go. So, I'm excited. Who's excited? I'm excited. Let's see what he says. Let's go. Right. Here we go. Destiny report. Retaliation, negligence, and sexual misconduct. How Stephen Bennell II abused. Introduction.
Are blessed like us.
Stephen Kenneth Bennell II, aka Destiny, is a 34-year-old political streamer and was an early pioneer of professional live streaming as it exists today. He aims to stream 10 hours per day, 7 days a week. Thousands of viewers congregate for the duration of every stream. His YouTube channel currently sits at 641,000 subscribers and averages over 10 million views per month. He is not public about his income, but I'll disclose that I earned around $3,500 a month on YouTube with close to 40,000 subscribers and a fraction of Destiny's audience engagement level. As with other streamers, Destiny's additional revenue streams include merchandise, sponsorship deals, and donations, usually in the form of chat donations on his personal website or super chats on YouTube.
We go ahead and just
Audience
share this in
members
chat.
can pay to have Destiny react to their chat messages in real time. The more they pay, the more likely he is to react. I think I'm just going to read it mainly. I'm not going to really react much, I don't think. I think I'm just going to read it and take it in and then give some takes after. I don't know. That probably is the best way to do it. It's such a long article, I don't really know what to do, but we'll figure it out. Jesus Christ, man.
I know what to do, Chud. I'm going to make you do all the legwork, and then I'm just going to benefit from you reading it off, too, and making my commentary over it. I appreciate you doing all the legwork for small streamers like me. Thank you, Chud Logic. Building up the small streamer pool right here, man.
The accessibility, I'm going to mute notifications, by the way, so if you're sending stuff through,
I'm not. Be as obnoxious as you want with the notifications. Specifically donate and sub to the channel, please.
Because of the semi-accessibility of creators and the sheer volume of content, live streaming is an addictive medium.
It is.
Plainly, Destiny's most dedicated fans watch him for several hours a day and give him hundreds of dollars per month each.
I hope that all of you do that to me too.
2019 demographic survey of 1,400 Destiny fans conducted by a community member, 6% are 14 to 17-year-olds and 75% are 25 or under. 93% are male and 70%.
How did he like verify this? How do you know like they ask him for like government issued ID too? Also, like, are we gonna trust that like fucking Mr.Girl like did this like legitimately too? You know what I mean? Like, how do you trust that the people who gave you that information, you know, say what the age they are while presenting you with some form of ID? How do you know that ID is even theirs and ID is even real? And then again, you know, are we gonna trust the truth and veracity for Mr.Girl in regards to this?
73% are white. So this is just links and stuff. Demographic. Okay. Destiny's audience trusts him to slice through a rational political discourse with ice-cold utilitarian logic. They identify with him strongly, adopting his positions and even his speech patterns, and they have a reputation for harassing Destiny's ever-growing list of ex-enemies and friends. This report aims to paint a broad picture of Stephen's public and private abuses of the substantial power afforded to him by YouTube, his colleagues and his audience. I will present examples of the following dynamics which are disturbing individually and worse when combined. Number 1, unequal sexual relationships. In the last decade, I mean, look, there's stuff I'm just going to not be able to stop from reacting from, right? Does that not feel like a walk back from what the position was originally? I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Like, he was calling him Harvey Weinstein.
That is true.
And now it's always got some unequal sexual relationships. Like, come on. Anyway, I'll try to interact and react as little as possible because I do just want to read it, okay? Jesus Christ.
Only fire can
In the last
cleanse
decade, Stephen has
darkness in
formed
this
dozens
place.
of sexual relationships with small streamers who benefit enormously from their association with him, especially when they appear on his stream. Frequently, these are women who suffer from mental health issues and have expressed suicidal ideations or even been hospitalized for suicide attempts. In 2020, Destiny explained why using your platform for sex with smaller creators is unethical, saying, let's say I have a podcast. I got 30,000 viewers. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me. We talked a little bit. She really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, you really want to come on my podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to be into it at all, really. But if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might. If I say no to this guy, I'm not going to make it on that. Yeah, I think it's wrong, yeah. I don't think you should. Nobody can ever know if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's a very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation, because you don't really know if this guy's going to fuck you over if you say yes or no to them, if they have a big position of power over you. Number 2, retaliation.
I actually need to
Stephen mobilizes his highly involved community called DGG to harass those who criticize him, including small streamers.
Still hasn't presented any concrete evidence, by the way.
He has leaked nudes, threatened
Still
to leak
early.
nudes, secretly recorded and leaked private conversations, and directed his audience to participate in the doxing of a small streamer he was in a sexual relationship with. Okay, I'm not familiar with what this is in reference to.
Who?
Does anyone know anything about that? The leaked nudes thing? I don't know. I'm sure we're going to see, obviously, evidence of that in the article, right? Anyway, let's continue on. Destiny has acknowledged this bullying behavior. In a 2020 stream, oh my god.
Ah, the trans streamers.
This is exactly what I was worried about. This is exactly the kind of thing that I was worried about.
He's gonna talk about dough.
Happen, and it's why I had said to him a number of times, before you know, I'm happy to run stuff by me and we can talk about it, right? Why the fuck would you include Demon Mama? That is fucking insane, man. Anyway, let's give it a chance, okay? I'm trying to not react to it, but it's difficult. Let's just read it. Trans creator Demon Mama told Destiny, "My Twitter was a nice peaceful haven, and then one interaction with you, and I've got people dropping T slurs on me, F slurs, someone telling me I should be hung for being an F slur. There's just this pattern that keeps happening with your behavior." Destiny responded, "Cause a lot of harm, I hope, against certain people that maybe they're bullied off Twitter because there are a lot of toxic fucks on this platform that make it a horrible fucking place to be around."
I would need to see the context behind that too.
I mean, just the thing is, obviously knowing some of the dynamics at play there and knowing what Demon Mama's community is like, you know, herself, knowing that on Twitter it's very difficult to actually figure out, you know, well, this Twitter account, you know, there's someone on Twitter, for example, called Voshfan, and they're always posting like racist, anti-Semitic shit. And it's like, they're clearly not a Vosh fan, but if you looked at it at a glance, you might think this is a Vosh fan. But there's actually no substantive evidence that the person is actually a Vosh fan. Anyway.
Then you have people with alt accounts and things like that too. You know what I mean? Like you just don't know, on Twitter, who's who, and whether fairly or correctly or what have you. That's just, you know, that's just how it is. You just don't know who's who on Twitter. So Destiny could have an alt account too, and he could be saying fucking anti-Semitic things all the time too, but unless people find out about it, you would never know. He doesn't, by the way, as far as we all know. But yeah, Chud's right on point too. There's a bunch of people who say they're fans of somebody, but you don't know. You know, there's some high profile people on Twitter who are fans of people that, but you know, because it's the same username and chat, they're in the Discord, they're active, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, people can be whoever they want on Twitter too. By the way, Destiny on Twitter is not Destiny on stream. Destiny on Twitter is just I want to get as much engagement as possible. He plays that Twitter game perfectly. He gets a ton of engagement on Twitter, and he plays that game. But next thing you know, he's talking to that same person he's arguing with on Twitter, and it's a very calm conversation too. It's a very intellectual conversation. So you have to distinguish that too. You got to remember, these are content creators. They need content. So a lot of times Destiny would use Twitter as a means to begin the initial engagement, right? And then they come in hot, but then it becomes a pretty good piece of content when it's all said and done. That's just how it is. Just he has content brain on, same thing as Chud. So I'm getting that too. It's content brain almost 24/7. And sometimes that kind of that spirals out of control too, but that's how you need to approach a lot of these relationships too. It's usually with content being in the forefront.
Okay, I need to just get through this, so I'm going to try and stop interjecting. Let's just continue. On March 15th, 2023, in a Twitter argument with Ryan Beard, Destiny wrote, "You're hopping into a bandwagon of people accusing me of being a rape apologist because you're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. Don't play stupid, you know exactly what you're doing." And what is this? So these are presumably just archives of tweets. Okay. Sadism. Stream guests, including Destiny's sex partners, are routinely pitted against each other in emotional gladiator matches.
What?
Oh my god.
Are they?
I'm just imagining, you know, in Gladiator, you know, you've got the Emperor, and he's sat there, Joaquin Phoenix, and he's sat there and he does the thumbs up or the thumbs down. It's basically Destiny doing that, but it's two naked women that he's fucked both of them, and they're fighting each other to the death. I don't know, that's just what came into my head. Over which Destiny presides as the ostensible voice of reason. Destiny frequently expresses joy when others are distressed, even if the distress is severe and accompanied by talk of suicide. And afterward, his audience takes to Reddit and Twitter to revel in what they infuse him. Okay, what they call, what's that word? I can't even say it, I'm a retard, clearly. What they call drama. Hassan Piker. Okay. So we've had a Demon Mama reference, Mr. Beard reference, a Sam Piker reference. Okay, good.
So these are trustworthy sources when it comes down to Destiny, let me tell you what.
Euphemistically. Euphemistically. Yeah, euphemistically. Okay, I get it now. I don't know why I couldn't read it. That's weird. Hassan Piker, now a top Twitch streamer, made his start in Destiny's community before a public falling out. In 2022, he said to his viewers, "I'm not going to rebuild the bridge, bro. No, there is no bridge to be fucking rebuilt. Too many years of him fucking farming content off my ass, you know, trying to get me to turn into a fucking lolcow. I would have probably killed myself if I wasn't able to fucking completely escape the grips of Destiny's community, straight up 100%.
Is anyone here?
Are we just to take it that when someone says expresses a suicidal thought publicly, are we to presume that they're telling the truth? And that they would have killed
Dude,
themselves?
that is like so fucking extreme, dude.
Are we to believe that Hassan Piker was on the precipice of fucking roping? Come on, man. This is fucking mental. Anyway, I'll try not to interject, okay? By farming content...
More often than not, Hassan does say like some extreme things, just to get a little bit of attention. And I like Hassan. I think he's a good dude, but like you know, same issue with like every other content creator. He has content brain. He knows the content that's going to get him the most views, the most money, and he leans into that. And part of me, and I do respect that. Like he knows what his brand is, and he leans into that brand. But let's not pretend that it was good for his brand to split from Destiny, because he grew tremendously after that split too.
Attracts an audience of sadists. When asked for an interview for this report, Piker declined, saying, "My abusive experience is extensively documented and endlessly retconned by DGG." He reached out to Hassan Piker. No way. No way. That's wild. No way. Number 4. Narrative control. Stephen's penchant for deception and his astounding dedication to silencing critics makes it difficult for newcomers to understand how a system of content creation operates. Criticism is frequently banned in his subreddit, Discord, and audience chat. Smaller streamers who leech off his audience, referred to as orbiters, I was one of them, act as PR tentacles and will go to great lengths to stay in Stephen's good graces. White blood cell. To shut down criticism outside of the community, or misinformation as he puts it, Destiny tells his audience, if you see something, say something. What is that? What is this? The Destiny report. I mean, true. Is that true? Does Destiny do that? I don't. The problem is some of the stuff that's claimed. I'm not going to know either way.
Yeah, I'm not too sure too. I know Vosh has his Fortress arcs too, when there's like he has to deal with like certain like difficult issues. I think Destiny has his Fortress arcs like every once in a while too. Like he does purge the community, not as frequently as maybe like Vosh does too, but usually when something's like getting kind of out of hand and like he purges it from like people who like have like serious disagreement with them and they're not coming at him from like an honest way too. I'm not saying like people don't do it. I think it's kind of like silly to have purges in your community too and stuff like that too. Like if you got an issue with people and they're like they're being disruptive, you just go ahead and ban them. You know, it's your community. You can do with it as you like see fit. That from my perspective too. But like, yeah, I just don't know. I also don't remember the last time like Destiny had like a quote unquote purge.
I feel like there is a dynamic that exists where streamers will do the kind of blank derangement syndrome thing, you know?
Yeah,
they'll do
that's
the,
true.
Like, the blank derangement syndrome thing. And this can be annoying. And when content creators perpetuate it, it's fucking retarded. I've never seen Destiny myself do anything like that, but if there's examples, obviously I'll look at it.
To enter the city, you must. We have no time for this.
Recently, he said if you see something, say something in regards to people spreading misinformation about him. Oh yeah, I saw a clip of him and he was saying that if you see someone saying something about him, you need to ask them to give examples, wasn't it? Just get through the stupid article. When you say stuff like that, it makes me not want to, so stop saying stuff like that, okay? Look, I'm trying to find the right balance of reacting and talking about stuff and reading the article, okay? If you genuinely just want to read the article, just go and read the fucking article yourself, you lazy fucker.
And inscribe it with this. Then cast it into the brazier.
The above behaviors are not permitted in most professional environments, yet they are allowed on YouTube except perhaps calls for harassment. But Destiny lays down a foundation of plausible deniability whenever he can, and this allows him to fly under YouTube's radar. Okay, this is where I'm gonna... Right. This is where I'm gonna start to take big issues with some of this article, right? So, YouTube have got policies around this sort of thing, okay? And there are people that get fucked over harassment in their videos and stuff like that, okay? Why is it that we've got to acquiesce to whatever Mr.Girl standards are that are beyond what you...
Yeah, Chud talked about this too. And I forget from, it was like one of his last, it was like 2 or 3 streams ago, and he talked about it too. I think some people are complaining about like some of the stuff that Chud was pumping out too. But the fact of the matter is, as far as I know, he's within like YouTube's like terms of service. It's the same thing with like any other content creator who does like react content or does like we just literally watched like a 20+ minute video of Willie Mack criticizing like Sneeko. As long as you're within those guidelines, YouTube deems it fair. And I'm gonna be honest with you, YouTube like lets you go like pretty far too. There's like a limit. Right, like you can't show a video of you like simulating what happened to George Floyd. I'm looking at you, Steven Crowder, but like that's like the line. And even then, that took him like a good week or two before the video like got taken down. Right, and I think that only got taken down because people were like kind of pointing out or were reporting it to YouTube saying, "Hey, this clearly violates like your terms of service." But yeah, people were complaining about Chud too, and it's unfair for you to place your own specific, like let's say higher standards than YouTube has on what you deem as harassment. If you have a problem with something, and I try to think has been very like open about this too, you can reach out to him and talk to him about it if you're a subject of the video. And if you don't like, if you think something's being dishonestly portrayed or you don't like it too, or you have an issue with how it's being portrayed, you can talk to him about it too. And more often than not, he actually does like change something too. He's been open about how him and his editor DK, who everyone hates, you cannot like the guy because like he's out there and he can be, as Chud would say, a bit autistic about certain things, but like Chud's actually like pretty fair about it too. And if it's within YouTube guidelines too and you don't like it, then reach out to him. If he tells you kick rocks, then I don't know, deal with it. Then make content out of it and do a response video out of it. Then monetize it. Monetize your problem then that you have with Chud or like with Destiny. But like there has to be like a baseline in terms of like conduct, like on the platform or for any platform. We do it in society too. It's called laws too. Just because like terms of service, people have some issues with it too. They need to make the platform profitable. So there's a line too where they allow you to be as edgy as possible. And they'll let you get up to the line. You just can't cross the line. This isn't like you can't force people and everyone else on the platform too. If you don't like it, you can do what Nick Fuentes did and create his own platform where you can say all the slurs and do whatever shit you want to. Just so you know, if you cross Fuentes, you get yeeted from the platform. If you got a problem with that, then do that too. Create your own fucking platform then where it's your own standards and whatnot, and have fun regulating that shit.
YouTubes are. This part just doesn't make fucking sense to me. Okay? What fucking business? Like, you can have a position and think it's wrong, and that's fine. But if I'm meeting YouTube standards, if Destiny's meeting YouTube standards, what is the problem? You're looking to implement you're basically looking to implement a layer of like HR. Do you see what I mean? Chuck, this isn't about you. No, that isn't about me, but he said this about me as well. So, yeah, of course, he's got the same position on me, fucking retard. So the point is, why should it be...
Also, this is like a point that Chud made too, concerning this same exact issue. If you do not like his conduct, if you don't like, number one, the content he makes, the conduct of him and DK as editor, and his community, you don't like what he's covering and whatnot, don't watch. I've always said Twitch is like the next evolution of TV too. But the only difference is, unlike a TV star or movie star that you watch at a movie theater, you have a direct line of contact with that content, with that content creator streamer. Okay, if you don't like it, change the channel. If you don't like it, you made it known, and they're like, kick rocks. I've said it too. If you don't like the content, turn off the stream, go watch somebody else. I don't really care. Because there's always somebody else. I'm telling you right now, if you don't like it, but you create like these weird parasocial, and I've told you that too. And you have to have a harsh criticism. I remember Asmongold talking about this recently too. I think you got a Tipster talked about it too on a recent stream too. I like you guys in the community. I think you're nice people too. When I've gotten to talk to a lot of you too, but I want to make one thing very clear: we are not friends. We are not friends. If you want an autograph, you want to take a picture, see me out there in the real world, hey, no problem. I'll gladly do it. I understand. Dude, I'm not there yet, but when I am there, that's the case. But we're not friends at all. I have friends too, and I'm friendly with other content creators, but like you and me, you're the audience, I'm the creator. That's the relationship, and we're not friends whatsoever. We can be friendly, but we're not friends, and there is a major distinction in that.
Acquiesced to Max's position of what if you're meeting YouTube TOS, why the fuck do you have to meet someone else's standard of like, oh, be nicer on the internet, please? It's fucking insane to me. Anyway, who am I? I'm a streamer, rapper. I bet Max made sure he got the 2 P's in there. He probably checked that about fucking 50 times, didn't he? Anyway, video essayist and occasional writer. I've made provocative content all my life, but most recently I'm known for the projects such as the Mr.Girl Real Doll review, a disturbing and pornographic personal documentary about how a sex doll affected my relationship with my girlfriend Shaylin, the Gender Narrative, a non-partisan video essay about how we talk about gender, and my Cuties review, infamous because I said the twerking 11-year-olds in the film were hot. The last project inspired thousands of white supremacists to send me death threats, but I can say without hesitation that the harassment I've received from Destiny community has been worse.
I think he'd want it back all the same. No charge.
I mean, didn't Big Tech's harassment get your entire fucking YouTube channel taken down? Anyway, let's just continue on. Since 2020, YouTube has banned and unbanned me once per year, though my current ban has lasted at longest 6 months and may well be permanent. In 2007, I was arrested and barred from the University of Colorado campus for 2 months for telling my classmates we should empathize with the Virginia Tech shooter. The charges were dropped. I even got suspended in high school 4 times for my satirical news.
This is overly empathetic. I just don't understand it too. Listen, I don't. I would have to see the context, like what specifically he said too. But like, if the issue is, listen, the guy was a school shooter. I remember that school shooting too. It was horrible too. The issue is we need to explore the reason why that guy committed that and try to solve that too. Not just like, hey, like you should like empathize with the guy because he killed like a bunch of people and these are the reasons why. Like we need to understand like what led him to that point so we can prevent the next one too. And also, you know, it's the guns, but that's another conversation. Sorry, let me just let you talk for a little bit.
Newsletter. The suspensions were overturned retroactively. I have a way of getting in trouble without breaking the rules. Throughout my life, my family, friends, and fans have consistently said, by the way, this is like, you know, of course, initially, right? Initially, there was probably some sort of reporting that led to YouTube making maybe an automatic decision about something because they use machine learning to moderate stuff sometimes, right? But YouTube have reviewed this and they've looked at it and they've double checked. And YouTube, if your channel is still banned after 6 months, okay, and YouTube have had human beings looking at it, that means that YouTube have determined that you're breaking the rules. So this take of like, I have a way of getting in trouble without breaking the rules, right? Wait, hang on a minute. Is that true?
Destiny.
Oh wait, what happened now? I can't see the chat.
I need to ban that person from chat. Who was that fucking retard that said this isn't about me? I mentioned 116 times in this fucking article. Give me a fucking break. Jesus Christ.
I thought I had the chance to protect humanity from the door.
Unbelievable. Anyway, this is cope right here, okay? This is like cope. So, Max, whilst perhaps I might disagree with the rule that YouTube has, if you're still banned after 6 months, it's pretty obvious to me that YouTube have
broke the rules, yeah,
in some way. So, you know, maybe you think that your standards are better, but if we're looking at the two people here, it seems like your standards are going to get you banned from YouTube, and my standards of the YouTube platform are going to remain. So what are you left with? You're left with personal ideas or personal concepts of what should and shouldn't be allowed. And that's fine. If you think that, that's fine. But it's the way that not only is it the presentation of it in a way that like applies social pressure to people to acquiesce to like what your way of doing it, it's also this like very harsh and heavy criticism of the people that aren't on board with it. You see what I mean? Anyway, come on, we need to get through this. Throughout my life, my family, friends, and fans have consistently said, "Oh, Max." 3 months into my relationship with Shaylin, by which time I'd already freaked out everyone she knew, a childhood buddy of mine told her, "It's a mistake to assume he enjoys it. He doesn't." In my YouTube videos and streams, I've tried to be as honest as possible, especially about myself, which caused an amusing culture clash when I entered Destiny's sphere just before Christmas in 2021. During the 11 months I spent working with Destiny and his orbiters, their posturing came to take on a darker meaning to me. I now see it as a cover for serious abuse. Destiny and his fans have criticised me for making myself out to be some grotesque hybrid victim and journalist over the 4 months I spent writing this report. I'm sure it was jarring to watch me go from professing my brotherly love for Destiny to calling in my emotional abuser, but that's how these things go. I'm horrified by the abusive system that I've profited from for a year, and if Destiny's fans are correct in saying I'm driven by hatred, then it is self-hatred. Jesus. Okay, so I said this earlier, I think. I'd heard on the grapevine that this was going to be a lot of transcripts, so, you know. I think later, maybe this isn't a summary more so, but I think later on it does get into more transcripts. But we'll see. Maybe there's more editorializing too. Anyway, I thought this was a transcript, but I was wrong. Here we go. Oh no, it says here. For readability, transcripts have been altered to remove some filler words such as like, you know, etc. Additionally, Discord DMs can be edited and deleted after they've been sent, so the logs presented here may not accurately show what was said at the time. Any corrections made will be noted at the top of the report. The DDoS Kid. A teenager disrupted Destiny's ability to stream, and Destiny later said he planned to kill the boy and his father, but decided not to because it wasn't worth the risk.
What?
Mia Rose. Destiny drunkenly groped a woman on stream. They had a sexual relationship at the time, but both have acknowledged the incident as an assault. Is this just gonna be a list of all the bad shit Destiny's done? Is that what this is gonna be?
It sounds like it right now.
Okay.
It's well documented. His like internet life is so public.
Yeah. Let's continue on. Let's give it a chance, okay? Blue Tea. After Destiny leaked a woman's nudes to his friend, I don't even know who this is. After Destiny
dude, this is like gonna be some deep cut like Destiny lore. Oh, okay. This is like it's been like almost like a decade plus. This man's been on the internet. All right. Yeah, sorry. I just made this like a little bit bigger for you guys too.
Woman's news to his friends. She tweeted out photos of his genitals from his Twitter account. Destiny considered trying to get her dropped from a scholarship. Melina, Destiny's wife. They met when she was 20-year-old fan and he was 30. They have both characterized Destiny's treatment of her as psychologically abusive, and Melina has said it makes her feel suicidal.
What?
Hang on a minute. Melina, I can't imagine Melina's. Wait, Melina wouldn't have spoken to Max as like a negative thing, would he?
Here, take the night's report before you go.
Okay, I guess we're going to get into it later. Bob 7, Melina's confidant and sexting partner for a year. When Bob told Melina and a mutual friend of Destiny's he thought Destiny was manipulative, Destiny made false harassment allegations against him on behalf of a few women. When the women didn't support the smear campaign, Destiny smeared them as well. I mean, I've got no idea about this Bob 7 stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I never watched Destiny's video about it or any of the content. But, you know, I know that there was like a lot of criticism of Destiny. Destiny did a video about it, and then the tide turned and people were criticizing Bob 7. Anyway, yeah, I actually, funnily enough, randomly, I tried to watch the Bob 7 video the other day, and I was like, God, this is a bit, I don't even understand what's going on here. So I didn't bother watching it. Maybe I should have, so I could catch up on what that's all about. Anna. Destiny had sex with the smallest streamer who became attached to him. When she criticized his lifestyle, he called her an insane stalker, which only provoked her to criticize him further. At the same time, Destiny convinced his fans and orbiters that Anna's abuse claims should be ignored for her own good. He was sexting her. At one point, Destiny threatened to leak Anna's nudes if she leaked his sex. He also directed his fans to participate in harassing and doxing Anna in retaliation for her abuse claims. Sam. Destiny supported a mayoral candidate in Omaha who fired him when Destiny's reputation attracted negative press coverage. Sam was a local college-age resident who criticized him. After a battle of harsh and vulgar words, Destiny emailed Sam's employer to try and get him fired. What the fuck? I don't know about that one. That's new for me. That's a new one for me. Darius. Melina, a former sex partner of Darius, asked him to move to Austin with her after Destiny cheated on her. They had a falling out and Darius was suicidal. Destiny presided over a live stream fight between the two and viciously mocked Darius. Merrick, a former sex partner of Destiny's. He publicly mocked her suicide attempt 3 weeks after it happened. Denims and Little Fox, two young female streamers both in sexual relationships with Destiny. After Destiny and Melina withdrew an invitation to host the two in their apartment, Destiny smeared Denims as a liar on stream because he was afraid one of them might make false sexual misconduct allegations against him. White Nervosa. White Nervosa? No way! A small trans streamer who Destiny flirted with while boosting her career, likely not knowing she was trans. Around the time she started appearing on camera, Destiny lost interest and stopped growing her stream. Wait, is he suggesting that because White Nervosa was trans, Destiny didn't want to help?
Alright.
As soon as White Nervosa
I hope
came on
everybody's
stream,
like
Destiny
seeing
was
like what I'm seeing here too. He's just.
Is that what he's suggesting?
This is like him throwing shit at the wall and hoping something sticks.
Vosh, first a fan, then an orbiter, then a competitor. Destiny pounced on the opportunity to humiliate and sabotage Vosh when he was accused of sexual harassment. Okay, this one I do know about. Okay? Destiny took steps to try and protect Vosh from the allegations, right, in the early days, and even privated the video about it so as not to destroy his fledgling streaming career. And now it's getting framed as Destiny pounced on the opportunity to humiliate and sabotage Vosh.
Yeah, this one I like. That's what I know quite a bit about
too. Bear in
too.
mind as we go through this, some of these dramas I'm fucking clueless about. Okay, and I don't want to do the whole well, no, Chuck, there's these links to prove this. I will be here forever. I will be here literally forever if I'm going over every intricate drama here, okay? I'm sure that if Destiny ends up going through this, he'll be able to respond more adequately to some of this stuff. But the stuff I do know about, obviously, yeah, I can comment on. And this framing of what happened with Vosh is absolutely fucking insane. And I mean, we'll go into it, I guess, but it in no way reflects the reality of what happened following that, you know? So yeah, I think this is fucking insane framing of what happened with Vosh. Anyway, Destiny later cut ties with Vosh because his partner and friend campaigned for Destiny's deplatforming after he made a call for violence against BLM rioters. Max's definition of a call to violence is fucking wild to me.
He just had like a heated moment. Anyway, he said something like completely out of pocket. That's it.
Let's continue on.
That's all it was too. Was it the smartest thing in the world to say? No.
Lav.
Was he specifically saying that like X group needed to have some X thing, Y thing to happen to them? No, that didn't happen. It was just something like out of pocket.
Became sexually involved with Destiny, and as he encouraged her to start streaming and helped to grow her stream, Destiny set her up to be routinely humiliated and harassed by his community to the point of feeling suicidal. When she spoke out about it, he and his orbiters launched a misogynistic harassment campaign against her. Okay, well, obviously I can speak on that. Obviously, I joined the war against Lav on the side of a misogynistic harassment. So obviously I can speak on that. Me and Destiny's platforming of Nick Fuentes. I became Destiny's friend and on Orbiter and slowly realized he was intentionally creating situations where I'd be hurt and humiliated. When Destiny became friendly with Nick Fuentes, I confronted him. Destiny banned me from his subreddit. Fuentes' followers got me banned from YouTube and I cut ties with Destiny. Wait, it was Big Tech that got you banned, not Nick Fuentes. I mean, I guess technically, yeah, but then, hang on a second. You've said on stream that you're cool with Big Tech, Lab being friends with Big Tech, and he's the person that's primarily responsible for it. Anyway. The DDoS kid. Right, let's get into the, examples. Here we go. The DDoS kid. In the spring of 2011, a teenage boy used a paid service to intermittently flood Stephen's IP address with junk traffic known as a DDoS attack. He'd launched the attacks during Stephen's streams, breaking his internet connection and making it impossible for him to work. The teen, named Jacob, eventually contacted Stephen over Skype so he could gloat. This gave Stephen and his fans enough information to track down Jacob's address and phone number. Stephen called Jacob's phone and demanded to speak to his parents. When Jacob refused and blocked his number, Stephen called again via Google Voice and, according to his own retelling, started sending him pictures over Skype of his sister. According to Stephen, Jacob's father sent Stephen an email denying the extent of Jacob's harassment and even suggested that Stephen defend Jacob rather than fight him. Instead, Stephen crafted a plan to kill Jacob and his father. He later explained on stream, "Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. There's a guy, that's one of the people legitimately like, it's actually kind of scary how close I was to getting people together to go to his house and killing him and his family. Or it would have been just him and his father, because I don't know anything about dude. That was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if my son was involved, but for whatever reason, I decided my current life I had wasn't worth the risk of, oh my god, I was so close. I had his fucking address, I had streets mapped out, and I had you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started to get an interest in owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything." Ultimately, Stephen found a way to defend against the DDoS attacks and went on to write a widely referenced protection guide. Everyone's fucking giga-chatting. I mean, look, I've already spoken on this, okay? It's pretty fucking clear that was like a schizoid moment. It's pretty clear that was a schizoid moment on Destiny's part. I think there is definitely an argument as to why, you know, someone might feel justified to do that, but I'm fairly certain that Destiny now looks back on it, and although he says and can argue as to a reason why it might be justifiable, I don't think he thinks it was like a good thing that he was going to go and kill someone. I could be wrong on that, but anyway, nonetheless, let's read on. Well, the thing is, yeah, sure, Max is obviously big on the thoughts aren't crimes thing. I think the problem is, and Max's position on it is that this isn't just thinking about it. If you're planning to do it, that's a step further. So, you know, the question would come down to how serious was Destiny in doing this? And how much of this is Destiny just fucking, you know, giving it large on stream? Like, how much is it of overstating things? What does mapping out streets even mean? Do you know what I mean? How the fuck do you map out someone's street to the point, like, how does that plan into, like, killing them?
A lot of so far is sounding like very, like, overconflated.
You know, anyway, I've covered
I
this
didn't get
already.
that too.
I've
Like,
got a video
what
about
did
it
he
where I
mean by
spoke
that
on my
too?
thoughts on it. I don't want to, like, replicate. This article's so fucking long. We're just going to have to keep going. Okay. I need to get my white blood cell on. In August 2017, responding to a video criticizing his earlier remarks about the incident, Destiny said, his dad emailed me back after I told him that I knew what his son was doing. His first email was denial, I think, and then after that I confronted him again. His next email was basically saying his son was very intelligent, that I would do good to befriend him, and that I shouldn't say mean things about his family. Basically, the father had shirked all responsibility. He wasn't assuring me whatsoever that he was going to keep his child from doing anything again. And then later on, he sent me another email claiming his whole family of lawyers was going to take me to court and send me back to the carpet cleaning because of the mean things I was saying to his son online. So on top of all of this going on, I had 3 independent interviews with the FBI trying to figure out how to stop this from going on. Of course, every interview with the FBI dead ends as soon as they found out you play video games because they no longer take it seriously, even if you state you've lost over $5,000 in business. So I never had anything there. So I guess if you put yourself in my position, I'm pretty much being forced out of work by a person at their leisure for whatever reason, and I'm just losing thousands and thousands of dollars. I can't pay my bills. I never got that bad or I couldn't pay my bills, but like I'm losing thousands and thousands of dollars. I can't work. I know where the kid lives. I know all of his information. I've contacted his parent and his dad won't do anything to stop him. So yeah, I got pretty fucking irritated. I don't know if like this is comparable to like rape or some other type of like aggravated assault, but not even, because at least in those cases you can go and find somebody to help you. But I was completely out of my luck here. I just have to sit in my house and watch my internet connection get roasted every single night. I wasn't able to stream, it wasn't right. So I don't know if any of this ends up working out as a justification for killing somebody and their family. Probably not. I do get a little bit extreme on my stream sometimes, and I do exaggerate things, but I mean, for the most part, I'll take credit for what I say. I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, you know, I never even thought about it or whatever, because that would be a lie. I was very, very fucking frustrated with this kid, and I had exhausted every single legal option. Is that a justification for killing someone? Probably not. It's probably not a good reason to do it. Okay. And then, it looks like he makes another statement here. In December 2017, Stephen said of the controversy, yeah, the kid I wanted to kill, I still stand by that. Fuck that dude and his family. The problem you've got with this is, so this here, right, I would interpret this being in mind that it's a longer statement. This is probably like Destiny's, in my mind, like true position on it, right? Like this is like his thought out, I've thought about this is what I think. When is this from? August 2017. And he's responding to a criticism about it, right? This here, in December 2017, Stephen said of the controversy, yeah, the kid I wanted to kill, I still stand by that. Fuck that dude and his family. So, to me, and listen, I know I'm going to get accused of being a fucking white blood cell. At this point, I embrace it, okay? I literally don't fucking care anymore. Every fucking angle I've gone down, it doesn't matter, right? Even if I criticize Destiny, I'm still somehow a white blood cell. So who fucking cares at this point, right? This is like this is before the Giga Chad thing was a meme. This is like a proto Giga Chad thing, right? This is like, say, I'd imagine that this was probably said in anger, in response or frustration to someone saying something. And it's like one of those hyperbolic statements that he makes or something like that, right? So to me, I would see this as probably, like I said, this to me, I think is probably his true thought out position. This is probably in response to someone saying something. He's like, yeah, fuck that guy, you know? I don't know. That probably is how I would view that personally. Anyway, let's continue. Okay, speaking to two streamers named Mr. Metica and Andy Warski, Steven said the FBI had refused to help and that a lawsuit would have been too expensive.
Please, excuse me.
Destiny, so I was basically completely out of options. So pretty much at this point in my life, my Metica, so you went with the next option, murder. Stephen, well, I'm curious, so I'll spin it to you. What else would you do at this point? What would you do at this point? Would you just quit your whole career and go do something else? Or just to be clear, I don't think I was legitimately planning to murder him. I was just incredibly fucking frustrated.
Fair enough.
You keep saying you were, though. You've got a streamer who's admitting that he tracked down information on a minor to find out where he lives. That streamer owns a gun, and he's shown that gun multiple times on stream. He's made numerous statements that he had a plan to follow or kill this child and that he isn't remorseful about it. My question is, how the fuck did the FBI not come to talk to you about that rather than the kid bombing your stream? I don't know, my dude. On March 12, 2023, Destiny again argued that lethal force against the DDoS kid would have been justified during a debate with Islam with a streamer named Karantos.
Oh my god.
Karantos is in the article! No fucking way! Karantos is in the fucking article. That is hilarious.
Jesus.
Karantos has literally only just started interacting with Destiny on his stream.
Good on, man. Q. Good job, dude.
Karantos cannot be stopped. He is unstoppable. He's making such a splash. He's in Mr. Girl's article. Incredible. Karantos, aren't you the same man that wanted to kill somebody for DDoSing you a few years ago? I wouldn't say that it's an insane line that is impossible. Of course, if you don't consider yourself normal, then ignore everything that I'm saying. Destiny. Am I the same man who wanted to kill somebody who was cutting away all of my income, who had no recourse to the FBI police, when I had a child support and a house to care for, and a guy was basically slashing my tires every single day when I was trying to go to work? Yeah, I was getting pretty desperate in that situation, correct? You're trying to prove a point. Hang on a second. I would imagine the context of this is probably Karantos is trying to say, well, you did this, therefore isn't it understandable that someone would want to kill someone over posting a picture of the Prophet Allah, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd imagine that's probably the line of reasoning that Karantos is trying to use. So I'll read the rest of it, right? But it seems to me like what's happening here is Karantos is saying, hey, here's a situation you were in when you did that, and Destiny is responding by saying, well, here's why the situation isn't the same, right?
True.
Destiny is saying, I had some sort of, you know, justification, or there was actually a reason that you could argue was reasonable that I would want to do this, and there isn't the same reason in someone wanting to kill someone over a picture of the Prophet Muhammad, right? I mean, that would be my guess. Muhammad is the prophet. Wait, am I allowed to say his name? Anyway. Basically, we're talking about, yeah, I was getting pretty desperate in that situation, correct. You're trying to prove a point. Okay, so let me go get somewhere. So you are comfortable with not only violence, but killing somebody even though they didn't hurt you physically, or they didn't do anything to you other than cut your source.
I'm getting like hungry. I'm gonna need to like eat something, get some coffee. This is gonna be like... Yeah, you gotta limber up for this shit.
If somebody was cutting your source of income every day that you used to support your family, then yeah, I probably would. Yeah, go for it. If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you called the police and nobody wanted to do anything, despite having proof for it, and you're like, well, fuck, I'm gonna have to attack this dude and maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it. I think it's okay. Do you know what's funny about this? Mr. Girl has managed to loop back round to the 2020 discourse on whether or not it's acceptable to use violence against someone that is stealing from you or causing harm to your property or whatever. This is exactly the same discourse that happened back in 2020, and all the leftoids were freaking out, because Destiny was saying if someone's trying to fuck with your income, it's okay to use like force against them. Which is actually the first time I was on stream with Destiny, I think, on that panel, on that Prime Kai panel, way back when. What is gay? What's funny? That's what's funny about it. It's just funny how it's like a, what is the George Lucas thing? It rhymes, again and again. Anyway, let's continue on. So you're telling me that because you were DDoSed and you weren't able to provide for your family, you would 100% resort and you would justify, you would still stand by it today because, yeah, of course. So till this day you stand by it. Because there's plenty of things that you say you do not stand by that you cringe at because it happened in the past. So is this not one of those things? No, this is something I would stand by absolutely. This is an easy yeah, of course. When discussing this story, fans of Destiny tend to either agree with his rationalization or they dismiss it as hyperbole. Okay, we got some YouTube comments. We got some YouTube comments to read. I mean, I guess the thing with this is like, yeah, of course people are going to have comments on it and perspectives. Why do you find the need... okay. ...2017 YouTube comment, 50 likes. From 2017. I mean... I'm going to be honest with you, Max, if you ever listen to this, okay? My advice to you... I think there's probably going to be a lot of bloat in this article. And the first thing that I'm seeing that I would consider bloat is using YouTube comments. Who even is this YouTuber? I'm not even going to fucking... do I need to read all of this? This is fucking insane, man. For example, if someone was stealing your stuff, you'd justifiably be angry and have a right to defend yourself from the next time it happened. Look at the sidebar, man. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm not reading the comments, man. That's too much. I can't do it. It's too much. I need to get through this, man. I'm supposed to be going out for dinner tonight, for fuck's sake. I'm supposed to be going out for fucking dinner tonight, and now I'm reading this shit. Jesus Christ. I'm supposed to be ending the stream in 2 hours. Oh my god. Okay, well, let's get through.
Oh, that's not happening. Well, I mean, it's a 2-hour video.
2 hours. Hopefully we can finish it in 2 hours. We'll see. I'm not reading them. If you want to read them, you can read them yourself, okay? I'm going to have to cut out whole swaths of the article. Stuff like the fucking Bob 7 stuff, I do not know anything about that, okay?
Shit, I don't know anything about the Bob 7 stuff. That's like some real Destiny lore right there, too. Some lore heads can, like, inform me about that.
Bob 7 shit, I can't really read that because I don't know what happened, alright? I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to read it and not comment on it. I don't know whether to fucking... I don't know what to do, okay? I'm figuring this out as I go. Okay, Mia Rose. On January 1st, 2012, when Stephen was 23, he drunkenly groped the breasts of adult actress and fellow streamer Mia Rose during a live stream. Why? Okay. What is the point of bringing this up? I know it's bad, obviously. Okay, hot take, touching someone's breasts without their permission, even if you're in a sexual relationship with them, is bad, okay? I'm pretty sure that Destiny, after has said multiple times it was wrong to do. I'm pretty sure that, like, the Mia Rose person has said that, you know, oh yeah, it was bad, but it's fine, it's in the past. Okay. And at the time, and she did voluntarily sit on his lap during the stream, but the groping was unwanted. Stephen has consistently acknowledged this incident as a sexual assault, though he tends to joke about it. What? You're never allowed to joke about bad things you've done. That's rich coming from Mr. Girl, isn't it? Anyway, listen, here's the situation, okay? Right. Every time Destiny talks about this, he needs to do this. Guys. Guys. You remember that time? Back in 2012? Where I grabbed that person's breasts against their wishes? That was a terrible and horrific sexual assault. And I should not have done it, and I feel terrible about it. There's not a day that goes by, there's not a day that goes by that I do not think about the horrendous and vicious sexual assault that I perpetuated. Okay? Like what? Obviously, if something bad happened 12 years ago that was, you know, you're allowed to joke about it at some point, right? Listen, maybe the day after it happened, it's a bit too soon. But 12 years after the fact, as long as the person is like, yeah, it was fucked up, but whatever, everyone was drunk or whatever, is it not? I don't know, man. It just seems crazy to me that you've got to like, what? Every time you mention it, you can't joke about it. Like, who fucking cares? So it's such a relevant detail. And also, this is so long ago. Why are we even fucking talking about this? Does anyone think that what Destiny did was good, by the way? Does anyone think what Destiny did was good? Does anyone think it was based? Like, everyone says it was bad. Like, what is the point of putting this in here? It just feels like, and the reason I'm criticizing it is it just feels like, right, let's find all the bad shit that Destiny's ever done in his career and put it in an article. You know?
I mean, it's literally what it is.
It's like Kiwi Farms, but with a sheen of virtuosity. It's like this. Well, it's like righteous indignation. Well, I'm documenting all of this, but it's for good reasons. It's to show that he's an abuser. That seems to be so far what I'm getting from this. It's soy Kiwi Farms. Yes, exactly. Okay. Let's continue anyway. In 2022, he suggested that he may have been a victim to peer pressure to drink that night. I'm going to be completely honest. That was a stream where everybody in that stream was encouraging me to drink. Way more than I ever had before. Did I do dumb shit on the stream? Yeah, for sure. I wish I was a woman, so I didn't have any accountability for my actions, though. Mia Rose has occasionally tweeted about the incident. July 4th, 2020. It was years ago, but I chalked it up to being young, and everyone had too much to drink and wanted to be around these people to get my name out. I know Destiny is toxic, but I have no issues with him. November 13th, 2022, it happened. I did nothing at the time. It was way before there was any info in my world about what was right and wrong. I thought I put myself into that situation, but at the end of the day, he did assault me. He has apologized, and we left it alone. On March 14th, 2023, Mia Rose tweeted, "Would love an apology. I don't think he ever will, but everyone that was there, hell, even just the stream viewers could see. We didn't make him drink. We were all drinking. And that isn't a pass to grab anyone on live stream. That whole trip was odd." Link, he hasn't apologized on streams and such. Indirectly, it's fine. I know he regrets it. Based on the public statements, neither Mia Rose nor Destiny seems to think this event was a big deal, but I've included it nonetheless for the sake of completeness. This is just soy Kiwi Farms. Why would you, if neither party thinks it's a big deal, why the fuck would you bother including it then? This is just like, exactly like I just said, soy Kiwi Farms. Let's just document all the bad shit Destiny's ever done, man. So stupid.
There's nothing like fucking hardcore damning right now.
Wasn't the whole fucking premise that Destiny... I mean, okay. What was it he said to... What was it Mr.Girl said to in DMs? He said in DMs to Doobie, he was talking... What was it? He picks his victims well. I know that Mr.Girl has tried to walk back the Harvey Weinstein take as well. He's tried to walk back the Harvey Weinstein take on the basis of, well, I don't mean he's Harvey Weinstein as in the women thing. I just mean that this is going to be, you know, a very foundational case for streamer ethics or something.
This is looking like a dud, folks.
So, you know, what are we left with now? Oh, we're including an incident that happened 12 years ago that both parties recognises was wrong. Everyone's moved on from and no one really cares about anymore for completeness. Like, give me a fucking break, man. It is insane. Anyway. Blue Tea. Blue Tea was a competitive StarCraft 2 streamer like Steven. In August 2012, she logged into his Twitter and tweeted out photos of his genitals. She posted the following explanation to Destiny's subreddit. I don't know anything about this. This is brand new for me.
I never heard about this either.
For me. I'll come out and say this is blue tea. I really have nothing to lose. Long story short, Stephen leaked nude pictures of me to his Skype friends. He then joked about how fucking hideous my face is compared to my beautiful body. They joked about how I look like Shrek. I do have a big nose, I guess. Someone who apparently was in the chat room emailed me from a Gmail account consisting of a bunch of random numbers. It had the chat log. When I confronted him about it, he first feigned ignorance. When it became clear he was then just going to ignore me, I snapped. I had his email password from when I used to help schedule his lessons. I changed his email password, which enabled me to change his Twitter and Skype passwords. I have a folder full of dick pics, and because I'm so nice, tried to choose the most flattering to post.
The hunters think Peryton set them up. That cannot be right. He is not very... yes.
My actions resulted from the build-up of many things he's done to me that I don't have time to mention, but his betrayal of my trust was the last straw. I hope you enjoy his penis.
I see.
Wait, what do you mean, change stream title? Mr.Girl article on Destiny is finally out, going over it now. What? I don't know what else I could change it to that's going to get more views. I don't know what else I could change it to that's going to get more views. I don't know what...
Murderers. Others
Rookie mistake, Chud. Rookie mistake.
Anyway.
Light tending folk until they embraced evil.
My actions result from the build-up of many things he's done to me that I don't have time to mention, but his betrayal of my trust is the last straw. I hope you enjoy his penis. TLD, I don't only need you me because I'll steal your Twitter and post pictures of your dick. Okay, I need to... No, wait, whoa. Wait. If I click that link, am I going to see Destiny's cock? If I click that link, am I going to see Destiny's cock and balls?
Probably.
I do not want to see Destiny's cock and balls. I'm not looking at Destiny's cock. I'm never going to see Destiny's cock. I'm not interested in any part of Destiny's fucking genitalia. I'm not looking at it, okay? I don't care if it's cut, uncut, size, nothing. No thank you, okay? If I want to see a dick, I'll look at mine when I go to the fucking toilet, thank you very much, okay? I don't want to see his penis. No thank you.
Oh shit, I need a... and some more here.
No, I can't do it. The thought of it is weird, okay? I'm not doing it. No, stop getting me to click the link. I'm homophobic now. That's it. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Stephen responded within 11 minutes. Was to two people, not an entire chat room of people, two people that I consider pretty close friend. I never feigned ignorance. I just didn't want to get into it right before an MLG. He's thinking of the Sigma grind set, isn't he? He's thinking of the Sigma grind set. I need to be in the game. I need to be in the fucking game. Alright, I have time for this bullshit.
Okay, I need to eat something. I'm getting like hungry.
I think people will never ever talk about anything personal or private amongst their friends. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't see myself caring at all if you shared pictures between your close friends, especially given the fact that I'd never see any of them in real life. Glad you think you have a right to every single
game crashed.
Conversation
I literally exited the game and like it's crashed.
Dick to 37,000 people and cutting me off from access to my email, Twitter is probably reasonable payback for me discussing something personal with two friends. Thanks for the new work location. I wonder what your boss will think of this, or your dean for that matter. I wonder if it'd affect your scholarship or financial aid.
Okay, window capture. We'll tab this back. Okay, folks, so what we're gonna do, I need to eat something. We're gonna take a quick break. I'll leave you with the sweet sounds of like some copyright free music, and then we'll get back to this, and I'll actually give this like my full time and attention, because we're about almost like an hour into like an almost like 2.5 hour video. So I'll be right back. I gotta eat something. I gotta get some coffee. I am starving right now. All right, we'll be right back with more Chud Logic, Destiny, Mr.Girl, and pure internet brain rot. Sub if you can. Super chat if you can. I love me my money. See you in a couple minutes.
Smoke clouds and the bitter talks that we zoned out in the middle of. We zoned out in the middle of. I know now what the riddle was. Now what the riddle was. Now what the riddle was. Had to push a little deeper. Push a little deeper. I know it took some time to truly realize you are the one that I could find myself falling a little deeper. And now I got you inside to be there for times when I'm just backed up my days and nights. You tell me what you see. Oh, when you look at me. Oh, baby. Oh, 'cause I see that everything that I've ever gonna need, I think I'm into it. Tell me what you see. Oh, when you look at me. Oh, baby. Oh, 'cause I see that everything that I've ever gonna need, yeah, I think I'm into it. We rise and fall, denied it all. Now I'm involved, realizing you're the light I want. We rise and fall, denied it all. Now I'm involved, realizing you're the light I want. My right or wrong, I know it took some time to truly realize you are the one that I could find myself falling a little deeper. Now I got you inside. up to me. I got some eyes that don't melt. I wouldn't matching a belt. I got my name, this is my stage. I didn't get lucky just playing the cause I was there, yeah. Ripped jeans on myself, best team by myself. Go swing somewhere else, go keep to yourself. Money is fine in the bank, my coupe riding smooth, ain't no rave. Hey, looking fresh, that fillet. Me and my team are here to say, don't try and be the one that said you made me. bank account don't faze me. Got me feeling great, cause all I got is me, my team, and my God to praise. Yeah, and we're here to stay. It's me, my team, and my God to praise. Yeah, didn't get lucky, oh no.
I came up from nothing, I built on myself on my own. So I gotta be something, that's why I'm a rider alone. I've been up for like 3 nights, making music that made me. You going out with a freak type, those are girls that face me. No, I have a whip, but I'm happy. Yeah, cheers to those who have passed me. Just very few, y'all misconstrue. You say I'm wrong to surpass me. You do not know me, follow me closely, hoping I notice you. Stay above you low key, calling me on me. You got me so confused. I'm not a new head, I'm not a no head. I am my own man, I'm in my own land. Man, why you dissing? You know that you flow there. I can rap on any beat, sing with any flow. Wow, cause my God give me my gift. You can rap all you want, sing with all you got, but you know that you ain't like this.
I'll try and be the one that said you made me. M's in your bank account don't faze me. Got me feeling great, cause all I got is me, my team, and my God to praise. Yeah, and we're here to stay. It's me, my team, and my God to praise. Yeah, didn't get lucky, oh no. Don't try and be the one that said you made me. M's in your bank account don't faze me. Got me feeling great, cause all I got is me, my team, and my God to praise. Yeah, and we're here to stay. It's me, my team, and my God to praise.
Hoping that you understand. You ain't the man to tell you in demand. Just pray to God we keep you in the plan. You ain't the man to tell you when it's dark, but I've been on a mission since the day we brought up. Every time we dropping and we know they thought of ways to bring me down, but when they hear don't hear a sound, guess that's the way you gotta act when nothing real has been around. Used to be on my own now, I got a team on my own now. I don't know where to go now, but I know where I've been. So what you trying to do? I see you coming for the squad and boy you bound to lose. Just realize that while you coming for him, that there's enough for all of us and everybody could win. But you keep spending all the energy on things that don't apply to you. I keep doing things that you would more than probably die to do. I keep doing things that teachers told you not to try in school, and you keep saying that it's cool, but someone must have lied to you. Cause about time that we feel this moment, about time maybe you deserve it. We just really trying to flex on, keep the checks coming, let them know we next up. About time that we feel this moment, about time maybe you deserve it. Put the work in it, everything will work out. It's a life that we always talk about. I'm hoping that you understand. You ain't the man to tell you when to man. Just pray to God we keep you in the plans. You ain't the man to tell you when it. What they want from me, I can see it in their eyes. Ain't no commodity, but all they see is dollar sign. Buying stock in me, watch that money multiply. No one's stopping me from making all this come alive. You gotta be around it, I'm out here writing it while you just read about it. Cause they call me and show up, but now they call me to show up. Hoping we let them tag along and be a part of the glow up. So hold up, I see you stunting, so what? You never get your dough up until you in demand, you just a no one. And while they stay in their lane, they always saying you've changed, but I ain't working this hard just to be staying the same. Still I got friends who've been around since the days in the basement. I got friends who settled down, know they're more like an acquaintance. I got friends in the league, man, I got friends who've been up, man. I got friends who gon' be famous, I'm just trying to keep up. That's why I'm singing. About time that we feel this moment, about time baby wrong, I let them know we messed up. Hoping that you understand. You ain't the man to tell you in demand. Just pray to God we keep you in the plan. You ain't the man to tell you when it.
What's happening? Can't quite put my finger on it. I've been feeling some kind of way since this morning. Don't know what it is. Can't really explain it. But I know one thing. It's something. Something's in the air. I can feel it. Got me on the edge. Can't conceal it. No. Can't conceal it. No. I feel it. I feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Oh, what could it be? I'm queasy in my stomach. For me, that usually means something big is coming. Don't know if it's bad or good. I tell you if I could. I know one thing. It's something. Something's in the air. I can feel it. Got me on the edge. Can't conceal it. No. Can't conceal it. No. I feel it. I feel it. Something's in the air. I can feel it. Got me on the edge. Can't conceal it. No. Can't conceal it. No. I feel it. I feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Something's in the air.
Look, we all got a lot of wisdom, everybody got it in them. But everybody tend to lack the good tunnel vision. We can talk a big game, big dreams, gonna get them. But then we acting weak shit like a euphemism. Oh, I gotta work, I gotta skip the club, I gotta skip the Netflix, chill, no love. Now I'm gonna put my foot down, you could be the judge. But I'm thinking fuck enough is enough. In the time that I've watched Narcos and Stranger Things, in place of Always Sunny and the Get Down Kids sing, instead of Rick and Morty, American Horror Story, Walking Dead, Suits, Ted, and some Game of Thrones kings, I could've wrote the line that's so clever that you laughed. I could've buckled down and then practiced this rap. I could've built my own house of cards out of nothing else but bars. I could've made a fucking album and a half.
I'm so tired of excuses. Lazy dreamers, never doers. Tired of excuses.
Yeah, we all hit that bullshit.
And nobody can save you from the bottom of the well. So you gon' have to climb out yourself.
Could've made a fucking album and a half. Let's go! But I didn't, and you didn't either. You didn't travel or audition for the theater. You got a man you despise, you still putting up with lies, and your girlfriend's a bitch. You won't leave her. You won't leave the job that you hate and wanna quit. You didn't take the time to make time for your kids. You were too tired, too pressed, too stressed, too lit. Only talk blah blah, never did. Remember growing up, little artist you could draw, but got caught up in the thinking of thinking that that's a flaw. And then year after year lacked action, passed on the passion, a gasping, heart rub raw. You could sweep it away like a dust bunny, try and hide from the world that you lost something. You can grind days at the desk for some hush money, but you'll be bankrupt regardless of funding.
I'm so tired of excuses. Lazy dreamers never do. We're tired of excuses. Yeah, we all hit that boat, and nobody can save you from the bottom of the well. So you gon' have to climb out yourself.
2, 3, let's go. I'm so close. No way, when you starting? Today or tomorrow? What you say? Alright, fuck it, next May. Like I'm pretty busy, I don't have the time, and my sleep is not great, can't remember my rhymes. I need new equipment, so I've got to save, but I just quit my job, man, I felt like a slave. The timing ain't right, I'm kinda not feeling it, but in a year or two, I'ma be killing it. Pull out my hair at these damn conversations. I like your BS like my ball sack on razors. I need your excuses like nips full of tasers, so clear up that vision, I'll spot you the LASIK. Kills me to see y'all tie your own noose, like life is this engine, you fucking caboose. My old man in college had it rougher than you. Quadriplegic, collegiate, what's your fucking excuse?
Procrastinate, I'll do it tomorrow. Then I jack off for about 5 hours. Look in the mirror and see my sorrow. Fucking depressed, I need some meds. How can I work? My head is pounding. Drank too much, consumed a fountain. Smoke so much, they call me a chimney. Too many problems, gotta be kidding me. Stuck with the kid and I can't really pay. Stuck at a job with the minimum wage. I can't do my dreams, I'm trapped in a cycle. Fuck long hours that'll make you psycho. I got no talent.
Just tell me that you practice.
It's not like that, I can't find time. I can't write songs and I have no rhyme. So fuck you guys and goodbye.
I think we just made a song complaining about complaining.
When I walk up in the club, yeah, they know me. The only thing foreign is my Bentley. Chefing that sauce, got that curry. Looking like you starved with the money. Where the money? Where the money? I'm talking about, I'm getting money. Where the money? Where the money? I'm getting to the bag, get that money. I'm coming now, yeah. You gon' see me shine like a star. Best believe me. I know you wanna beat me. You're trying hard, but it ain't easy. When I walk up in the club, yeah, they know me. The only thing foreign is my Bentley. Chefing that sauce, got that curry. Looking like you starved with the money. Where the money? Where the money? I'm talking about, I'm getting money. Where the money? Where your money? I'm getting to the bag, get that money. I'm coming now. You gon' see me shine like a star. Best believe me. I know you wanna beat me. You're trying hard, but it ain't easy. Where the money? I'm getting money. Where my money? Right. Get into the bag, get that money. Money. Oh yeah. Money. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Money. Oh yeah. Money. Oh yeah. Money. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Money. Oh yeah. Money. I'm coming now. You gon' see me shine like a star. Best believe me. I know you wanna beat me. You're trying hard, but it ain't easy. Showed up in the Gucci pants, G showed up in the fancy coat, cruising around the Mercedes-Benz, putting phone on the silent mode. G showed up in the Gucci pants, G showed up in the fancy coat, cruising around the Mercedes-Benz, putting phone in the silent mode. Got him home. 'Cause he makes no sense. Got him home. bills, but he knows how to put a swag on. He trying hard to impress me, but he's shady. He really went too far by calling himself daddy. Ha, this dude has been around, been grinding and been rolling. He's getting lost and found every fucking time he callin'. Driving 101 city of Los Angeles. I got fucked by insulting his intelligence. G showed up in the Gucci pants. G showed up in the Santa coat. Cruising around Mercedes Benz, putting phone on the silent mode. G showed up in the Gucci pants. G showed up in the fancy coat. Cruising around Mercedes Benz, putting phone on the silent mode. So silly, I told you 1,000 times. You stay cool a minute, and I roll the dice. It's really what you want, you mean it. At least you had to try. Now you gotta make me feel it, but don't forget your eyes, babe. G showed up in the fancy coat, cruising around Mercedes Benz, putting phone on the silent mode. G showed up in the Gucci pants. G showed up in the fancy coat, cruising around Mercedes Benz, putting phone on the silent mode. Cause she makes no sense. moment. And take a chance while it's open. You'd be surprised at what can happen when you hold yourself up high. So here we are. We've come this far. And we've worked so hard just to live this moment. So here we are. We've come this far. And we've worked so hard just to live this moment.
Kissing slowly, she don't love me, she's just leading me on again. Tries to fake it, no she'll break it, I can't take being alone in the end. I let this happen, I was happy, we were laughing, but it never lasted long. I love her more, she's bored, packs her things and she's out that door. And I'm as lit, I'm a mess, digging in the breeze of my heart, baby, baby. You did me wrong for so long, I'll always be in my heart, baby. Now looking back, I'm moving forward. Looking back, she was forward, trying to get me in that gap. Let's not have put headed back. Maybe that's all that she wanted. Not a lover, just an object. Can't erase the love we made. Drink the memories away. Like you, lean on, can I let them in? Not much left, I'm a mess, taking in the breeze of my heart, baby, baby. You did me wrong for so long, you'll always be in my heart, baby. You knock, and I let you in. Now looking back, I'm moving forward. Looking back, you were forward, trying to get me in that gap. Let's not have put headed back. Maybe that's all that you wanted. Not a lover, just an object. Can't erase the love we made. Drink the memories away. Now much left, now much left. I know, and you let me in.
Can you humanize yourself? Won't you humanize yourself? Can you humanize yourself? Cause you humanize yourself. Tell me what to do, I ain't got a clue. I wanna be as human as you. I wanna be like you. I'm a stranger to love and feeling blue. I feel pain running down my veins. I'm not so different from you. Can you humanize yourself? Won't you humanize yourself? Can you humanize yourself? Won't you humanize? I wanna be like you. I wanna be like you. Nothing I could do will make me like you. I wish I knew my feelings are true. I wanna be like you. A life is worth living, really thrilling. That would be a blessing. Being human, man with real feelings. I wish I'd be like you. And it brings me down. 'Cause I'll never be like you. Hey, 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 hey. Can you humanize yourself? Can you humanize yourself? Won't you humanize? I wanna be like you. I wanna be like.
All right, chat, we're back. Sorry for the long wait. Just had to get caffeinated and I eat something. I was hungry.
Within the next several hours, Blue Tea deleted her Reddit account. Steven dropped out of a tournament he was playing in. The response from Steven's fan was overwhelmingly negative, but he doubled down in another comment. It's not about teaching someone a lesson, it's just punishment. I'm pretty sure what she did was illegal on quite a few levels, and the fact that it's damaging to a business that I used to support my family makes me a little less willing to turn the other cheek. Yeah, I acted pretty scumbaggish and I shared a picture with a couple of friends, but for her to leak a bunch of shit to 40k people, why on earth wouldn't I share that with her employer in school when she tried to effectively destroy my livelihood? Fans were quick to point out that nude pictures were unlikely to harm his career. You really think you'll take a serious financial hit from this? I imagine you might lose a reasonable number of Twitter followers, but I'd be surprised if this really hurts your stream even in the short term. Erisan, Steven's then girlfriend, who was not aware had been sexted with Blue Tea, made a supportive public statement asking fans to stop talking about the incident for Steven's sake. A commentator asked her, how does it feel to come home from a long day of shift work and live with a piece of shit? How does it feel to know that he's cheating on you? He was trying to pick up women at the bar last night. Erisan replied,
God damn.
Forlorn, bereft, desolate, thank you. So did he actually email anyone about this? Also, can we just talk about the fact that whilst obviously, yeah, it is, you know, fucked to like share nudes of someone that's been sent to you in private with a couple of people, like the response here is fucking insane. To post pictures of your fucking dick to like randomly on the internet to 37,000 people is fucking insane. Like, what am I supposed to take from this? I do, like, you know, it's just like I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, yeah, it's obviously wrong. Like, out of the things that are happening, there's one big thing here that I'm seeing that's really fucking wrong in all of this, okay? And that is putting the picture of his dick on the internet to his followers. That is revenge porn. That is like definitionally revenge porn.
Oh, yeah?
So, like, I'm reading this and I'm thinking, whilst I, you know, obviously don't agree with sharing private nudes with people, whilst, you know, I think the idea of emailing people about it, I'm not...
This only reconfirms, like, one thing I know about Destiny. He knows a bunch of crazy people on the internet. My God. But also, he's right about this, too. You shouldn't, like, leak, like, nudes of someone, like, on the internet, too. But there's, like, a lot of lore here I'm just, like, not familiar with, like, whatsoever.
Not really for that sort of thing. That's not for me. I can at least understand why someone might be in a position where they think, oh, my God, this person's really fucked me over, so I'm going to fuck them over. Like, this person shared private pictures to tens of thousands of people.
Cucklot.
Yeah, it was he did a scummy thing, definitely. But, like... her actions are pretty fucking bad, no? I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, I'm reading this and I'm thinking, well, am I supposed to be on her side? I don't know. Like, she's fucking fucked in the head. Anyway, we're never going to finish this if we don't continue on, so we'll just try and continue on as best we can. Right. Here we go. Melina. In February 2019, when Steven was 30...
He has to qualify it. He has to qualify it in the beginning.
There's one other thing I want to point out with these two stories too, okay? I feel like some of this stuff is obviously, you know, criticizable. I don't think Destiny... Like, I feel like some of this stuff is like, Destiny's done some shit in the past, which is worthy of criticism, but like...
Fair enough.
In 2023, would Destiny do that now? I think obviously, you know, I've got
all grow and change, chat.
Some of Destiny's coomerism, which I've expressed publicly and even talked to him about directly. But at this level... It's
going to get him killed one of these days, probably.
Behavior that's being engaged in. I just don't know if... It feels like someone's, you know, if someone can grow from something. Do you know what I mean? Someone can grow and learn and be like, oh, that's kind of fucked up that I did that or something. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It just feels a bit like we're kind of going way back to the... It's like we're going way back to the worst examples of his behavior, right? We're having to dredge up 10-year-old situations. And it's like, yeah, that sucks. But like, we're 10 years ahead. You know? Like, if we're 10 years ahead, do we not take that into account of maybe someone developing, growing, and pushing forward? Like, I don't know. That's my perspective on those two things. Anyway, let's get into the Melina thing, okay? Especially, I mean, obviously, if someone raped a child 10 years ago, yeah, you might be wanting to dish out a more severe criticism, or even maybe not want to associate with someone like that. But if it's 10 years old and the stuff that's happening is this level, and it probably is likely that you wouldn't do it again, then it's a bit like, well, okay, I guess it's there. You can criticize it, but beyond that,
Oh my god, this whole thing is just there's nothing here.
Continue. Melina. In February 2019, by the way, guys, don't be shy with the super chats as I'm going through this, okay? I am absolutely flagrantly just fucking wanting to rinse this for as much money as I possibly can. So if you're wanting to support me, please do. My reading voice gets refreshed every time I get.
I'm not reading this shit. You kidding me? I'll watch Chud read this shit.
That is true. We are win begging today.
And grab any sort of clout I can from it. I'll let Shud do the hard work.
Let's continue.
And I'll just reap all the rewards.
Melina. In February 2019, when Stephen was 30, he flew to New Zealand to meet two young Swedish fans he'd been speaking to for months. Melina and her boyfriend Max were 20 and 19 years old and in a polyamorous relationship. Max played the role of the cameraman for much of the live stream trip. Puck POV. Okay, no memes, get serious. Looking on awkwardly as Stephen made advances on Melina. At one point, Stephen left Max in charge of the stream while he and Melina went into the bedroom and shut the door. Max joked that he was being cucked. Vocalizations.
I will say, Mr. Girl knows how to paint the scene. He can paint a scene.
Sex sounds, but Destiny maintains he and Melina were not having sex. This was after Max had admitted on stream that Melina was his only partner, casting doubt on the legitimacy of his poly-identification. I've got to be honest, that sounds like a cuck in denial. I got to be real with you. That sounds like a cuck in denial, okay? A user in Steven's subreddit posted, "The polygamy isn't what's off-putting about these streams. What's off-putting is that a 30-year-old man who claims to understand power dynamics flew halfway across the globe to have sex with young women who have previously developed parasocial relationships with him." 692 upvotes.
That's 600. Oh, that's 6. Okay, that was a 5.
Okay, let's continue on.
He just made sure to add that part in.
Melina eventually broke up with Max and moved to the United States to live with Stephen. They had an open relationship and were married in December 2021. Initially boosted by her association with Stephen, Melina has become a successful streamer in her own right, focusing on travel, fitness, and showing off her body. Stephen has described himself as psychologically abusive in relationships. In January 2021, he said, "I'm a really rough person to be in a relationship with, okay? Anybody that survives a relationship with me," I mean, when it comes to psychological abuse, I think Mr. Girl has got a lot of expertise, so we should probably listen to what he's got to say about this.
True.
Anybody that survives a relationship with me for more than like 6 months, okay, props to that person, because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse. It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking. Destiny has publicly stated that he has access to Melina's Discord account and is thus privy to her communication with others in the streaming world. On January 14th, 2021, Destiny said on stream they both have access to each other's DMs, but that Melina's jealousy may dissuade her from reading his. In 2022, Destiny was revealed to be hiding a serious affair as well as a sexting relationship from Melina, both of which use Discord DMs as a primary form of communication. Is that what is rumored to be? I've read the Kiwi Farms thing about it, okay? Is that...
See, I'm not privy to this now.
Is that who I think it is? Don't say the name. Don't say no names, okay? A certain
that was...
Nazi bimbo. Let's put it that way. Anyway, come on, let's continue on.
Well,
God,
there's a few. There's a few, but I think we all know.
I've got to laugh about it, okay? I've got to laugh about it. It's funny, all right? I can't help it, all right?
Say the name.
Anyway, let's continue on.
There's two that come to mind.
And viewers of Stephen
I think everybody else. I think I'm leaning toward one over the other.
Melina by sending private messages from her account. Okay, have they? I've never heard that before. Melina has told multiple people that the pain of their relationship drives her to thoughts of suicide, and these conflicts frequently spill into public view. Okay.
All right.
Right. Let's continue on. I mean, what even like? Okay, what value is this? Friends and
I don't really understand. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, this is clear. I hope everyone knows. Like, this is basically like a hit piece, right? Like against like Destiny. So like, if we go through like Max's critique of Destiny, it just sounds like he's still like throwing more things against the wall. Because when you put stuff like this, friends and viewers of Steven have voiced suspicion that he sometimes impersonates Melina, but this doesn't really have like any value toward like this section on like Melina too. If the whole point is that Steven leverages his relationships with multiple people, including his girlfriend, right, whatever, and with the orbiters, like, you know, Chud's not really an orbiter, but for the sake of this argument, he is an orbiter, right, and like other people too, and enters in an abusive relationship just so he can have content for his streams and his YouTube videos and whatnot too, then like adding this point here doesn't really like do anything to it. It's just like, I'm gonna take this knife that I put in Destiny's back and just twist it just a little bit more and a little bit more here, and add like pithy phrases like this too. And Chud's about to talk about it too, but yeah, I don't really. Okay, you know, I'll leave the comments for later. I gotta formulate the point a little bit more.
What? This is like Kiwi Farms tier, you know, like
Also, if he says like people, like friends and viewers of Steven, then do you have a link to this? Is there like a footnote to this? Are there links like at the bottom that like show this too? Maybe where like you redact the names of like people like saying this. You know what I mean too? Like if you have like the goods, then share the goods.
Some friends have said something like, I don't know, man. Anyway, let's continue on, okay?
Oh, shit, it's the Bob Seven shit.
No, this report is antagonistic as to Bob Seven's character or whether he sexually harassed any woman. And this section is included... Oh, agnostic, sorry. Agnostic as to whether Bob Seven's character or whether he sexually harassed any women. And this section is included to hide Destiny's behavior and use of his platform. Sorry, I read it wrong. Retard moment. British schooling system.
This is pure... This
We may not have guns, but we train retards. Do I need to read the Bob 7 section? I'm going to read it. I'm just going to read it. I'm not going to, just to be clear, I'm not going to have any takes on this because I don't know the ins and outs of the Bob 7 stuff. I'm reading it so I can say that I've read the article in its totality, aside from maybe some YouTube comments, and I'm just for inclusion's sake, okay? I'm just going to read it, and that's it. Before my conversation with Melina in January 2022, Stephen leaned into the doorway behind her and said, "Don't let him mindfuck you." I couldn't understand why he said that until I did my research for this story. Bob 7, a smaller streamer, was Melina's confidant.
I wonder why he said that.
2020, when he was 25 and she was 22. His ostensible goal was to improve her mental health, and he compared their relationship to that of as a therapist, a patient. They also sexted. Melina shared intimate details of her relationship with Stephen, including how his treatment of her made her feel suicidal. She also told Bob private stories about Stephen's past. Believing that Stephen was manipulative or abusive, Bob encouraged Melina to either confront him or leave the relationship. One time, when she did confront him, Stephen asked if the confrontation had been Bob's idea. Eventually, Melina fell in love with Bob, hinting that she would only be able to leave Stephen if she had another relationship to...
This I don't know. This has come up like multiple times, like around Destiny. I just have never like looked into it, mostly because I just don't care. But like, so I'm like, I got nothing to say about this.
Bob was not interested in Melina. He was, however, interested in Bose, the 28-year-old female streamer who was also dating Stephen. Bob and Bose became fast friends, gossiping daily about the dysfunctional relationship between Stephen and Melina. Sometimes the gossiping took the form of Bob actively warming Bose and Steven's manipulative nature and telling her the secrets he learned from Melina. You may have figured this out already, but Melina isn't fond of sharing Steven with other women, and Steven doesn't like to deal with the emotional backlash from Melina. But because of Bob's meddling, Bose and Melina had to come to hate each other, and both were wary of Steven. Eventually, the two women would meet and compare notes on Bob. They realised he was prone to shit-talking behind each of their backs, and decided it was he who was manipulative after all. I'm going to pronounce it my way because I like it better. And not Steven. Apparently, it didn't occur to them both men might be manipulative. Bose bluntly informed Bob that she no longer wished to be friends. Melina confronted him about the degrading things he had said about her, like saying a stream was best watched with the sound off. Bob's grip on the women in Steven's life had finally been loosened. At this point, Steven decided to use his platform to destroy Bob. On January 3rd, 2021, Destiny engineered a group call including 6 women who knew Bob, and with the help of one of the women, secretly recorded the others talking about their experiences with Bob. Destiny's opening salvo was a January 4th, 2021 stream uploaded with the title Bob 7 Allegations Involving Melina, Big Boss Bose, Peach and More, in which he painted Bob as a malicious womanizer out to torpedo Steven's personal relationships. During the stream, Steven described his strategy for gaining control of the situation. I play a little Death Note game where I'm having Melina send certain messages to Bob, and now I'm reading messages between Bob and Melina because I can read Melina's DMs. Bose is sending me messages between her and Bob so I can read those. He is pulling all the strings. He's the puppet master. Has Destiny got any Jewish background in him? Anyway, he ended the video with a threat. Should Bob 7 attempt to defend himself? If push comes to shove, there is a lot of really, this is all kind of like dumb shit. Really fucked up shit. Fuck that Bob 7 did that. Even people in his personal life didn't. Fucked. But that will probably never see the light of day. I shouldn't actually say that because now I'm teasing it. But if Bob 7 decides to try and make some response video vindicating himself, I'll probably just nuke that shit from orbit. Bob countered with a 40-page document containing dozens of screenshots to paint a picture of Steven as an emotional abuser, trying to shut down Bob's genuine concerns about the women in his life. This was fairly successful and had Steven uncharacteristically on the defensive for a moment, but with Steven's second and final attack, Bob's fate would be sealed. The way this is written is fucking brilliant, man.
Oh my god. Listen, he can write, man. I gotta tell you, it's hooked.
Fate would be sealed.
It gets you.
The video, streamed January 17th, 2021, was titled Bob 7 Manifesto Addressing My Allegations. It currently sits at more than 700,000 views. In the video, he read aloud a document he'd written titled The Bob 7 Manifesto, which, again, painted Bob as a slimy sexual harasser. He also played clips from the January 3rd call, some of which Destiny has edited to make them look more damning of Bob. 2 days before the stream, one of the women who'd been secretly recorded in the January 3rd call released a statement recanting the allegations Destiny had publicized in the first video. Hours before the stream on January 17th, she pleaded on Twitter to be left out of Destiny's upcoming second strike. The following is a message to Destiny. I have no way of contacting him myself, so I have to post this publicly. Hi Destiny. This clip came into my knowledge this morning. I just wanted to let you know that I do not consent to any public spreading of any call or recording I'm in. I do not wish to be any part of what you plan to release, and doing so will be without my consent. I do not want to be part of this further at all. Please do not harass me. Thanks. Ophelia Bear. Okay. Destiny ignored her request, opting instead to poke holes in her statement exonerating Bob. Referring to her as Ophelia the Manipulated, Destiny said that Bob had manipulated her into withdrawing an allegation that he'd sexually harassed her. At the end of the section he wrote, I'd like to make it clear, I really do not hold Ophelia Bear as personally responsible for a 180. I think she's a victim in all of this. And Bob 7, Casey Tron and Minx have played a role in her manipulation, convincing her that it isn't in the best interest to side with Bob 7 here. Play the clip. Oh my god.
Are those links still good?
By but the thing is, if like push comes to shove, I will. So that's gonna be like included in my new doc. So like the drunkenly harassing Ophelia for nudes while talking shit about her to like 4 other women, and then the leaking nudes of an anonymous person in Melina to Bose that he was actively shit talking about Melina and the other person too. Like that'll be like in this next doc. I really didn't think that he would.
Wait, this is a clip by Bob Seven. Listen, I don't know about the Bob Seven stuff, so I am completely in the dark as to what all this is. I'm just fucking reading it, so it's included, okay? That's just a little.
I was wondering
funny thing to
why.
note.
Well, that
Anyway.
assumes that was the real Bob 7.
Let's
Not someone who
continue
just
on,
like took the
okay?
username.
Ellie Moon, another woman on the recorded call, complained about Destiny using her name in this video. Destiny claimed that Bob had leaked one of Ellie Moon's nudes, which Elimon did not believe. On January 18th, 2021, Destiny wrote in his public chat, redacted as Elimon. Fuck me, man. I should have trusted my instinct and not read all this. This is literally, I'm so lost on any of this shit. I'm like... But now I've started, so I'll finish.
And I appreciate the free content, Chud. Thank you.
By the way, if you guys wanted that, what a snaky piece of shit. Might release an unedited, unmasked audio later. Literally every single girl ended up flipping sides, except for Melina, Pichichu, Bose, and Erisan, just my original friends. Destiny had sexual relationships with Melina, Bose, and Erisan. The same day, in a stream confrontation between Destiny and Ellie Moon, they had the following exchange. Ellie Moon, shut the fuck up. Dude, I said, like, leave me out of this. Destiny, I never mentioned your name. Nobody knew you were here until you tweeted it, honey. Ellie Moon, oh my god, talking to a groomer, talking about Bob being creepy when you started dating Melina. Look how... this is ridiculous, man. Look at this. Look, I'm only up here.
This is a lot, dude. This is like pure. This is like nothing but brain rot, man. I wouldn't blame Chud if he just like quit right now. But he keeps going though, man. We're at an hour 15. And total video time is 2 hours, 41 minutes, and a second.
Hey.
Keep going, Chud. Power through this for the content. Just so I can react to it. You suffer, so I can easily react to this. Sorry.
I can't stream. I'm going out tonight. I've got plans tonight. I'm not gonna cancel my plans to sit here and read a fucking autistic article. Okay.
Do it.
That's insane.
Do it.
I'll have to break
Do
it up.
it.
I'm gonna have to break this up. I can't do it all now. It's too much.
That's fine by me, Chud.
Cancel it. Are you serious? Cancel your real life plans for this. You're fucking delusional. Absolutely not.
No. I want you to make multiple parts to this,
Are
Chud.
you fucking seriously saying
I
that?
want
Get the
you,
fuck
which
out
he
of
did.
you
This is part
retards.
1 of like I don't know how many parts, but like I want you to make it so I have something to watch on stream
Fuck me.
and see you struggle like this, because I would never read this unless someone paid me a lot of money to do it.
I
I would
here
read
and
it.
read all of this. This is at least like 10 hours. Even if I cancelled my plans, I'm not going to stream until I finish reading this. That's also insane. God, you people are unbelievable. Anyway, I'm just going to keep reading. I'll figure something out, okay? Okay, well listen, keep the money coming. As long as the money keeps flowing, then yeah, obviously I'll keep reading, okay? Right. Destiny had sexual relations
Donate,
with
chat.
Melina Bose
Donate,
Erickson.
like-
Same day,
like and
stream
subscribe,
confrontation with
too.
Destiny and Ellie Moon, the following exchange.
He, Chud Logic, suffers so that I may eat. Thank you, Chud. Thank you.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I said, like, leave me out of this. Destiny, I never mentioned your name. Nobody knew you were here until you tweeted it, honey. Ellie Moon, oh my god, talking to a groomer. Talking about Bob 7 being creepy when you started dating Melina when she was like 18 and you were like, what, 40 million years old? Like, actual weirdo. Destiny, dude, I know so much personal information about you. Why are you trying to take shots at me right now? Are you serious? I don't want to sound like I'm threatening anybody, but like, you should slow down on the personal insults because you're like way out of your league, dude. You're the way fuck out of your league. Casey Tron, another female streamer Destiny secretly recorded in a private call, was frustrated that he'd framed her talking about another woman's experience with Bob as her making her own allegations. In response to a public skepticism about the veracity of Destiny's claims, in his Bob 7 Manifesto stream, Destiny had gone on an unconvincing tirade about how she betrayed their friendship by having the audacity to put her fucking nose into this. A January 21st post in Destiny's subreddit titled Casey Tron defends Bob 7 behind the scenes saying harassment allegations are lies earned 553 upvotes. The top... Okay, what is this cringe of like saying how many upvotes it's got, man? That is fucking insane. The top comment with 210 upvotes reads, Casey, all you had to do was stick your head in the sand and fucking ignore the drama and let Bob 7 go down in flames. You didn't have to get involved at all, but you threw yourself into the coffin while we were luring Bob 7 in for pretty much no reason. I hope it was worth it. Destiny's video was compelling enough to tilt public opinion back in his favor and destroy Bob's reputation. Bob released a 60-page document along with a 9-hour response video meticulously detailing all of Destiny's inaccuracies and misleading audio edits, which Destiny ignored. Destiny's audience and adjacent communities, having bought into Destiny's version of events, also ignored Bob's response, largely leaving it largely unseen. Bob did attempt to return to streaming, but he has since deleted all of his stream VODs and videos made after October 2020. I included Bob's story because it shows Destiny's willingness to use his platform to crush his girlfriend's best friend for personal reasons, and then to lash out at the woman who refused to be used as pawns. I also relate to the story on a personal level. Last summer, in August of 2022, Melina reached out to me for emotional support. She told me essentially the same thing she told Bob, and asked me why Destiny treats her the way he does. Jesus Christ, that... Ooh, Jesus, what the fuck? We spoke a few times,
God
but
damn,
essentially
man.
I said I thought Destiny was a very guarded person and that she should discuss it with a therapist.
Not anymore, apparently.
Yeah, I would have thought it'd have included some screenshots or something, but...
Did not.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Anna next.
Anyway,
oh my God.
While I was pretty worried about Melina, I didn't think I could do much to help her, much less while sexting her. I've tried that before in my life to no avail. I also had a sense that I was perilously close to an invisible line. When you upset Destiny, you don't get an angry DM. You hear about it the next day on his stream.
I mean...
Melina, the betrayer.
Well, yeah, he's a content creator. He's going to stream it.
On that without any evidence. I've just got that's what he's claiming happened, right? Okay. Right. Anna, here we go. Destiny shows Mr.Girl DMs, include part where he says this is mentally destroying Anna and laughs, then corrects himself, and when he says he wasn't holding a hostage, but then she says that he currently is. In October 2019, Anna was 29 and had no social media following. Before ever meeting Steven, Anna tweeted about how he lacks empathy and probably has a personality disorder. In another streamer's chat, she criticized Steven's repeated casual sex with no interest in an intimate relationship. By January of 2022, she had somewhat warmed to
At least he's direct.
She messaged him on Instagram and introduced herself as a graduate student in psychology. According to Anna, Steven asked if she was familiar with open relationships. Given his open relationship with Melina, Anna took the question to be a sexual overture, to which she was receptive. On May 22nd, 2020, Anna and Steven did their first stream together, a debate about open relationships. With the audience unaware of their sexting, Anna introduced the topic as just some research that I was recently reading about, and presented research indicating that non-monogamy is correlated with predatory personality traits such as narcissism and Machiavellianism. Oh, thanks for the 50 Australian dollars. Appreciate that. They soon did a second stream about altruism, in which Anna argued that doing things for other people increases psychological well-being. In my opinion, because she wanted to challenge Steven's lack of empathy. That summer, Steven proposed that he visit Anna for a week. Okay. Anna agreed, but she expressed concern that he would grow distant or even cut her off after they had sex. Stephen assured her, I understand the concern, but that would be a huge time investment just to hook up with someone. A week before the scheduled meeting, Anna and Stephen did a third stream, a debate about whether dark triad antisocial personality traits are correlated with open relationships. For the first 90 minutes, Anna tried to convince Stephen that people in open relationships have trust issues and avoidant attachment patterns. Not taking the bait, Stephen kept the conversation intellectual. Anna commented that his judgment might be impaired because the topic hits close to home. Stephen called this a power play and they argued about it for 2 hours. Eventually, Anna started crying and told him he was being abusive. At the end of the conversation, Anna said Stephen should ban any chatters who called her abusive and manipulative. He avoided the suggestion. In mid-August, the week of Melina's 22nd birthday, Stephen... Ooh, curious. I wonder...
Ooh.
What's the reason for including that particular detail? Curious. Stephen
It's a
and
good
Anna
catch.
spent
I went
several
right over
days in
my
the
head.
hotel together. They had sex, talked, and he did the normal streams from the hotel room. During an agreement to keep the visit a secret, Anna briefly streamed from the hotel room as well, effectively outing their sexual relationship. She would later claim this was unintentional, but I'm skeptical.
Okay.
Okay, listen guys, I need to get through this, okay? I'm warming to the idea of cancelling my plans. I'm warming
Oh
to the
my
idea
God.
of
Does he
cancelling
really
my
cancel his plans
okay?
for,
I've
to
gotta
read the
say,
rest of this?
I've got to say, because I just want to do a one and done on this.
Apparently it does not happen.
Keep the money flowing. Keep the money flowing, okay? And we'll see. Anna has described Stephen as having a revenge kink where manipulative dynamics involving lying and blackmail are fetishized. And I mention it now because the rest of the story will make a lot more sense if you're aware of this. At the end of the week, Stephen left to join Melina in Sweden. From the airport, he DM'd Anna, okay, about to board my first flight. Thanks for the past few days, Anna. I had a lot of fun. She replied, I did too, Stephen. Have safe flight. Talk to you later. But the next day she wrote, oh boy, I'm pretty sad. It just kind of hit me today out of nowhere. I also feel angry with you because you did make it sound like you're more poly and willing to date other people. Your lifestyle choices are extremely abnormal and not at all like most poly people. I mean, do you really just see me as a friend still? How is that even possible to be that callous and cold, Stephen? I don't want to believe that you are. He replied, I mean, as a friend still, I mean, what do you mean? I mean, sex stuff aside, having met you in real life.
Was this on stream or was this like
around and stuff? You're definitely a way closer friend than
private DMs that Mr. Girl's like posting?
Anna responded with several messages containing increasingly sharp criticisms. How are you so cold and callous? Years of being, years of getting shit on by women. That's my secret. Anna responded with several messages containing increasingly sharp criticisms, accumulating in the fact that you feel entitled to get sex from tons of different people, but not have to meet their emotional needs, which are sexual needs, is textbook narcissism. It's extreme entitlement and selfishness that enables a person to treat other human beings the way you do. It's morally reprehensible. So we're doing like a whole recap. I guess he's got to sort of tee it up to, you know, say that sexting Anna was bad, right? Over the next few days, Anna sent dozens of
God bless you, Chad. Thank you for doing this.
Response from Stephen. Eventually, he would be warm again, even flirtatious, but not consistently. Meanwhile,
this is so much,
Stephen's fans were putting the pieces together. From Anna's stream chat, they asked if she'd slept with Stephen during the trip. She giggled and said they shouldn't ask that, which many took as confirmation of their suspicions. Not receiving the promised attention from Stephen, Anna sent him Psychology Today articles about stonewalling and narcissism. She okay. She also criticized what she perceived as a sociopathic vindictiveness, in part because of a story he'd told her and others about how he once lied to get his ex's boss to get her fired from a job. On one of her own streams, she criticized Stephen for moving across the country from his son. When I spoke to her, she told me she'd innocently mentioned some psychology research about how sons should spend time with their fathers, but the clip was not how she described it at all. In reality, while reading a chat message saying Stephen was a good father, Anna burst into a mocking laughter before saying, yeah, because we all know to be a good father. The best thing to do is to move 1,000,000 miles away from your son. I'm going to stop before someone clips that shit. Someone did clip it, and on October 5th, 2020, Stephen did his first Anna attack stream.
God
I have
damn.
some clips linked to me today. I don't normally torch bridges unless other people want to do it, in which case, fuck it. He played the clip of Anna calling him a bad father and launched into a play-by-play of their relationship, mostly complaining that she messages him relentlessly after they had sex. One chatter asked, Destiny, why are you doing this? What do you gain out of publicly ridiculing this girl? Stephen replied, I'm not trying to. The problem is she just keeps saying really fucking rude and disgusting shit about me on her stream. It's really fucking irritating. She doesn't realize how fucked in the head it is.
God.
He read aloud some of their DMs. He provided some screenshots. He also provided screenshots
Going out.
to his
Pure
hungry
brain rot,
fans.
folks.
And accused Anna of victim blaming Stephen for a past relationship in which he claims his ex was physically abusive. By the end of the stream, the chat had made hundreds of angry and critical comments about Anna. You literally slept with a psycho. Anna heard about the stream soon after it happened and messaged Stephen that night.
Getting personal.
Why would you do
With
this?
this light on.
I'm freaking out. Shouldn't you be reported for outing my private sexual details? At 4:05 a.m., I'm just really so sad, Stephen. I trusted you to talk with me about how you were feeling about me. Also, I'm sorry for all the messages, but I've been freaking out and panicking for hours. The next night, I can't tell if this is you wanting some space or it's just you cutting off the friendship. Silence doesn't communicate anything.
I mean, you guys like know the Anna drama, right?
October 7th, Stephen
This
agreed
one,
to talk to Anna again on
I
stream.
kind of know.
Before the
but it's just,
conversation, Stephen was nervous.
This is like brain rot
laughing and
as
fidgety.
truest.
Stephen asked his friend Dan, do you think I should hash it all out on stream? Dan answered 100%. Dan Saltman is a family man and a recurring character on the stream.
He's
I
a
feel like there's a
recurring
non-zero
character on the
chance that this
stream.
person would actually kill themselves. That's the only reason why I feel like it's probably not a good idea, Stephen said. Dan pressed him, you have to though. It's not going to end and it's just fucking cringe for everyone else. Well, I feel like at this point I'm literally capitalizing on somebody else's mental illness for my profit.
Take pot,
Am I fucked
kettle,
in the head?
black.
Am I fucked in the head?
Oh my god.
I don't know. I just look at that and I just laugh. I think I'm fucked in the
Yeah,
head.
W for Dan for saying hash this out on stream. Get the
By the
content.
way, listen, guys, I know you're sending me a lot of super chats. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're going to continue on. Okay, we're going to continue on. And with that, Stephen asked Anna to the stream. Stephen repeated his complaints about Anna's endless critical messages about her psychology, and they argued about whether Anna had the right to publicly call Stephen's sexual relationships abusive, with Stephen saying, "You're not allowed to express concern with any of my personal relationships that I don't want your opinion on." Stephen also defended his tendency to retaliate against others. When you say you've left a trail of destruction behind you, the implication there is generally that I'm traumatizing or abusing or hurting people that otherwise don't deserve it. Anna, nobody deserves that. How could you say that? Stephen, because sometimes people do real dickish things, and I think if you do dickish things back, it's not the worst thing in the world. Anna, that doesn't give you the right to do anything back at them. That gives you no right to retaliate. Stephen, yeah, we're not talking about who's
Bro,
right,
these aren't
first
even
of
street
all. I
rules,
have the
man.
right
These are
to do
internet
anything
rules.
I
You
want.
kidding me?
Okay, fuck
Internet
that.
rules?
Anna,
Anything
no, you
goes.
don't see
You
right
might just
there
get back to playing
entitlement.
Diablo.
Stephen, that's not entitlement. Wait, what do you mean? As long as I'm not hurting anybody else, I have a right to talk about or do anything I want. Anna, okay, well, you just said you have a right to do whatever you want. Stephen, wait, I'll stop saying the names. Wait, what did you think I meant by that, Anna? Did you think I meant I should be able to shoot somebody or punch somebody or choke somebody? Do you really think that's what I meant with that? Is that the read we're going with here? Because Anna felt obligated to keep Stephen's secret about getting his ex fired from a job, his fans were clueless about the context of this argument. Another
Wait, what?
creator...
This one I don't know about.
Linus Tech Tips. By the way, when I get to the end of this segment, we'll just take a quick few-minute break. I've got some DMs I just need to respond to, and we're gonna see about the plans. We're gonna see about the plans. I'll put it that way, okay? Anyway, another creator, Linus Tech Tips, jumped in with a lukewarm defense of Destiny's vindictiveness. Linus, wait, Anna, are there varying degrees of abuse? People are saying it's not Linus Tech Tips. Yeah. Oh, it's the wrong Linus. Oh, it's someone else. Oh, he's got the wrong person.
Uh-oh.
He thinks it's Linus Tech Tips, but it's not. It's someone else. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Mistake number one.
You know. Anyway, listen, I don't want to focus too much on that because people will just say, why are you focusing on that little detail when he's literally mind-raping Anna on his stream? Anyway, let's continue. Wait, Anna, are there varying degrees of abuse? Like, is there a greater and lesser form of abuse? Anna, the whole article is debunked. The entire article is now debunked. Anna, Linus, you cannot. You seem like a really nice person. You cannot seriously. Oh my God. Linus, I haven't said anything. I'm just asking you. Anna, sure, yes. Linus, so it could be that. Maybe when Destiny is retaliating, it's a little bit abusive. Right, it's a little bit abusive, but it's still abuse. Yes, it's still abusive, but maybe in the context of Destiny being a streamer and Destiny being an entertainer and these public conflicts and Destiny's desire to drum up attention, these are things that a normal person doesn't interact with, right? You can't prescribe these things that you would talk about in a normal intimate relationship to someone as a wide public image, right? When Anna asked Stephen if he thinks he's harming people, he replied, yeah, probably, but if they're inflicting harm onto me, I don't really care that much. Anna, that's what concerns me. Stephen, oh my God. Linus, I think that most people are okay inflicting some amount of harm on others. Anna, what? Linus, it's extremely difficult for me to not ever be mean ever, right? Like I'm going to be mean at some point in time, and it's okay to point out and say, hey, you shouldn't be mean. But it's different to say I've left a trail of victims because I've been mean to people sometimes, Anna. But I think what you're talking about is people making normal mistakes and stuff, but I'm talking about an observable pattern of behavior. I don't know that you could call it an observable pattern of behavior out in the clinical sense. My main observation here is that Stephen has behaviors that probably cause you a lot of anxiety, and your anxiety causes Stephen to feel a lot of stress. Linus said that Anna doesn't have enough information about Stephen's relationships to call this behavior abusive, and that without reaching out to other people affected, which would be inappropriate, she can't comment on it. Stephen capped off the defensive triple team by saying, you're making yourself the victim, I'm the victim here, and later adding, if you want to bring any friend into here and you want to let me explain what's happened, I guarantee you they will never ever side with you. Dan tried to convince Anna to leave Stephen alone, saying, I think both of you understand that moving forward there shouldn't be any additional relationship, friends or not. Oh, Dan, on the money as always. Just nothing. No conversation, no nothing, knowing you're incompatible, there's no future.
Listen, Dan the man, Dan has his moments. Because I know like a lot of times people think he's like a lolcow, but like he's not a lolcow. Let me make that clear. But Dan has his moment. He comes in there and it's just like he has these quips every once in a while. And you just like, oh, I see what Dan's doing there. And Dan always has his mind on his money. I respect the shit out of that too. Man. Dan knows what the good content is, and he tries to milk it. Even if Destiny doesn't want to do it, Dan's like, you need the content, Destiny. Steven, you need the content.
Future, there's no hope. Dan is just correct about stuff. It really
more
is
often than not, yeah, he actually is.
It really is as simple as that. If only Destiny had listened. Anyway, let's continue. But moments later, Stephen offered to fly out to argue directly with Anna's therapist. Near the end of the conversation,
really?
Stephen explained why he was attacking her. I have to protect myself. I can't have a person that is saying incredibly nasty things about me to other people on this platform. I have to come out and give my side of the story, otherwise I'll look like this horrible abuser behind the scenes. Of course I have to, as protecting myself. After the stream, Anna continued to message Stephen about her problems with him. He was mostly unresponsive until Anna presented an opportunity for content. A graduate psychology student had reached out because he was concerned about how Stephen had treated Anna, and he was willing to talk with Stephen. On October 30th, 2020, the student named Drew moderated an on-stream conversation between Stephen and Anna. Drew quickly abandoned his goal of mutual understanding and instead focused on brokering a peace treaty where the two would agree to stop talking about each other in public and have no private contact whatsoever. Destiny agreed, but he was skeptical about the plan. To be clear, after we had this conversation last time, she was talking about me on a stream the next day. I can make it so that in my community, people don't talk about her, link her tweets, do any of that shit anymore, yeah. However, he then repeated his offer to fly out and do a group therapy session with Anna and a therapist. Drew implored Anna to seek closure on her own rather than by continuing to talk to Stephen. Frustrated, Stephen said, she's walking away from this thinking that I'm the person with the most of the problems. Drew asked if that mattered. None of this technically matters to me. I have nothing to lose here if my community harasses her forever. In that sense, the prerogative shouldn't be on me to resolve this. It should be on her. I mean, I'm willing to because I don't want to be a cruel, evil person. In a rare moment of semi-vulnerability, Stephen said that Anna had made an ableist attack against him by calling him a sociopath. Okay. We're getting through this, guys. The talk ended with both parties agreeing to the unconvincing ceasefire, and Stephen announced that all discussion of Anna was now banned in his community. In November, Anna sent Stephen several hundred pages worth of unanswered DMs. Oh, sorry, several pages worth. My mistake. Several pages worth of unanswered DMs. She shared her ruminations about feeling humiliated, guilty, and angry and pleaded for him to respond. On November 22nd, 2020, while Stephen played Minecraft on stream, Dan read the following open letter to Anna, prefacing it with, "This was a joke, meaning I did not intend for this to be sent. Listen here, you crazy fucking bitch. Stephen doesn't want to be with you. He doesn't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to receive your constant, desperate Discord messages. In fact, every time we receive one from you, we laugh and laugh about how sad and pathetic you are. Our favourites are the ones where you write paragraphs and paragraphs and we just imagine you desperately waiting by the computer for a response that will never come." Stephen laughed and said, "Dan, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Dan continued, "I'm not sure how delusional you are to believe that there will ever be a world where Stephen wants to talk to you again, but I wanted to thank you for the incessant entertainment you provide with your incoherent ramblings and pseudo-nonsense psychological takes.
Jesus
Let me be as clear
Christ.
as possible so that you get the hint, because it seems to me you're incapable of listening. You mean nothing to either of us. We could give two shits if you never contacted either of us again. Our feelings about you are similar to that of a newspaper comic. A funny thing to look at once in a while." After a pause, Stephen said, "Wow, edgy much?" 3 days later, on November 25th, 2020, Stephen finally responded to Anna's ongoing DM saying, "Anna, I don't think we're going to resolve this one." 3 weeks later, they were sexting again. 3 weeks later! Listen, I've already made my position on the sexting thing very clear numerous times. I don't want to fucking have to labor the point at this stage, okay? I don't want to have to labor the point at this stage. I think we've gone through it enough. But, I mean, you know, no one is going to convince me that, you know, it was totally fucking kosher that Destiny was sexting Anna. You're never going to convince me of that. It's impossible, okay? It's literally fucking impossible.
True.
However, you know, that being said, I think the way this is framed as, you know, originally the Harvey Weinstein situation is fucking insane to me. But anyway, very messy, very difficult situation. You know. Wait, what? Oh. It ran out of memory.
I'm wondering now if I need this.
Harvey's situation was messy as well. Well, yeah, I mean, Harvey Weinstein was convicted of literal rape. So, I mean, I don't know if you know.
I have to take a look at like his actual allegations. I don't know if like there were actual rape allegations like made against him. There were allegations, but I don't know if he was charged with rape. That's the thing. I just don't recall.
Anyway. Sorry, my bad. Three weeks later, they were sexting again. On January 25th, 2021, Anna told Destiny that she'd seen an old clip of him. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do, right? I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let me get to a break. I'm going to increase these fucking bars, okay? We're going for a fucking 2K stream today, okay? We're going for $2,000. Listen, I'm going to double check and make sure the plans, I can maybe put them off till tomorrow or something, okay? If that's the case, I'm going to keep streaming, I'm going to keep reading, and I'm going to see if we can do a $2,000 stream.
He didn't have any plans, chat. He didn't have any real plans. Shud didn't have any real plans. He made that up so you can guilt him into paying him, and that's the reason why. When you model as a small streamer, how do I get up to become at least like a medium-sized or decent-sized streamer? Follow the Chud Logic plan. Follow Chud Logic's career. You may have some, you know, grooming allegations made against you along the way too, but look at him now, chat. Look at him now. Okay, but like, in all like seriousness too, like his like model of like how of growth, actually minus the allegations, actually like has made him like a successful streamer where he can actually do this like full time too. I just don't have the energy to cover all the stuff that he covers, and I just generally just don't care. This stuff's interesting just because of like the insanity that like someone put together like a document, like a Substack document like this size, and it just looks like it's just like he's just throwing shit against the wall. It's just like, just to show you like how crazy internet people truly are.
Stream. And then if we have $4,000, I'm going to see if I can do a $6,000 stream, okay? We're going to fucking rank it up. That's what we're going to do today. I am shamelessly begging for your money. I need your money. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Let's continue. On January 25th, 2021, Anna told Destiny that she'd seen an old clip of him talking about choking his ex-wife. In the clip, Destiny had said, I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times. That shit got crazy. Hell yeah, it did. And I guarantee you that everybody here would probably think I'm a fucking crazy physical abuser too. Wait, that's the fucking, what's that guy's name? That fucking cretin that's now snaking about in Mr. Girl's community. Claw shared that clip. Do you remember? Claw shared that. Because remember, I've seen him in Mr. Girl's community shit talking me. Fucking loser. Anyway, let's continue. This was in the context of defending Mr. Deadmoth, a streamer.
Oh, the guy who was like fucking screaming at his girlfriend in that one clip. Oh my god. There's some things that like people just can't like control themselves, dude.
A reaction stream where he rationalized the violence against her, calling her an abuser and dismissing her chilling screams as crocodile tears. In the stream chat, you can watch the mostly male audience turn against her with ironic jokes. One Punch Man. Okay, I don't even know if I can say that on fucking YouTube. Jesus. And the sincere identification of Mr. Deadmoth and as the victim. It sounds like she did this to actually ruin his stream career the way she said, "You're a woman beater" out loud. Look, I've got to be honest with you. I remember that video, and I do think it's a situation. I mean, again, you know, obviously, when it comes to beating women, obviously there's no, stop. I'm going to stop poisoning the well, okay? No more poisoning the well, okay? Anyway, listen. There's two sides to every story, okay? Let's put it that way. Right, let's continue on. Anna, choking out is like the number one
knows all about the stories.
Victims to get out, and you dare call yourself a victim. You could have killed her. You were never a victim, and you should have gone to jail for that. Destiny, my ex and I fought all the time. It was always in self-defense. I had to call the police on her 3 times to get her to stop attacking me. You were so unbelievably out of line in this message. It makes me sad to think you're going to have patience in the real world. You should be ashamed of this message. Anna, we literally screen victims by asking if their partners ever choke them out because it indicates the partner is extremely dangerous. This is attempted murder. No therapist, oh, how you doing, media? No therapist in their right mind would condone what you fucking did. Destiny, what am I supposed to do if someone has me trapped in a room and is fucking attacking me? Anna, I mean, restraining wasn't an option? Destiny, she weighed like 50 pounds more than me. Are you fucking serious? I was 105 and she was like 160. You make far too many assumptions and judge far too quickly for someone in your position. Both partners have some responsibility. Research shows that violent relationships, both partners do things that escalate the violence instead of de-escalating it. And all I see from you are behaviors that are aggressive and escalate, and you think they're self-defense. I've lived long enough and experienced enough to know this to be true, and you can refer back to this message in 5 years if you're wondering what's going wrong. You have some insanely antisocial techniques that inhibit you from being able to communicate with or understand other human beings. You do not understand how people think or feel, and consequently say unimaginably clueless or horrible things to them. Good luck with everything. You need a ton of it if you're going to make changes necessary to even be a somewhat competent communicator, let alone a therapist. He blocked her. Then he posted screenshots of the DMs in his public chat, calling her insane. Melina replied, "Can we all just try and get her fired? She'll kill people with her words. I hate her with all my heart." Jesus. I found reposted the DMs in Destiny's subreddit with the title, "This is disgusting." The post received 1,400 upvotes, and the top comment with 859 upvotes reads, "It's extremely common for abusers to attempt to discount and minimize the victim's past abuse. Anna is an abuser, she is abusive." On February 12, 2023, Destiny wrote the following comment in my subreddit on a thread about the alleged choking. "Just as an FYI, I've never choked anyone to or near the point of unconsciousness in my life. I've never even really choked someone. It was more just holding them from behind to get them to stop hitting me." Blocked on Discord, Anna messaged Destiny consistently on Instagram for a month with sporadic replies from Destiny such as, "I think we just trigger each other too much, Anna lol," and "Anna, no contact please." Oh.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's continue on. Let's continue on.
I'm not procking.
Look, okay. I'm trying to just read. The DMs kept coming. On March 16th, Destiny apologized to her for attacking her publicly, but 6 days later, he said on stream the apology had been insincere. Eventually, he blocked Anna on Instagram. She started DMing him on Twitter, at one point asking, "Seriously, do you wish I were dead? Would you fucking meme my suicide for content?" By summer, Destiny was sexting her again. Good God, man. All of the people, every single person that was fucking, you know, saying, "Oh, Chud, it's two consenting adults. What are you worrying about?" Like, come on, man. You cannot fucking say that, like, the sexting is, like, A-okay. You can't say to me, like, "Yeah, that's totally fine." If someone came to you with a situation and was like, "Hey, this is what's happening," right? Okay. There's no way you're going to say to me, you would say to them, "Yeah, you should probably sext them. That's a good idea." That's absolutely rock solid, okay? Anyway. Come on, let's continue on. In June, Anna asked Destiny to help her reputation. Destiny, if I said anything now, people would just be really dramatic and dumb about stuff. Aren't you more concerned with Melina finding out? Not so much what your fan base thinks, but also it's not like I'm some crazy person, Lamau. You could just say you exaggerated. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, okay, lol? And maybe in the future, yeah, tease me and make me tweet it out sometime. Oh, true. Now you're giving me ideas. Lots of ideas. Destiny is like
Listen, to any young men that are watching this, don't stick your, you probably will, but do your best not to stick your dick in crazy, okay? If there's anything that you can come up from watching one of my streams, don't stick your dick in crazy. It's just not fucking worth it.
I just don't know what to say at this point, man. I just don't know what to tell you. Anyway, let's just read through these, come on. Let's continue. Let's continue. I'll fix it sometime publicly, okay? Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub your legs and feet, okay? Okay. One question. Does this article give any information about Destiny's alleged foot fetishes? That's the thing that I need to know. Alleged, I don't look. I'm not, listen, all I'm gonna say is, okay, I've seen some things, okay? Let's put it that way. Anyway, enough of that, let's continue on, alright? Okay, on January 1st, 2021, Destiny and Anna appeared on a panel about mental health and policing together. On July 17th, Anna reiterated a request that they not keep their friendliness a secret. Destiny, I'm more comfortable keeping things under wraps, but if you're not comfortable with that, then it's your choice whether you want to continue chatting with me. Do you understand why that's shitty for me? Sure, I can understand why you'd feel that way, but it doesn't change my position. On August 29th, 2021, Destiny complained on stream that Anna was privately telling people he's a Dark Triad abuser. When Dan expressed dismay that Destiny was still in contact with Anna, wait, okay, listen, I can't, listen, I've got to read through this. Stop atting me in chat with allegations most foul that I'm into feet shit, okay? No thank you, no thank you. I'm not into any sexual thing. I'm not a sexual entity. Let's just continue. When Dan expressed dismay that Destiny was still in contact with Anna, Destiny said that the only way to prevent Anna from going on constant hate tirades about him is to try to be somewhat friendly with her.
Keep coping, man.
It was the only way, guys. It was the only way. It was the only
I had to put my dick back inside her.
It was the only option left. Anyway,
I had to put my dick back inside
That's
her.
not what this is saying, but that was obviously a narrative that came out. Let's just continue. Dan said, oh, so you're giving into blackmail, to be clear. Someone's giving you shit and you're like, okay, fuck it. I can't fight it anymore. You win. We're best friends. We're meant to be together forever. The same day, Destiny DM'd Anna, do you understand that it's really bad that you're making new friends that are already my friend and then venting to them about me? The following, yeah, Dan is correct.
Yeah.
The biggest thing from all of this is the evidence. The most thing that is most evidence here is that Destiny needs to listen to Dan far more often. Destiny read aloud the following statement in a sarcastic monotone. I'm making a public announcement. Anybody that doesn't understand this is getting permanently banned, and we're putting all this behind us, okay? Listen, me and Anna are perfectly fine. She's not a crazy person. She's not a stalker. We have had fights publicly where there's been name-calling on both sides, but you know what? Everything is cool and we're past all of that. The chat reacted with comments like, blink twice if she has a gun to your head, and she has something on him. On September 22nd, 2021, during a 12-person panel show hosted by John Zerka, Anna tearfully accused Destiny of emotionally abusing her. The other panelists mostly urged her to calm down and let it go.
I don't know why this isn't.
That's something I do kind of know. I thought that John Zerka was like trying to egg that on, wasn't he? I thought that was like an incident where John was trying to like egg the drama or something. He was farming it, wasn't he? Anyway. Like, it's all very well saying the other panelists mostly urged her to calm down, but if John Zerka is egging the drama on and he's hosting the panel, like, obviously you're gonna lean towards that, aren't you? Anyway, eventually Destiny called him to defend himself. Sounding tired but panicked, he was calling from bed. Destiny accused Anna of consistently breaking their agreements to stop talking about each other. He then set about discrediting her, explaining how he'd blocked her on Discord and she'd followed him to other platforms. Anna's rage at the stalker narrative boiled over. Wait, I'm being told... You know my thing went down a second ago? I'm being told that he changed the Linus Tech Tips thing. Is that true? I can't be bothered to go and check. Otherwise I'll have to find my place again. Okay, fuck me. Right, let me get to the end of this arc, then I do need to take just 5 minutes to just respond to some DMs and fucking just figure out what's going on tonight, okay? Because let's just continue. Anna's rage at the stalker narrative boiled over. Shouting, she said, "Good night, princess. Good morning, princess." Really? I'm misrepresenting the relationship? Remember all the things you told me about Melina? I've been fucking protecting you. I've been protecting you. I've been protecting you from lying to Melina. How fucking dare you? If you're gonna do this shit, then I'm leaking it all. I'm not protecting your lying ass anymore. Zerka jokingly asked, Destiny, do you feel protected? But then he added, no, Anna. Anna, you're not leaking DMs. Destiny offered a sarcastic, exacerbated apology. I'm a horrible person. I accept full responsibility. I've lied to my fiancé. I've lied to my son. I've lied to my community. I'm a horrible, manipulative person. Every part of this is my fault, and now I'm moving on, and I never want to talk about this publicly again. Zerka backed him up again. Yeah, that's great. It's closure time, Anna. Destiny pledged to stop all public and private communication with Anna and left the call. Anna continued to criticize him. 70 minutes later, Destiny returned, begging Zerka to cut Anna off. Zerka refused, and Destiny and Anna argued about the relationship for another hour. Near the end, Anna asked, if you don't want to be friends with me, why didn't you tell me in privately? Why didn't you just say that? Anna, when someone blocks you on 2 different platforms and doesn't respond to any messages, what do you think that means? Anna responded, that's the silent treatment. Though, if you didn't want to be friends with me, why didn't you say that? Oh my god, okay, Destiny said and quickly left. The following day, Destiny did a follow-up stream to explain his thoughts about Anna. I feel a little bit better though, because now that it blew up on Zerka's show, I have so many people messaging me that seem to understand how unhinged she is. I'm not worried anymore now, so everybody that thought I was being held hostage, you were right. My thought processes before was that maybe if we can just be friends and chill, everything will be okay and she'll stop talking about me publicly. The scary thing is that she started to get into some of these communities where I had a whole bunch of mutual friends. So for instance, a whole bunch of people started DMing me that were like, hey, do you know this Anna person? I got really scared because then it seems like another Bob 7 situation where it's like, is she about to go and tell every single person that I'm this abusive, horrible person? But now that everything just came out on Zerka's show, I think I'm okay with everything now. Now I can just ignore her. She can spam her shit all day, I don't care, because I think enough people have seen her now in that arena blow up where they're like, okay, she's got problems. A chatter suggested he had have her blacklisted from panel shows. Do you understand how weird that looks if, like, small girl streamer complains that Destiny manipulated her, now Destiny is contacting other show hosts telling them not to let her on? You understand how horrible that looks, right? A month later, he would do this exact thing. The reason why the situation is probably more difficult than anything that I've handled in the past is because most people have a sense of shame or reputation or job or relationships or anything. There's some fucking Art of War Sun Tzu fucking quote about this, but the problem is that Anna has nothing to lose. She can go as hard as she wants, as long as she wants, as much as she wants, and there's no repercussions. The next day, Stardust, a Destiny ally who had brushed off Anna's abuse claims on the Zerka panel, did a stream with Drew, a refreshingly sane psychology student who'd advocated for Anna a year prior. Drew told Stardust he was concerned that the increased attention on Anna would bring more harassment her way after the Zerka-hosted screaming match. It was inevitable the drama vultures would come for their pieces of the Anna pie, and they'd be encouraged to help themselves so long as they were promulgating Destiny's narrative. Within 22 minutes, Dan joined the call. I thought I'd come here to defend the honor of my friend a little bit. I kind of see a victim and an aggressor. I guess you see it in the other way. But I don't really particularly give a shit what the aggressor goes through when they do stuff. I care about the victim personally.
Dear God.
Drew held fast to his original point. He doesn't want to see Anna harassed. Dan said, actions have consequences to a certain extent. Like when someone does something bad or stupid, and you call someone an abuser in front of everyone else because they stopped talking to you. Wait, my chat's gone. Not that I'm really engaging with it. How you doing, guys? You good? And you calling someone an abuser in front of everyone else because they stopped talking to you, when that happens, bad things kind of come back to you. He added, I didn't say anything for a long time because Steve asked me to, but it kept coming up, and it's like, do we just sit here and get fucked over forever with no response? By this time, the shitting on Anna economy was officially booming. If you search Anna and Destiny, YouTube will happily take you to an algorithm-guided tour of mocking streams, reaction videos, montages, and video essays. There are entire channels devoted to attacking her. On September 27th, 2021, Destiny gave Anna an update on stream, calling her the most abusive, manipulative motherfucker in the world. Anna started tweeting again because she's always tweeting. She's getting shit on Twitter a lot, which I guess is good. I hate to say that, but I don't know how to make her stop. Strategizing, he ruled out asking Twitch for help and shot down the idea of getting a restraining order. I've thought about lifting the gag rule on my subreddit. I don't know, I'll probably keep it because we need to stop talking about her, but I also need people to know that she's fucking insane, so I don't know what to do. He declared that Zerka would not be allowed to react to his streams anymore, or he'd file copyright claims against him, threatening his channel. Destiny read aloud a DM he received from a longtime Twitter foe known as Squirrel. You need to... Oh yeah, the Squirrel got involved. The Squirrel got involved. You need to stop talking to or about Anna going forward and remove any mentions of her from your community. The constant back and forth between you is incredibly unhealthy for her, and there's no possibility of resolution going down that route. I'm sorry, but the lifestyle you've chosen is one where this stuff is liable to happen, and there is no way you can stop it by offering money or blocking or whatever. You just have to deal with it and accept that
I got
whatever
fucking
she does,
stun locked.
which, by the way, in the grand scheme of things, is incredibly marginal. What she talks about you on some shows, who cares, is the cost that you have to pay for that. And his reply, you have zero idea what you're talking about. Fuck out of my personal life. You're a deranged Lamau. The exchange was posted on Destiny's subreddit with the title, Squirrel Girl Returns. Thinks she's entitled to comment on Destiny's personal life. It has 997 upvotes. Wait, why are people fucking atting me in my Discord? Oh, apparently, okay. Listen, I need to focus on this. Okay, sorry. Oh, you got to understand, this is a bit tricky to navigate all the shit that's going on. Okay, here we go. Destiny continued. Can you imagine if I was a woman being stalked by a guy and someone DM me that? Do you understand the level of fucking insanity that is? And now the squirrel cunt has tweeted this whole fucking manifesto about how I bring on young girls and groom them and shit on my stream. He also attacked a streamer named Maddie Cakes after saying they had squashed their beef in private, call he'd illegally recorded. 5 days later, she's in somebody else's fucking chat saying, oh, Destiny the friends misogynists. Okay, fuck Maddie Cakes, fuck her, fuck everything about her online. Okay, fuck this piece of shit. Jesus Christ, what a fucking loser. Holy shit.
Oh my god. Maddie okay, yeah, Maddie.
Destiny Defender.
I haven't seen her on stream in like a fucking like forever too. No, she has like her IRL job.
Okay, I'm just gonna. So this is just documenting what happened from a Anna favorable perspective, right? That's the way I'd frame this. Okay, in the softest way I can think of. Now, that's fine if you want to do that. My thing with this is generally, what conclusion am I supposed to draw? And maybe we'll come to that at the end, right? But I'm reading through this and I'm like, yeah, I've made my case about what I think about the Anna sexting stuff. But it's like, beyond that, what are you supposed to do or what are you supposed to say? Like, what is the point of this? Because I thought originally the article was about all of these women coming forward and he had like all these witnesses that were going to come and say all this shit about Destiny and shit on him and stuff like that. Okay? But it's like, it seems like it's just, oh, here's a bunch of stuff, some of which you know happened, framed more favorably towards Anna, and, you know, also there was sexting throughout this as well. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'm like, okay. So yeah, I agree with the sexting criticism, but like, I thought this was about revealing some sort of new information. You know, you haven't disagreed. Well, okay. Obviously, what I agree with the fundamental principle about the sexting Anna thing was fucking retarded. Okay, right? I agree with that part of it. But like, I know some of this stuff. I didn't look into all the drama to this much detail, but I just don't understand, like, you're saying I don't agree with it. Yeah, I'm trying to read through the article. I'm not going to go line by line and go, well, actually, in this particular drama, this is what happened, da 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 da. Like, I'm going to be here for hours. I'm trying to find a balance between reading it, reacting, and stuff like that. Some of this stuff I don't really know about to comment on without looking into it in more details, right? So, do you see the point I'm trying to make? I thought the point was revealing someone who is a Harvey Weinstein-esque, and I'm just not seeing that. I'm just not seeing that myself. But we'll keep reading. We're gonna obviously get to the end of this segment, okay? It's abusive. I mean, it just seems like a very messy, complicated situation that Destiny didn't help himself in by, you know, engaging in certain types of behavior. Do you know what I mean? Some of the leaked logs are pretty new. I just don't know if this is something I categorize myself as abuse, but, you know. Anyway, let's continue on. On September 28th, 2021, a Destiny defender named Irrelevant debated Zerka about who'd exploited Anna more between Destiny and Zerka. Destiny jumped onto the call to attack Zerka for allowing Anna to shit-talk him in front of 3,000 viewers. Another streamer, Haas, justified platforming and critiques of Destiny. Anna saw fit to vent her frustrations and problems, and one of the reasons she was doing that is because she's never actually had the opportunity to have a fucking large audience to talk that wasn't in the DGG cult. Destiny, after demanding that Haas be kicked from the call, countered that Zerka was farming a mentally ill girl for content and was probably scared of getting fucking banned because this girl might fucking kill herself after crying on your stream for 4 hours. On October 2nd, 2021, a Destiny ally named Aristocracy did a stream with Anna, who'd been a friend of hers. She cross-examined Anna for 2 hours with a barrage of questions like, do you think you have done some things to Destiny that could be seen as emotionally abusive? She told Anna that her emotional vomiting in Destiny's DMs was harassment, and explained that Destiny was the real victim and that Anna was the abuser. When you would reconnect, he would keep that a secret, right? He wouldn't tell people, he would still be acting on stream like you guys hadn't reconnected, and that really hurt you, okay? Totally get that. The thing is, it's also a totally normal behavior for an abuse victim to reconnect and engage with their abuser when they're in vulnerable moments. So who knows what he's going through, and maybe he went back to that person and that person was you. That doesn't require some super evil malicious intent on your part, but that's a known unhealthy dynamic where someone keeps going back and they know that the people who care about them, I'm just guessing, I might be totally wrong with Destiny, but maybe he knew that his viewers who cared about him and his fiance that cares about him, or anyone that they would immediately be like, dude, do not go back. That's an abusive situation and they're going to shit on him for it, so he keeps that secret. It's a very normal behavior for a victim. Okay.
I have to bring my brother to justice.
After Anna left Aristocracy's stream, Dan called in saying if Destiny's guilty of anything, it's somehow getting back into a relationship with Anna when he should have fucking known that this was a bad idea. Dan! Miss just once. Miss just once, Dan. Miss just fucking once.
You can't.
Unbelievable. Every fucking time Dan has said something, it's just been correct. But I can't fault him too much because he was probably thinking, okay, this is the best way to make this end if she's somewhat happy. Aristocracy replied, I don't think she left him with any choice. Alicia, another streamer friend of Destiny, said in a reaction stream, it's not a relationship, you were just a hit it and quit it, and you're too fucking crazy to handle that. You're too fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs to understand that you were just a vagina for a day. Get over it and move on. Jesus. On October 2nd, 2021, Stardust debated Zerka about the claim that Destiny pumps and dumps women. Stardust said it was unfair to imply that Destiny doesn't care about his sex partners. On October 8th, 2021, Aber and Preach, a man-focused commentary channel with 1.9 million subs, posted a video titled, Why Would You Call Me Princess? How Crazy Women Hold Men Hostage. The video is monetized and has 1 million views. Aber unlisted it at Destiny's request a year later, around the time I announced I was writing this article. On October 26, 2021, Destiny blacklisted Anna from panel shows, stating, if any of the political panel shows or people affiliating with Anna in any way, I'm not going on the show for 6 months. He read aloud a chat message that said, I think you might be able to report her to the school for ethics violations. She's psychoanalyzing people publicly. On October 1st, 2021, Destiny posted in his offline chat, tell Anna if she leaks my sexting, I might have some pics to share. Anna took this as a threat to leak her nudes and would later refer to it as sexual abuse. On October 12, 2021, Anna accused Destiny of pressuring her to not use a condom when they had sex in 2020. He denied this, and she later admitted it was not true, and that she'd said it out of anger. On December 26, 2021, Destiny read the winners of his Community Year Awards. Panel Shitshow of the Year, Zerka Royal with Anna. Antagonist of the Year, Anna. Ally of the Year, Aristocracy. Neurodivergent of the Year, Mental Health Awareness Award, Anna. Drama of the Year, Bob 7. Anna came in 2nd place. Re of the Year, Anna. Why would you call me Princess? Re symbolizes baseless whining or screeching. It's actually autistic screeching, it's supposed to be, but another error in the article. On
Max,
January
what are you
5th,
doing?
2022, Destiny played video games on stream while listening to Anna rant about him on her own stream, making occasional comments like she's lying and nice. I mean, I think you basically summed up all of Destiny's gaming streams in that one comment, to be honest. On 23rd of January 2022, Dan asked Destiny how things were going with Anna. Destiny said, "It's the same as always. She's looping infinitely. There's nothing else to really say." Dan, you think there's no way out of it for you, yeah? Destiny, not until she kills herself or she kills me. Dan, alrighty, okay, well, a little dark all of a sudden. Destiny, what else can happen? Destiny reads aloud an email from a therapist who explains how they'd used DBT therapy to treat Anna's needs to be a victim. He seemingly later attempted to give her this therapy himself on stream. The same day, Destiny invited Anna to talk to him. The stream was titled Confronting Anna About Her Lies and Never-Ending Loops. Destiny, you're actually insane. How can you not realize this? Anna, you're driving me crazy, Stephen. How can you not realize this? Anna said she was upset he still calls her a stalker. Destiny told her to drop it. Destiny, if every time you bring it up on stream, then I respond to it, and then it happens over and over again, why not just leave it? Destiny said she was having a psychotic break and that she wasn't really trying to let it go. Anna, I'm just hoping that people will slowly not think I'm a stalker. I don't know. Destiny, it's not going to end on your terms, and accused her of faking breakdowns. You're like giddy right now to have this conversation, but simultaneously you say I've made you suicidal. How does that work? Anna, I think you know that is my defense mechanism. Yeah, it's called borderline personality disorder. I think that's what's going on. They argued about whether she meets the criteria for borderline personality disorder. Anna said she has OCD and can't stop herself from re-engaging. Destiny, I've never in my life interacted with somebody that has the fortitude that you do to carry it forward in a negative way that is so self-destructive. You're steadfast in your engagement with your own self-destruction. Why are you posting a Bible verse? Anna, because I can't let people think lies about me. I can't let it go. We're here, by the way. We're here. We're here. Destiny asked Anna what she works on in therapy. She said she works on OCD. He then asked if she uses DBT. It's effective for people with borderline. They both laughed. Destiny then read the criteria for borderline personality disorder and tried to convince her that she has it. You said you were feeling suicidal. I think that matches under self-harm. Some days I do feel suicidal because of the harassment and stuff, and I feel like, wow, this is kind of hopeless. Holy shit, it's never going to get better. You've been talking about me for over a year and a half. Oh well, haven't you been doing the same thing? They made another agreement to not talk about each other. Destiny said she won't make it 12 hours. Oh my god, this is a fucking slog, isn't it? Jesus.
Keep going, Chud. I need the content.
I'm on YouTube because I wanted to do some YouTube streams, basically.
$120.
I think you convince yourself that because of the type of abuse I've subjected you to, I think that you could try to kill me in real life, and I think you would feel justified doing it. Do you think you have a good enough reason on everything that I've done to you? Do you think you have good enough reason to try to kill me? Fuck no, dude, that's fucking insane. Destiny, don't you think if you did kill me, you would still be the victim in the situation? By the way, subscribe to me. Hit the subscribe button. That's free. You can subscribe for free. Don't forget to subscribe before you go. I do loads of great videos and you'll love it. Subscribe, 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 subscribe. That's insane, dude. What the fuck? Anna claimed that Destiny wants to hurt her. If I wanted to cause you the maximum amount of pain and suffering, don't you think there's a million other things that somebody like me could do? I'm a pretty resourceful person. The only reason you wouldn't do it is because of how it would impact you, not because it's morally wrong. Why do you think it would impact me? I don't know, get you banned or something. I can get around things. I'm sponsored by surfshark.deals/destiny. There's a VPN that I could get where I have 3 months for free, 80% discount. I could log in to an IP anywhere in the world. Destiny opened up a website about psychosis and argued that she is psychotic and delusional. Anna explained that her thinking is not distorted to the point where it could be called a break from reality. He asked if she's medicated. She said she isn't. He spent several minutes trying to persuade her to go on antipsychotics or antidepressants. Anna accused Destiny of trying to make people think she's crazy, and he acknowledged that it was true. Yeah, I don't want anybody listening to you, and I want people to think you're crazy because you lie about me constantly. He was referring to a lie about him pressuring her to use a condom, as well as her evasiveness when confronted about why she'd recently promoted another streamer who hates Destiny. At the end of the conversation, Destiny said, I'll look forward to responding to your clips tomorrow when I see you freaking out again, and reminded her of his ongoing offer to do a group session with her and a therapist. Afterward, a viewer commented in Destiny's subreddit, "Okay, I'm getting worried this is a sex thing and they're getting turned on by arguing in front of an audience. And I'm not sure if I feel comfortable participating anymore." 59 upvotes. Wait! I know what this is. This was in my Discord. This happened in my Discord.
Oh my god.
In my Discord, right? And it was basically what happened was I decided to look at this Anna stuff because I thought maybe it's interesting content, right? And I was looking at it on stream and I was offering some criticisms. Like I thought that Destiny, like trying to diagnose Anna was fucking cringe as fuck, and I said that was bad. I remember I remember vaguely arguing with people about it in my chat because people were telling me, no, that actually it's the only way to stop this. Like it was fucking retarded. Anyway, I was like, should I bring Anna on? Shouldn't I bring Anna on? I don't know what to do. Dan brought me on. Dan came on to try and to talk to me about it, right? Anna never ended up coming on, but Anna was in my Discord and was like fighting with all these people in my Discord. It was fucking insane. Anyway, it was a very annoying stream, but nonetheless, I'm over it now. I just remember this happening on my stream, or in my Discord. I remember Skitzer went on Reddit about you. I mean, I've got to be honest with you, right? I think that I've had fairly reasonable takes on the Anna situation, even watching that stream. Yes, of course, Anna's done some crazy shit, that's undeniable, and there's definitely criticism that can be levied there. But the takes I've given are pretty measured, pretty reasonable. And, you know, reading through the timeline like this, I think, well, I don't really think I've said anything that's that out of fucking pocket. Particularly when a lot of what I've said, even like, you know, I don't know, it just doesn't seem that crazy. The issue I've got, obviously, with the way this is framed is the way it's being characterized, right? It's the way it's all being sort of characterized and put together in this article. Even the way it's presented, I feel, is like a walk back, like I said earlier, from how it was presented initially. Anyway, I'll give my takes after I finish reading, okay? Let's continue on. The video is a recording of a Discord group call where several Destiny fans yell at and about Anna, often mimicking Destiny's arguments and even his speech patterns. Man 1. A big claim right now is that people are accusing her of lying and she didn't, but the fact that she's here when she said she wasn't going to talk about this for 2 days is literally demonstrating that she's a liar. Man 2, can you stop parroting whatever you heard Destiny say? True! Man 3, it's not just parroting what Destiny says, we're here watching it in real time. Last night she said she wasn't going to talk about it, here she is talking about it, she's lying. I mean, in fairness, she was talking about it because I was talking about it on my stream. But anyway, Man 4, yes, toe the DGG line. Toe the line. Toe the line. Not a cult, not a cult, not a cult. Is that Queeman? I wonder who that was. Anna, why did these people join? Are you guys trying to get stalked by me or something? You got to line up and take a ticket if you want to get stalked. Anna, can I ask you a question? Oh, Dario. Dario's in here as well. What? Anna, can I ask you a question? How do we figure out if somebody is lying, do you know? Usually you have to have some sort of evidence of intent, I would think. How do you figure out evidence of intent? Have you ever watched a legal show or a trial or something where somebody's on trial, where we're trying to establish intent, do you know? As he pressed her about how she's a liar, Destiny's young fans blurted out random memes. Oh my god. That is so cringe. I remember that happening, man. That was an insane day. Anyway, continuing on. January 24th, 2022. Aristocracy uploaded a video titled Anna Frills is starting to scare me.
Yeah, Aristocracy hasn't like streamed in a while too.
Aristocracy drew a diagram of Anna's friendships, alleging a sociopathic pattern of burning bridges and trying to ruin people's reputations amongst their friends. She watched a clip of Anna saying she won't forget the people who betrayed her, and says that if Anna murders her, this clip will be used in the trial. January 25th, 2022. A Destiny allied drama streamer named Charlogic. Hey!
Oh, he's in it. First reference.
The first reference, guys. The first reference. The first reference. That is with the upload of the conversation I had with Dan that I was just referencing. Uploaded Dan joins call against Anna. Warns Chud against platforming her, featuring Wicked Supreme and Dylan Burns. Dan warns the other Orbiters, if you guys don't call her out when she's saying shit on here, you guys are going to earn the fucking serious ire of Destiny like times 1,000. He also said, I think she's actually the type of person who might try to kill you.
Jesus.
God, that takes me back. January 26, 2022. Dylan Burns TV uploaded Dylan, you're being abusive, confronting Anna Var about the Destiny drama featuring Destiny. Dylan confronted Anna
My
about
God, this is bringing back memories,
going
man.
as far as
Jesus.
saying she may have been the one pressuring Destiny to use a condom, if anything. Dylan cross-examined her for 20 minutes before Destiny joined the call and took over the questioning. He asked Anna why they didn't use any condoms when they had sex. She shot back, why do you like being cucked? Jesus. Destiny laughed and feigned ignorance. How do I like being cucked? What? Do you want to go further, Anna asked, threatening to out the details of their sexting. As I mentioned before, Destiny may enjoy being threatened in this manner. I mean, including stuff like that is wild. I've got to be honest with you.
It's just like taking pot shots at Destiny. That's all it really is.
Anyway, let's continue on. Destiny urged Anna to stop talking about him in public, saying, at this point, if you continue to engage with it, I'm just making money off you. I got 150,000 views on my last YouTube. I've got to say, right, all of this as well, because I remember it's like, oh, Destiny's like, my stuff with Anna was ages ago. It was years ago now. And it's like, I remember there was stuff happening in 2022 where it's still quite vicious, you know? So yeah, anyway, let's continue on. Destiny urged Anna to stop talking about him in public, saying, at this point, if you continue to engage with it, I'm just making money off of you. I got 150,000 views on my last YouTube video. I'm profiting from your suffering, from your agony. Dylan said, legitimately, this would be a good reason for Destiny to just say, fuck it, I'm going to talk about it forever and just make money off of it, just make videos out of it. If I've got to deal with all these accusations, I might as well profit off of it. Anna explained that her streams are compulsive and she's unable to stop doing them. Dylan said she had a grim future ahead of her.
And she wants to be a clinical psychiatrist, like a psychiatrist or clinical psychologist. I don't know. And she wants to like do that. Get the fuck out of here.
Destiny said if she can go 6 months without talking about him, he will take down all of his videos about her and retract his statements about her being a stalker. February 6, 2022, Destiny attempted what his fans called a therapy session with Anna. While playing video games, Destiny interviewed Anna methodically about her ruminations and coping strategies. I think usually the recommendations would be to remove yourself from those triggering environments, but I don't think you want to just completely give up and stop streaming because people are saying untrue things about you. That doesn't feel very satisfying, which is understandable. Have you thought about the ways to reduce the interaction that you have with people that might say untrue things about you? Anna accepted his attempt to help in spite of the fact that her main complaint is that Destiny has called her an insane stalker multiple times and has even offered to retract the claim in exchange for her silence. I don't want to do too much interpretation here. But given the consistent back and forth between them, the on and off sexual nature of their relationship, and the lack of any real stalking behaviors, I don't think there's any justification for calling her a stalker. Destiny explained to the audience that the experience of rumination is so foreign to normal people that they may be unable to comprehend the strength of the obsessive thoughts. Eating a sandwich, Destiny suggested that Anna try redirecting her attention when she's in a thought spiral rather than fighting it. He told her to form a support system that understands her OCD, to make a plan to redirect herself when she ruminates, and to talk to a therapist about how to break her rituals. Before leaving, Anna said, "Thank you for your input and understanding, I appreciate that." Speaking to chat, Destiny said, "I did a lot of reading on OCD over the past few days, and I think I actually take back every single thing I said. I don't know if she's borderline or histrionic at all. I think that a lot of her behavior can actually be explained through OCD, and I think that if I treat it as such, and if she's aware of it, and if they're all aware of it, it might be easier for her to move on through everything. I think it's probably better than just assuming she's like an insane borderline person and blah blah blah." Within 2 weeks... I mean... Within 2 weeks, they were sexting again and continued to sext intermittently until at least November 2022. February 24th, 2022, I met Anna on an impromptu panel. She was wary of me, and I of her. I didn't know anything that had happened, but had been told by my new fans that she was a stalker and that Destiny would be very upset if I platformed her. I uncharacteristically took this at face value, probably because I was enjoying my newfound fame and money. April 21st, 2022. Destiny invited me to mediate a stream conversation between him and Anna. By this point, I'd asked him about
my
Anna
goodness.
and had accepted his explanation. They had a fling, she got obsessed with him, and then things simmered down. Having no real knowledge of their relationship, I was about to become complicit in her abuse by allowing Destiny to frame the conflict on his terms. Keep the money coming. Listen, I know that Destiny's gone live on Kick. Keep the fucking money coming, okay? If you want to buy my fucking, you know, defense of Destiny here, you want to buy my white blood cell, the money needs to keep fucking flowing, all right? As long as the money keeps flowing, we're going to keep reading, and I'm going to keep defending Destiny, all right? I joined the stream and asked Anna what she wanted to communicate to Destiny, who was playing video games. Anna, I feel like he minimizes just how upsetting and stressful and painful this whole experience was for me. Get over it is sort of like the message. I asked how she was feeling. Anna, just depressed and hopeless, and why do I even bother studying psychology? Anyway, she said the damage to her reputation made her want to drop out of school and disappear from the internet. I pointed out that Destiny has steeled himself against online harassment, so he's unlikely to acknowledge how this is
some people
affecting
just aren't made for the internet, man. They just
if he let
aren't.
the hate get to him, he would have killed himself a long time ago. Destiny argued that while the original blow-up was traumatic for Anna, from that point on, the trauma has to be self-inflicted. The only person that can stop it at this point is her, so I don't know what I can do. In my infinite charity for Destiny, I said, you have so much more power than her in this situation that even if you're trying to make a conscious effort to repair it and protect it from yourself and your community, you still almost really can't. He replied, sure, but then what do I do? Because I'm the one that gets attacked, right? Surprised at his willingness to acknowledge the power differential, I pointed out the negative you say about her is amplified by 10 million compared to what she says about you. That's that I don't say negative things about her. Taken further aback, I said, even if you're just implying, you're implying negative things about her right now in this conversation. The mediation started to seem impossible. The mediation, sorry, my bad, started to seem impossible because Destiny wouldn't actually take a position. Me. Why do you care what she says? Destiny. Technically, I guess I don't because I can just do this. But for her sake, it's probably not healthy, right? Me. I hate when people call me an abuser. It doesn't affect you. Destiny. Everybody calls me an abuser. I don't care at this point. Me. Mr.Girl, obviously. Doesn't that make it worse? Destiny. No. It is what it is. I don't care. Me. Okay, so you're saying that you request for her to stop calling you an abuser or stop relitigating this.
It's locked.
I think it's bad for her mental health. A few minutes later, I paraphrased his position. I'm telling this person to stop saying bad stuff about me only for her own good. I'm a saint and I just want what's best for you, and what's best for you is to keep my name out of your fucking mouth, you lying bitch.
God
After a pause,
damn.
Destiny asked his chat, where did I go to get that dragon stone? Is that about the game? Is that about the game he was playing? That's got to be about the game he was playing at the time, right? I think the point, okay, the point of including this from Mr. Girl's perspective is, you know, he's trying to give his position on what's going on, and he's trying to get in there and talk to him about it, and Destiny is so disinterested, you know, that he's more interested in finding out about his game than having the conversation, right? That's the point that Max is trying to make. Is it Elden Ring? Anyway, I've got to be honest with you. I mean, with the bloat of this article, maybe some of that could have been cut out, but anyway. Might have been a D&D, okay. Anyway, giving up on reaching him, I left him with this. You're both each other's worst nightmare. Destiny's worst nightmare is that he's going to turn into a sensitive, thin-skinned, ranting, raving, crying woman. And Anna's worst nightmare is she's going to turn into an abusive predator who abuses her power and steps on people and hurts them. Sometime during the spring, Destiny deleted every Discord DM he's ever sent Anna. May 26, 2022, Destiny directed his audience to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread, effectively doxing her on his stream. Okay, what's the context of this? That sounds pretty serious. He did this
Wait,
like
did he actually do that?
for something she'd said about him on stream, explained in the DM exchange below. Despite being on relatively good terms and despite having sexted 2 days prior. So some of this stuff, like, that is a pretty big claim, right? And to me, I'm like, well, I know that he's made big claims about me that I think are pretty,
Oh shit! There's the butcher.
misrepresentative of what happened. So what actually happened here?
It's easy to talk to her about those I left for the community life.
Kiwi Farms is a forum where users track and discuss the lives of lolcows, internet figures who provide entertainment in the form of schadenfreude. It is common for forum users to dox their targets and take sadistic delight in the psychological harm they inflict. Cheerfully, I mean, that is an extremely, you know, like, look, like, there's criticism of Kiwi Farms that you could make. But, I mean, the way it's framed here, one of the big things about Kiwi Farms is, like, not touching the poo, right? The whole point is you're not supposed to interact and instigate things with them directly via Kiwi Farms. That's called touching the poo.
I just don't have to build
you
yet.
shouldn't do that.
Take
You're
them out.
supposed to document and discuss and talk. So, you know, I mean, I can understand the characterization of it in a certain way, but, like, the thing is with Kiwi Farms on the whole, broadly speaking, is that 9 times out of 10 you can just ignore what they're doing and it won't affect you, basically. Anyway, let's continue. Cheerfully, Destiny said, "This is my only non-media blackout time. Somebody on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. I'm only doing non-media blackout because I know you fuckers are going to be finding it slowly over the next week or two and then talking about it in chat and then getting big bans. So if you're obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can go and post all you want, read all you want, make accounts there. People put a lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go, okay? This seems less so that he's like, you know, a malicious thing. It seems more so that he's just sick of people talking about it and he's like, fuck off to Kiwi Farms if you want to, you know, do lolcow shit or whatever, right? I mean,
Yeah, he's having like another
that's how I'm
out-of-pocket,
interpreting
like,
that, but obviously I'm a white blood cell. So
like
what do I know?
chat with his chat.
Alright, boom. Now back to the media blackout mode. Oh, the reason why we do the media blackout is because anytime she gets any attention, that will loop and feed into itself for fucking hours or weeks or months or whatever. Anna's Kiwi Farms thread had been created 2 weeks earlier and an average 1.4 posts per day. The day Destiny signal boosted the thread, there were 35 posts, followed by another 99 that week. Anna's full name and city were doxed the day Destiny announced the thread, with one user saying, "Kimmy just lied on stream saying that a dox is fake and the information is not true. Alright, challenge accepted, stalker." The user posted Anna's family photos and screenshots from her family's social media to prove that she had been successfully doxed. Anna DM Destiny, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You just outed that Kiwi Farms thread about me. Dude, you are horrible." Destiny, "I have a media blackout related to your stuff and I wanted to get everyone to get it out before people were talking about it incessantly over the next 2 weeks as more and more people discovered it. You were constantly talking about me on your stream, so I think it's fair for me to bring it up. You went as far as to say I was sexually abusive the last time you mentioned me." Anna, "Because you threatened to leak my nudes, you fucking sociopath. You literally ruined my fucking life. You just doxed me on your stream. Fuck you. You put me in danger." Okay, this is, I'm seeing where, you know, I'm seeing where Mr.Girl is looking at my situation in such a thing. He's framing this in like, obviously, you know, is it an advisable thing to do? No, probably not. But he's framing it in like this insane way that Destiny is doing it because he wants, like, you know, he wants this fucking outcome. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's acting like Destiny's doing it to be like, I want her doxed, I want her found, I want her fucking taken out or something, you know? It's like a bit of a reach. Sure, you can criticize Destiny for doing this, right? I think there's plenty to criticize in like doing this in a sort of offhanded way on stream. But the framing is like crazy to me anyway. But, you know, I'm just here to defend Destiny at all costs, so what do I know? Let's continue on. Okay. You're doing it yourself and you're going to keep doing it to yourself. October 24th, 2022. Lav. First Lav mention. Okay. A 24-year-old streamer Destiny had a sexual relationship with told Destiny on stream that he hadn't done a good job of protecting Anna from harassment. Destiny immediately threatened to cut ties with her if she kept talking. I was part of the stream as well, and I agreed with Lav that he was not simply Anna's victim. I still knew very little about the relationship. Shouting, Destiny said that Anna's abuse of him was as straightforward as somebody being locked in a basement, beaten and starved. He went to the bathroom, leaving Lav and me alone to talk in front of the audience. I said if she wanted to push back against his claim that she was defending his abuser, she should take the position that Anna didn't really lock him in a basement. The chat was ignited. Why talk about it, retard? Don't say that. Destiny, are you okay? Manipulators latching onto the thing that can hurt Destiny. Victim blaming. Mr.Girl and Lav are a narcissist. Destiny fans started multiple posts about it in my subreddit. The topic of Anna is banned from his, about how I was weaponizing his abuse without understanding the situation. They commented, why are we opening this can of worms? It feels like other people's trauma is being hijacked so people can win an argument. If this is something that is to be discussed, do it in private for the love of God. I don't care what Steven thinks about it, to be honest. This was a line for me. I don't know what exactly I can see from Max to erase the feeling of absolute disgust I have right now. Though I had been warned never to mention Anna, I was still surprised by the response and pointed out that Destiny had fucked the streamer, didn't hold boundaries with her despite calling her a stalker, and didn't hold his boundary with Lav about not wanting to talk about it. I couldn't understand why the fans of the 33-year-old millionaire shit talker were rushing to hold his boundaries for him. 2 weeks later, I found out he'd been sexting her on and off all along. I felt strongly that I should speak out about it, if only to repent for my own complicity, and began working on this project. November 10th, 2022. Destiny found out I was investigating his professional relationships and accusing him of sexual misconduct. He launched a counterattack immediately, calling me a rapist, abuser, manipulator, and narcissist on stream. Anticipating this, I begged Anna for 3 hours to give me a screenshot proving he was still sexting her. She was extremely resistant, as she felt a screenshot would be too much of a violation of Destiny's privacy and she didn't want to jeopardize her ongoing relationship with him. She suggested I go public without it, saying she would provide one if Destiny denied the claim. Fearing I'd be hung out to dry, I recruited my girlfriend and Lav to help me convince her. Oh, here we go. Destiny started up the attack stream titled I'm Nuclear and began his campaign to smear and discredit me. I still had permissions in his Discord server, so I jumped onto the stream and said, "You've been sexting consistently with Anna for a year." He responded, "Me and Anna don't have any problems." I said everything that he said about her is a lie, and that she never stalked him. He countered that she did stalk him, but that stopped a year ago. They've been cool since, and he has no obligation to provide the public with details of his personal sex life. When I kept arguing, he muted me, so I left. And oh my god, okay, right. Let me just get through. We're near the end of the Anna segment. I can feel it, okay? We're near the end of the Anna segment. We're getting there.
It's almost there.
When I kept arguing, he muted me, so I left. Anna gave me the screenshot and I tweeted it out. She would later DM Destiny.
Oh my god, I'm even struggling here too. Like, I'm not giving any commentary. Like, I don't know even know like how long. I'm even struggling here too. God, I wish I think I could have taken out the butcher. I just don't have the build for it. I don't know if I want to keep using like teleport too. I might just have to switch these out too, the QER, because it's just like. But this is like so much too. Like if you don't know like the Indiana stuff, I'm actually kind of like familiar with it because I actually remember a lot of this stuff happening on stream. It is just like, God. I do not want Destiny's life whatsoever because of all the problems it has. I would like his money though. I would love his money, but not his life though.
The only reason I ever showed Mr. Girl that screenshot was because he said it will help people to see that I'm not a stalker. Keep this private, okay, please, because Max scares the shit out of me. He is insanely manipulative, like holy shit. The amount of coercion he was putting on me to send him a screenshot of us sexting was insane. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. Steven, yeah, I know. He's got you and Lav twisted into this idea that I'm running around sexually manipulating and abusing people on my stream. The next day, Anna DM'd me. I'm not happy that Lav broke our privacy agreement. I'm also sorry that my behavior has been two-faced. I'm scared that you're going to come after me now like Lav has. Jesus Christ, okay. I replied, no, I knew you would go back to him. You're trapped just like I am. I've been struggling to get out of his grip for a year. I'm just like you and I see that now. I've been crying all day. 2 days later, on November 13th, Destiny reacted live to Chud Logic panel discussing Lav's abuse claims against Destiny. Anna was in Chud Logic's audience chat, asking to be let on so she could speak for herself. Destiny, laughing, said, "Dude, Anna is probably mentally completely getting fucking destroyed right now." A moment later, he said, "That's not funny, I shouldn't." As he listened to Lav criticize his relationship with Anna, Destiny said, "Me and her are cool, everything is fine or whatever, but just to be clear, this idea that she's some slave of mine is unreal. Lav is totally inventing this idea." But moments later, an audience member sent Destiny a screenshot of Anna's messages in Chud Logic's chat. "Oh, Anna's in Chud's chat saying that now." He weaponized that powerful platform against me to the point where I was held hostage to him. I was literally, okay, well, never mind. Maybe she's saying it now, I guess. Over the nearly 3 years since their conversation, Steven has mentioned Anna in more than 150 streams. Right. I need a few minutes to sort my fucking life out, okay? And then we're going to get back to it, and I'm going to keep reading. Because, fuck me, I'm absolutely stitching up this person that I'm supposed to be seeing. So let me just... I'll forward it to his employment. Ooh,
oh, we're at the end of the we're at the end of the video. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. That actually went by pretty quick.
By now. Sorry for any trouble this causes. Thanks. For
you had the right time frame, Chud. I mean, this was good.
Just, like, malicious and unnecessary, right?
Okay,
nah,
we gotta keep going.
This is the fucking school. Talking shit online and stuff's fine, but this is
it's the end of the video.
Absolutely no way you could argue this is based.
And you got commercial for Old Spice. Hold on.
I think what Destiny is doing.
Is it up yet? Is it up yet? Did DK? No, Chud is live at the moment though. Yeah, he's live right now. Oh my god. Okay, we gotta wait. We gotta wait. I can't stream snipe. That wouldn't be right. That'd be fucked up. Bro, this is like some crazy ass shit. You know what? Hold on. Let's go to watch later. There's a couple of videos on here.
What's up, guys? Streamer TV, and first up in the news, we have Aiden Ross and Jake Lucky. Yesterday, Jake on Twitter shared some information that a mega superstar will be signing to the Kick streaming platform, and many in the comment section were pointing out Dr. Disrespect, as Dr. Disrespect is not tied down to any contract on any other platform, and other speculations are saying Asmongold. And yesterday, Tramix TV shared on Twitter that 6 new signings to Kick will happen soon. But what are you guys' thoughts on this? Do you think that Dr. Disrespect or Asmongold will sign with Kick? Let me know in the comment section below.
Train is fucking just hates Twitch now, man.
Race? You want to go this way? What are you driving? A Cobalt? Are you driving a Chevy Cobalt? My Elantra, my 4-cylinder would smoke you.
Dude.
Yeah, it's an Elantra. What are you rocking over there? A 4-cylinder? My mom?
That was a good one. That was a good one.
E-Rob meets a fan in the drive-thru.
It's on Twitch.
What's the name?
E-Rob221.
Evolve221?
E-Rob221. Yeah. Oh. That's funny, man. You want me to write it down? I got it. There you go.
As soon as I go on big, if you guys are still alive, I'm going to give you guys a couple subscribers.
Squeaks asks for Wake's full name.
I'm so sorry. I interrupted you before. What's your full name?
Wake Wilder.
Wake Wilder, is that right? So I'm just trying to say that I want to turn a new leaf. It was Wake Wilder, right? Because next time, son, you get confident, just know that we are holding the reins. You understand?
That was actually good. Squeak's getting the OTK rub. Good for him, man. Good for him. He's entertaining as hell.
I would show you guys my outfit, so somebody saw it. Because I know I'll get questions. My dress is from
Yeah, give a little love to Streamer TV here.
My jacket is from ASOS, and my boots are Topshop.
Union busting Simply and Squeaks.
Here's what I'll say. I am pro human beings. Simply.
We are pro human beings. Our working conditions have been
quality for a long time. We've had no problems, no complaints.
That's right, baby.
You two come along, start working, and guess what? There's problems. So what does that mean? Oh, maybe it's you.
No.
Maybe you didn't work hard enough, because to me, it looks like nothing's been done. I know what this backyard looked like. There is nothing. Nothing has been done.
Excuse me.
Don't touch me.
Hey, do you
No touching.
Do you think that behavior's appropriate?
Yes.
Like, listen, I don't want to be
This is a union bus, baby. This is capitalism. Fuck the workers.
You can keep it down from a 10 to like an 8. Do you know what I mean, guys? Thank you so much.
Oh my
How do you feel
god.
about getting a single slice of pizza? He does that because he has you in his pocket.
Real footage of what mischief workers are forced to do.
Really? Wait, turn. Oh my god. Oh. I think we've got too far.
Why is there like multiple like frozen?
At least I can trace this.
The legend come with a last minute 3,000 donation.
2.9k. Do it. Actually, a little 2.5k. Sorry, 8k is what I said. I misspoke. So just to help, get that.
This would actually make sense now with crackling energy around.
I need to get it. Skip a week. Oh my God! The legend came with $3,000. The legend, the hero returns. He gave us so much money on the charity special. The legend come. The legend. The goat. Oh my God. The hero. This is the Lord of the Rings. This is where the title came from.
When Gondor came from like the
east. This is it.
We got 550.
No way. The hero come from the live stream that we did. Remember come.
So I do. I get 555 maybe.
I remember sitting behind a sign for like an hour that said come, wondering why I'd come to Tokyo for it.
Come is the hero. He came back right when it mattered.
Well done there. That's amazing.
Chat helps Jerma solve a puzzle he's been stuck on for 30 minutes.
I can solve most problems with a crowbar, I think. Getting in somewhere, helping, just give me the crowbar and I could fix everything. I could get leverage, I could, use it to hook on and like climb a wall and or like a rock. I could do so much with a crowbar. Am I spinning this again? Bottom left? You are 2 steps away. What? Spin left? Holy sh**. How did you guys do that? How did you do that collectively in 2 turns? What? I am actually losing my mind. How? I did all that work.
Lyric with the too many games.
Alright, where are we headed? What's the plan here?
Flashbang out. Throwing flashbang.
Lakari deletes his $1,000 blue archive account.
All right, let's do it. It's time. Goodbye, Blue Archive.
There we go.
NMP, take notes.
Pro tip, if you're abusing your significant other, do not let them lock you into a suitcase. That's a good pro tip to remember for all the domestic abusers in the chat.
Victim.
I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. He came
We
a
can
really
like
long way.
the
and
the
he was
JCS
trying.
videos too.
He was really trying.
She somehow transitions into the principle of how she doesn't normally drink, and it's kind of only because of George that she drinks at all.
The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that.
What the
process like
Nick,
that. So the next thing
don't note that, Nick. What the hell? Isn't it Melina's birthday today? What are you doing?
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
I don't want to!
Man, I love these millions, can't just rest in peace. Lex and I've been killing. Yeah.
Rest in peace!
Sorry, one of two like scenarios happening, right?
Okay.
It's either that he's smart and he knows exactly what he's doing, or he's not and he's completely oblivious and he truly believes that he's, you know, a full-fledged socialist.
I don't think he
like,
truly believes that. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Nah.
I kind of think he does. I mean,
he moves along. He moves along with the times, right? He did the frat bro stuff when he was on the Young Turks. When he was with me, he was like a social democrat, and then now he's like a socialist, right? Like he moves along with the times. I think that's pretty.
Oh, okay. So then, so you're saying he is aware? So maybe I'm not giving enough.
Like if he would have been like full on like socialist, like do you know Irish Vosh? Do you know who Vosh is?
I don't, but I've seen like videos of you debating him back in the day.
That's a guy who's been like pretty consistent for pretty long in terms of like where he's at politically. Like he probably believes the things that he's talking
like I was like watching this video a hundred times. That's why
people can't change. It could be that Hassan has changed. Usually you need to see like mechanisms for growth.
Yeah, the first like
Hassan doesn't generally orient his life in a way that helps him grow. He's usually
this is the part that you actually want to see.
But yeah. Indeed.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Why? What's interesting about that?
Well, I think a distinction is important, right? Whether you're aware of what you're doing or whether you're like oblivious and you just believe that you're operating in good faith, right? Like that distinction's important for me, at least.
The way that I live my life, the way that I function is I assume that most people operate on a relatively automatic foundation. They're not like super conscious about like the things that they do generally. We just kind of like go with like trends. So like for Hassan, I think Hassan kind of just like follows what's popular. Like he's never going to be the guy, Hassan will never be the guy standing and screaming against the crowd with everybody calling him wrong or dumb. He's going to be with where most people are. And then there's some people that will, sometimes there are people that always want to stand against the crowd, the contrarians. It just depends. But I don't think Hassan is like out here like carefully crafting like, I'm going to do this personality and this year and blah, 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 blah. It's generally just kind of like going along with like, oh, well, this is what's popular online now. These are the communities I inhabit. This is what I do, which is pretty common. I don't even think he's like exceptional. He's not like an exceptionally trend. Yeah. I don't think he's like a horrible, evil person. It's just like kind of a thing that he does. I would say it's a little irritating given he's seen as like a political thought leader or whatever. I think that's kind of annoying, but like, I don't think he's like evil for that. I think it's pretty human. People don't, if you want to be a socialist, it's pretty easy to look up, especially if you're a fucking wealthy white kid online, to look up what it is you could be and what it is you want to be. Like it's pretty easy to like understand like what exactly you need to do. But people don't want to be the thing. They just want to get the credit for having the perception of being the thing.
So what you're telling me is my mistake is looking at it in that black and white way, where what you're saying is they were arguing identity, what they feel like they are, or what they want to identify as, or what groups they want to be, or whatever the right?
Yeah.
And what I'm sitting here and saying is, okay, well, your actions don't match up with, you know, what you say you want to be, which to me, there was no argument to be had. There's nothing to dive deep into. You see that. So for me, that disconnect is how can people not just say, okay, you know what? Yeah, this is true, right? But if you want to identify as that, that's fine. But you're not it, right? So like my disconnect is, I can't understand or fathom how that isn't enough.
How what?
Right? Like,
well, because people are going to fight you on the fact of that because you're threatening their identities. They don't want to accept that they're not really socialists, right? So of course they're going to fight you on it.
Yeah, but it's fact versus so they're using opinions and non-factual arguments to argue that they are something when there is an objective.
But is it objective though? They're gonna fight over like what does it actually mean to be a socialist? Maybe you don't have to do these things. They're gonna fight you. Have you ever heard of the no true Scotsman fallacy?
I have not, no.
So let's say that I say all Persians are gay, and you're like, well, that's not true. Look at this guy. He's Persian. He's not gay. Like, that's not a real Persian. It's like, what? Okay. So they say like they say all of the categories this type of thing, but then when you point to things that are in that category that aren't that thing, they go, oh, well, that's not part of the category. People will do this all the time with like
that is the scariest world to live in. I'm confused. Nothing will ever get done. Like we're all living in a fucking fantasy then.
Well, that's society, bro. We all live and die based on the perceptions that people around us have, right? If 20 people in a room think you're an asshole, even if you're not an asshole, you might as well be an asshole, right? Because you're gonna get all the same social validation and punishments based on the people's perceptions around you. But we're a social creature. We live and die by the perceptions of people around us, right? Unless you're like in a strict competitive environment where it's like a.
You know how fucking sad that is?
Well, that's literally how society works. Yeah, it sucks, but that's.
I have never even. I guess that's my own closed-mindedness and ignorance to not even understand that you know, that what you just explained exists. That's
he's not wrong about that.
Wild to me. Like,
humans are gonna human.
I guess I come from a time. I guess
this is from streamer Jason too. Let me just drop a link in chat.
If you say you're something, like you're about it.
Nah, fully. I think society's always done this shit. It's very human. Human's gonna human, you know, as a good old friend used to say.
Okay.
She streams on Kick. Wait, does she really?
Who?
Tree of Logic? I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
Loud, really tall, conservative black woman.
Oh, she does.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
This once. Oh, based.
Unless this is like a fake account. This looks more like a VOD being played, to be honest. Unless I'm tripping. Here, I'll link it too. This might be a VOD. I don't know. Maybe not.
What the fuck does this even do?
No, this has got to be a VOD.
Insulating materials. You think so? I don't even know if I fucked up. Jesus.
I'm just gonna look and see if she's posted Kick anywhere on her Twitter. Like that's the best way to find out.
Reacting to the Destiny vs. Sneaker debate, I'm really important runs away and Bryson Gray. Oh no, yeah, this is her. Yeah, this is her.
And that's her?
Yeah.
Is she like a credible? I mean, I guess I can't be biased if we're providing a platform for all, right?
What are you gonna do? Ban her?
No, I was gonna like reach out and like see if she would like verification so people don't imitate her.
Yeah, she's like a cool person. Yeah, she's got a YouTube channel already.
The only problem is she doesn't have DMs open, so I can't even DM her. So whatever. Yeah. If you ever come in contact with her, just let me know and just. Are you sure that's her page, the Tree of Logic page?
I mean, like unless somebody's like restreaming her. She might have mentioned that she was streaming on Kick too, though. So.
Yeah, I'll just wait for her to confirm. Because if I verify this and it ends up not being her, then that's really bad.
I'm gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, it's really bad if that happened.
Tree of Logic
makes me feel better about myself.
This gimbal is a big boy. This is a fat, big ass gimbal. Oh,
that is a thick gimbal.
Jeebus. Oh my god, bro, your arms are gonna get tired if you keep carrying that thing around. Like, just get it.
Wait, pull it up real quick. Let me see it again.
It's a big boy gimbal. Huge, dude.
Oh wow.
I just want a nice gimbal for my phone. The problem with a lot of cheap gimbals, I say cheap, but even for $120, the problem with gimbals that hold your phone is that like if you put any sort of pressure on it, the gimbal's not strong enough, and then it'll like fall over to the side, and it's just fucking annoying as. I want like.
Funny, bro. I actually like your hair right now.
Comb it though.
No, don't touch it. I actually like the blue right now. I don't know what like did you shower today?
Today.
It just
or last night maybe.
Yeah, I shower every day, yeah, or every other day, yeah.
There's something like the blue actually looks good today. It's weird. Like before the blue was looking a little wild, but right now I actually like it.
Glazing. Slurp it. Woman.
No. It's
But
not
that
about
won't
the
make
skill.
you
It's about you believing it was a woman, right? And what changes on a psychological level when you see that it's a man. I'm not referring to the actual act.
To the man. Yeah, but
It's
I'm
not the actual act. Ignore the act. I'm referring to what you can sit back and enjoy versus what changes in that enjoyment, right? And right, all those physiological changes that occur once you see on a psychological level that it's a man that gave it to you, it all changes. Now, if you could remove yourself from that and look at it for what it is, nothing really changed there. You got a good job from a man. And now that you know it's a man, you know you're not going to enjoy it. So you know you're not gay. Did you understand? But the objective fact remains it was still a good, but it doesn't change your sexuality.
What you think, though? No, who cares what you think though? If you what you're trying to say right now is.
So what are you saying? That since a man, you're forever gay now?
No, Train. Let me finish. Okay? Right? What you're trying to say is once you take off the blindfold and you see a man, now all of a sudden you don't like the job. No, that will never change. You liked it, whether it was a guy or a girl. You liked it, but you're not gay because number one, you were tricked into it. You didn't willingly do it, right? Like, because let's say you don't know.
Yeah, but think deeper about what that means. Like, have you ever thought deeper in what that means and why that is?
Okay, no.
It redefines everything.
Okay, since you sound like somebody who has thought deeper about it, take me through it. Go, and don't say Destiny. Take me through it.
Well, I've thought deeper into it because I've been in a situation like that.
Whoa!
I didn't get my tuck, but I made out with a dude.
Okay.
And I can even say objectively, great kisser.
Wait, you were blindfolded? Was this a dare? Is this like some Arizona weird stuff? What was this?
Well, technically, the problem is I have to be careful here because.
Oh my God! You live in fear. What the hell?
Yeah, I have to be careful here. I shouldn't say it was a dude.
Oh, it's Optimus Prime! It was Optimus Prime! It was the Decepticons! It was
no, because no. Just listen, hear me out here, okay? It was. So this was a long time ago, okay? So. How can I say this, okay?
Say it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the way to say this because in this, so I always respect, right? If even pre-op, if an individual, right, identifies as a female but was born a man, I'm going to refer to that individual as they or she. You understand? I'm going to refer to them as a girl. This situation was a bit different. That's why I said it's a dude. So I don't want that to be confused with my,
okay. What? I'm already like getting lost here.
Right. So this individual situation was different because they themselves, after the fact, presented themselves as a dude. So that's why this would be different. So they, right after the fact, they said, "I need to tell you something. I'm actually a man."
After the fact.
Yeah, so they are the ones that came to me and so they're the ones that came to me and identified as a man. So that's why I say in this situation it was a dude. So I want to be very careful there because I do, I do accept, how people want to be referred to, at least up until like they, them, she, he, right?
Sure, perfect. You don't deal with the Xenos, fine, right? But are you telling me that they looked so feminine and they approached you as a woman? Obviously not saying I'm a woman, it's just that you looked at them and you're like, this is a woman. But then after you made out, they're like, surprise, mother, right? And how did you feel when, first of all, take us through the story. How did it go down?
I've told the story on the stream many times, so I forgot exactly how it happened. I forgot exactly how it went down, but pretty much, this was during.
There's no real like actual synergy here too.
I was going through. It was a heavy drinking weed and drug phase, so I was fully just what people in today's generation would call yeeted. In my generation, we just called it f***ed up. But yeah, no one says yeeted in this generation. I thought I was old. Okay, well that shows how old I am.
No,
Anyways.
no, you sound like a boomer saying that.
Yeah, I was off the Blinkerton.
Yeah, Darius, if you
I'm gonna
want
let
to
you
see.
guys have y'all debate. Y'all be safe.
If I want to see what?
Wait, you got out of jail? How you doing, dude? You
Wait, yeah.
you surviving?
You with 7 locks, bro?
What's life like on the outside?
Is that Gideon?
Is life like on the outside? It's like how it was before going inside.
Wait, Gideon just comes in this call regularly? You guys are friends?
I think so. We're acquaintances.
Oh wow! So everyone has access to this thing. I thought it was just special. It was like 1 or 2 people had power to this room. Or is that Nathan's room, maybe?
Bro, I be running the debates, man. I be debating.
Hey, Gideon, nice to meet you, bro. Finally.
What's up, Train?
How you doing, bro?
Chilling.
You don't make some good content, man.
Baby.
Where's Gideon's kick stream? That's the real question.
Yeah, we gotta get Gideon on kick, bro. But first, we gotta remove the porn.
True.
Only for allowed.
Oh, you're into that, bro? Dude,
my persona's toxic, dude. My persona's a so.
Oh no, shit.
This is shameless.
I'm like half a
Raccoon, shit.
I agree with these religions.
You know, I experienced the supernatural destiny.
That's
not gonna lie, I like that.
Too. I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm an atheist.
I could literally send you the video. So basically, I went to a psychic to troll her.
Okay.
Right? And this knew everything.
Gideon, no, you're trolling me, right?
I'm being, bro. Literally, anybody like my old subscribers before I privated the video, they've seen it. Like, I'll send you. You can't post the video. I'll send you a link to it. But on everything, like, she knew my brother's middle name. She knew I had 3 nieces, and that wasn't even on the internet. What else did she know? She knew all the things about my videos, even though she never even like seen my channel before.
Like, how do you know though? That's the only thing.
She knew things about the Pop Smoke case, and I didn't even tell her. I made up a story saying that he was somebody else, but since she had a picture, she was able to like see the stuff about him, and she knew that he died in February, and she knew that he was shot 4 times, and she knew that there was 4 people involved in the case, and bro, like that stuff's real, bro.
You ever heard of cold reading?
Cold reading? What does that mean?
It's where somebody kind of says a bunch of stuff, and then based on how you respond, they make pretty accurate guesses about your life. You should look it up.
But how did she guess that I had 3 nieces?
I don't know. She might have said a lot of stuff. She might have looked you up online before you went in. She might have known who your stuff.
Oh, she literally lived in
skull, by the way.
Can I ask you a question, Gideon? Can I ask you a question? Did she and let me finish all the way. Did she directly say you have 3 nieces, or did she say, I can feel that you have 3 younger people that you feel good about, and you're like, oh, I do have 3 nieces. Like, did you fill the blank in for her, and then later on you convinced yourself that she knew you had 3 nieces, or did she directly say, I know you have 3 nieces?
I'm not gonna. Okay, so she said, do you have 3? You have 3 little ones that run around that you don't necessarily have to take care of. That's what she said.
Yeah, and then let's say you were to say no to that, right? You would dismiss that and you would never bring that up as a she was wrong, right?
So
and then she would keep doing it until she gets it right, and then you would only remember those things she got right. And
you know the first thing she said to me. The first thing she said to me after we did the prayer and everything, she literally said, because okay, so what basically let me give you the whole gist. So basically, what happened was I brought a picture of Pop Smokes, and I got some random underwear, and I put some like chocolate in it, and I said it was his underwear. And I had like this rapper chain that was mine, and like I let her hold the chain, and I printed out a picture of what's his name, Pop Smokes, and she like rubbed the chain. So since I wore the chain, she got my energy, and then the picture of Pop Smokes, she got his energy. And this is how I know she didn't look me up, because I was gonna tell her like some BS about the case when I was on the phone with her, and she was like, no, I don't want to know nothing about anything. So she cut me off before I could even say anything. I wasn't gonna even give her any information. And then while we were doing the reading, I didn't tell her my name at all, and she was like, I'm seeing Dijon, and she was like, for some reason I'm seeing Dijon mustard, and people call me like, because my name is Jadon. People like always growing up, they would call me Dijon. Even Pokey, she called me Dijon mustard. Like that's just what people called me. And so like she was like getting things like on the head. You feel me? So it wasn't like just broad things. She even got stuff about my filmer, and he was just filming. Like she said his aunt's name, she said my brother's middle name. She was guessing so much stuff.
Okay, what did you ask her about the future?
I didn't ask
should
her
know
that, bro.
some
I
shit
didn't.
now,
I didn't
right?
fucking go there for the future. I was trying to troll her to make a video.
Wow.
But like, I know you guys are probably like, oh, she probably looked you up and everything like that. Like, there was things where it's like,
Well, here's the question: if you're being serious, aren't you Christian?
yeah, so that's why I privated the video, cause. But
well, how do you reconcile that with your Christian belief? Because I'm pretty sure God doesn't allow for shit like that, no?
Yeah, he doesn't. But that's the thing. That's the whole reason why I did it, because I was like, oh, this is some bullshit, you know? Like the joke was the video was supposed to be like, oh, she's getting all this shit wrong, but I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, how'd you know? Like da 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 da. Like,
why? Wait, I don't want to do this right now. Why are you making me do this?
well, Train. Before they
yeah, go ahead.
continue their debate, what do you think about all the stuff I said about the sidekick?
We can talk later about it. I'll have a podcast and we can just talk like casually, like instead of like making it some like negative thing. We can just talk and you know, back and forth. I personally feel like so. Personally, I want her to be real, or I want this individual to be real, and I want it to be a something that exists, because I want magic to
That would be
exist.
nice.
I want that spiritual
But this stuff doesn't exist.
magic to exist. But from the sounds of it, I believe you got manipulated or duped.
Jesus.
Really?
I like wholeheartedly yes. And but the problem is I would have to watch the entire recording with you, like the actual recording, right? Like, because the three niece thing, I kind of like asked you if that's how it went. You said that's how it went, so I'm assuming so now I have to get to when you said that she called out the name of your recording artist, or sorry, your film. What's his name? The guy who holds his camera.
Yeah, my filmers.
Yeah, your filmer's name or whatever, or the aunt, right? Like, did she just like do the same thing? Like, I sense a Michael that's close to somebody in the room. Like, did she say that, or did she say, "Hey, you over there"?
I forget his aunt's name, but it's not like a regular name. You feel me? It's not like a Michael.
Yeah, but if you think, but if you think about what you're doing to make sense of everything that she said, you are filling in the blanks to how it could have made sense, and so you are wowing yourself. She said the information, and you're because you're piecing it together and wowing yourself, right? So what I mean by that is, when you say, wait a second, that's a weird random name, how could she have gotten that? All she did was say a name. You attributed that's a weird name, she couldn't have known that. You're attributing all the credibilities to her. She's not doing anything to attribute the credibility other than saying a name that you haven't really thought too deeply about to how she could have came to this name, nor I don't think you're remembering the exact specifics of how she even came to say the name in the first place, right? So for example, the three nieces thing, right? The way you presented it, it feels like you believe that she just presented that you have three nieces, but when I made you reiterate what actually happened, you seem to remember, wait a second, she did say, I sense three younger siblings, right, in the circle, right? Once that was made clear to you, you kind of think about it, like, wait a second, if I would have said no, I would have just dismissed it, and then she would have kept going until she got one or two things right, and all I would have pointed out was what she got right, and I wouldn't have pointed out the things that she was off about, right? So it's like, I feel like when it comes to the psychics, it's a psychological game with ourselves, where, like, it depends if you want it to be right or not right. I feel like you can, so sure, it could go against your religion and you don't want it to be right, and it started out as a troll, but maybe somewhere deep down you wanted it to be right. You wanted that chaos. You wanted that, because it feels like you're filling the blanks for her and attributing the credibility that you believe she has, but you're attributing it for her yourself without realizing it.
Didn't want it. I mean, like, because the whole point of the video was like, because I never seen anybody troll a psychic before.
Yeah, because if I'm like gathering like crackling energy, then this shouldn't be a problem.
And then where it got weird was when she was saying stuff about the case, I didn't know nothing about his case. But then me and my friends, we rewatched the whole thing raw, and like I would pause and I would really think about like the things that she was saying, and then like it was starting to click what she was talking about, because I didn't get everything at the session. When I started piecing it all together when we were back at the crib, and I was like, that's what she meant by that, or damn, okay, let's look up this thing about the case, and then I look up things about the case, and it's like, what the, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that phenomenon in itself, where it didn't hit you until you came back home and you thought about it, like that phenomenon itself is what I'm talking about, right? Like, it requires a certain level of like being in tune with yourself to realize what you just did, in that time you left to sit down like, wait, that's what she must have meant. Your mind's looking for anything to make what she said make sense, because you have attributed a credibility to her that she knows because she's told you she knows because she's a psychic, right? If your mind spent that time from the drive from there to your house figuring out what she could have meant, and you finally figured it out, right? You're looking for that. So you're going to make everything make sense, right? So like if I were to say some shit like, I sense something, you know, someone in this room has an aura of green, right? In that moment, you're like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Then you might go home, right? And some wild shit might come to you where, wait a second, when I was in 2nd grade, I tripped over and I fell into a big puddle of green, and from there, all of my childhood traumas came out to be, right? Then you'd attribute it to that, and you're like, wait a second, how did he know? Like, I believe that when you're general and broad and vague about things you say, everyone, because of how vast the human experience is and how complex it is, you will fill in the blanks for yourself, and it'll make her sound like she's completely right.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've been watching a lot of Kick.
Hey, we gotta get you on here, bro. Obviously, we gotta, you know, get moderation on and, you know, get some of the bad content gone, but we gotta get you on here, bro.
Bro, the only thing is, like, every time I see Aiden post a clip, like, that boy literally has to blur out his chat for the entire video.
Yeah, I mean, I've made that clear publicly and to him. Like, his chat needs heavy moderation. Like, it's...
Keep in mind, that's Aiden's choice. He could have mods and he could moderate the chat.
It's just him. I mean, look at Destiny's chat. Go to my chat. Like, if you like, next time I go live, go to my chat. Like, everything's banned instantly. Like, I don't even. People can't even type the word night in my chat because of the first 3 letters of night. I don't even.
Wait, KNI?
No, NIGHT. So like. I like it just depends.
He does. He's just messing around with you.
What they want. I think Aiden wants that faster chat, as if everyone's, you know, there. So I think it just allows everything to move fast.
I'll take increased damage resistance. That's fine.
Like chat is just like anywhere else on every platform. It's up to the streamer.
I didn't even know Destiny was live. I thought you guys were talking.
No, sorry.
Well, yeah. So I pitched the idea, and Eddie also had the idea, and we kind of it like ended up working, because like, so my idea was to create a platform, and I was in the process of creating for the time being my own site, kind of like Destiny's, except I can stream on it. And then we ended up coming together and saying, yo, like, you know, I have the vision, I have the experience, and, you know, they have the funding, and, you know, as long as it's, you know, 2 separate entities, and, you know, it's, you know, there's other investors involved and other things going on, and we can get something done, why not? So that ended up happening. I ended up taking the other projects, kind of combining it into one, and now we're here. So yeah, I guess like I'm kind of the creator side of things, and fortunately for the creators on the outside, you know, I'm not one of those. I'm more in the middle, so I'm going to benefit all sides. I'm not one of those PG-13s. So, yeah.
I feel like that kind of helps a little bit too, because it's like,
oh, for sure,
made by creators for creators.
But yo, Gideon, real quick, just to confirm for you, I will say this. I will confirm this. It is something that, like, Eddie and myself, we talk about very often. Like, as far as like you saying, like, you know, just having that kind of title or that credibility. Like, we talk about people that like start with us this early. Like, I mean, there is going to be things that, you know, the people who come early, like, you know what I mean? Like,
there's gonna be difficulties.
Like, I don't want to say much, but, you know, we see it. That's what I'm trying to say. It is a conversation that we have all the time. Like, you know, the people that start early, that people come with. You know what I mean? Like,
Also,
we notice
I love you guys, but I need to go eat in gym. Okay, I might be back later.
Oh, you're leaving, bro? Come on.
I have to do my shit because I need to wake up early today. Okay, I'm sorry.
When are you live tomorrow?
Well, since everything's working now, hopefully by 1.
All right, cool. Well, then I'll be on tomorrow too. Gideon, did you want to? You were saying something before I cut you off.
No, I was just saying. I feel like people that make the migration, like, it's like.
Yeah, I might be back later tonight, guys. We'll see. VOD? We should have a VOD. We'll see. But yeah, we're bringing guys.
Oh, you're reading it off stream. Okay, so I'll just entertain your chat. Okay, chat. Right now in Kick chats, let me see. Actually, you know what? Let's not. I'll try to read both chats. Okay. It's gonna be tough to filter out the trolls, but if there's any, obviously, you know, we're only 4 months in. We're in beta, right? This
There's gonna be some hurt.
4 months ago, but well, actually, before I say but, there's still a lot of shit coming, a lot of shit to do, a lot of shit to add. Okay, excuse my, excuse me not being, professional and, speaking how most people who would run should speak, but, or talk or whatever the word is. Sorry, I just woke up. But here's the point, okay? If there was anything that you see missing, which should be a lot technically speaking, but you know what I mean. Just if there's anything that you would like as, for user experience, just type it in chat. I'm gonna record it down and I'm gonna, push the ones that make sense through to the devs. I've already pushed for rewind. I already sent the rewind thing in. Embed. What do you mean by embed? If Destiny wants the embed code, he can just request it and they'll give it to him. If that's what you mean, or what do you mean by embed?
Are you talking about like the users embedding stuff?
And we need embed streams and rewind. The rewind feature would be huge. I pushed for that already. Tab auto complete emotes. Yeah, that's already coming. Like everything chat optimization wise is coming. VOD while the stream is live like Twitch. Yeah, I like that a lot. Let me actually put that in. Oh, that crossed my mind. Is there a way we can push for VOD to be live while... Okay, nice. All right, let's take one from this DGG chat, just to be fair. Let's take a look here. You're a pathetic simp. Oh, he wasn't talking to me, he was talking to Coolmain. I don't know why I just said that guy. I'm so sorry, Coolmain. What if he blocked the guy and I just said it out loud and that went against the block? Holy shit, my bad. My fault, dude. Okay, well. Wait, is Coolmain a emote or is that a person? You know what? Okay, let's move back to this kick chat. My bad, guys. Oh, it's a person? Okay, cool. 2x speed. Okay, so I'm assuming you mean that for the VOD, or you mean that for, yeah, I'm assuming you mean that for the VOD, right? Because, I'll be honest, the 2x speed option exists when watching Destiny. He's just in 2x by default. Also 2x speed for VODs. Okay. Make the screen fit without the theater mode. Let's take a look at what that means. Let's go theater mode. So make the screen fit. A way for moderators to see user chat logs to unban appeals. Yeah. So can't
I was making fun of that other chatter. You misunderstood. My tongue feels weird.
Yeah, I'm fried. Can't close Vim. Mod tools are on their way. We're gonna fully revamp that. You're gonna have timeouts. You're gonna have things, logs. Just rest assured that everything from mod view and just basic user chat experience. So pretty much one of the main things that I pushed for when I agreed to kind of come on board was I knew that chat is it's everything. So don't even trip. The chat stuff, consider that handled. Everything that you need will be coming, in the near future or in the future, right? As far as this year goes. The theater thing I'm still confused about. What did he say? Tab autocorrect emotes? Yeah, that's already there. Auto raids. Yes. We need embed streams. Okay. We need the poop tube emote. What the f is the poop tube emote? Change username color changes for chat. Yes, that will come a little later. Obviously, the priority for that isn't it's not a. Wait, did his stream end? No. VOD chat does exist. VOD chat does exist, I believe.
Yeah, the crackling's the way to go.
Clips at the bottom tab in the app. In the app. Yeah. Once the TikTok algorithm thing comes out, it's going to be the case. Are you thinking about some type?
Add a timer.
or something that shows how long somebody has been live.
There is that.
Where
Isn't
the
that
fuck
like a
is it?
command that you can
I'm
add
looking
in?
at the screen right now. I don't see it.
Hover over the screen.
Oh. Okay, the implementation is ass.
Just mute yourself real quick while I do this. Let's see here. Please make it so pressing escape scrolls to the bottom of the chat line like Discord does. Does it? Oh my god, Discord does do that. Wow. Oh my god, thank you. Wow. That's actually that's beneficial for me. Wow. I used to always scroll down. Jesus Christ. Good. Clips need to play. I'm just going to copy and paste this directly to the person that I need to send it to. Okay.
This is like so
Sweet.
fucking good.
Okay. PayPal functionality needed. Yeah, all payment stuff will come later on.
Not worried about that.
Payment, actually. That's what's needed.
Yeah. Arrow up for previous chat messages. Yep, I like that. That should be an option. I don't like how it's not, but then again, it's gonna really cause issue for spamming. Train audio only mode. Can't you just turn the stream on and minimize?
No, subscriber audio only. I like that idea. Only subs could hear you.
I think what Destiny is doing to me is horrible. And for you to say, even for anybody to be like, I don't know whose side I'm on at this point, I think
We got like 4 of this.
Is brainwashed.
We'll talk a little bit more about Sneeko.
Kickboxing champion. I've got a Bugatti. Take this video as a cautionary tale as to what not to do with your online
Did not
presence.
pre-watch this video either.
Career, but now is the laughing stock of the internet. Nico, aka Sneeko, built his reputation as a creator who fearlessly spoke his mind and shared his life experiences.
Give this a like too.
But as his popularity
I was just kind of like scrolling through his other videos too, and I really liked it.
I don't want this to be too long of a video, so I'm going to start with his journey.
Where's my OBS?
Online, and ultimately the events that led to his well-deserved downfall.
You guys suck. This is the internet. Have some fun. At least be funny.
It's good shit, man.
Worst side character in an MMO.
I am not a feminist, and for some reason that means I'm against gender equality.
So Sneeko launched his channel in 2013 and focused on gaming. But when gaming videos weren't resulting in subs, he began to upload commentary videos where he would discuss life topics.
The reality is most of us are going to spend our lives wondering how everyone else is going to see us instead of improving ourselves for ourselves.
In 2018, he became friends with MrBeast, and he worked with him, but he got fired after one YouTube video.
Solution, boys. Here's what we do.
I talked about this in a video, like I made an expose, right after I got fired, I was tight. I didn't have any subs at the time, I had like 27K, but I made like a MrBeast exposed video trying to like get some redemption from it. And it only got 30 views, I took it down in 10 minutes. MrBeast was one of the 30 views, and so like, it's, like, bro, we don't really talk anymore. We went from like being possible friends and stuff like that to like, me doing that fucked up the relationship forever. We're never gonna be able to be friends after that, I don't think. I fucked it up.
After his firing, he started a segment called 1 Minute Podcast, where he would ask people controversial questions.
White lives matter? You think it's okay to be fat? Do you have a racial preference when you're dating? Would you date a trans person?
But throughout
Wait,
2020,
this was actually like that 1 minute podcast thing was actually like a good idea. It was actually good content too.
Racist. I'm everything. And white people, I'll give you this. You're not the stinkiest race. You know who the stinkiest race is. The stinkiest race, I'm not gonna say it because but they drive cabs. Thank you. Come on, they smell like
I appreciate that,
curry.
Sneeko.
Like
Thank you.
Smell the curry come out of their skin. White people, you don't take the stinkiest card.
Do you trust a female cop to stop a...
Absolutely.
Okay, so...
Bro, a female cop, like, okay, arrest me. All right, female cop, yeah, arrest. I could just one hook.
Done.
Then to maintain his relevancy, he was starting beefs with bigger creators than him, like D'Angelo Wallace.
I only saw like 10 minutes. I was skipping around and I was getting mad. Not only at his braces and the fact that he looks like a TikTok Lil Tecca. Not even just the fact that he dresses like Ellen.
Don't know who that.
Just his
D'Angelo Wallace,
voice,
I know who that is.
his
Mostly because of
face.
like
I want to fight him, but I don't. No, I
that
don't
video,
wanna fight
but
him.
then
I don't want.
like Lil Tecca, not so much.
I wouldn't want to punch this guy in the face. Look at his. I love his braces. There's no part of me that wants to smack that fucking microphone into his nose so it slips his glasses off his fucking face.
Then throughout 2022, he started piggybacking off of the fame of Andrew Tate, making the exact same sort of content, except reacting to TikTok clips.
Would you consider wearing a slutty outfit teasing a man?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess so. Not that ugly anyway, so who even—
All men end up ugly? Nah! This is why we need to body shame more. Look, bro! Come! Look at her! That shit doesn't make you mad?
even really cares?
They men ended up ugly, but I'm 25 and fat as fuck. What?
It didn't last long because he got banned on YouTube in October of 2022 because repeated violations against the terms of service. He moves the stream to the platform Rumble, and then Andrew Tate gets banned off of everything and thrown in jail. So he has
Might
no
just, like,
way
take
to
that, too.
continue his relevancy other than to starting more controversies. It looks like Sneeko flew a little too close to the sun because this is exactly when the story began. So many of you may know about the Sneeko versus the Moist Critical situation that's currently been going on for the last couple of months. Controversy that basically shook the YouTube community to its core. But it all started months back when Sneeko made comments about Moist Critical and his girlfriend during a live stream.
Bro, just like don't bring up like people who aren't like public figures, man. Like girlfriends, fucking wives, husbands, shit like that. Just like leave them out of it. If you want to come after the creator, come after the creator. But you can't be. Who says you can't be soft? You're gonna make like you're gonna shit post. You can't be soft. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna get you for that every single time. You know, you just can't be soft about that. Oh my god, I have to go all the way around. Oh my god, yeah, it's over here.
It up to me that I feel I
fucked
should
up.
at least talk
I
about
fucked
it
up,
to
chat.
some extent. The main topic involves a
Shud is
banned
going over
YouTube
the
creator that I'm sure you've all
second
heard
part
of before. His name
of the
is Sneeko. A lot of people compared him to like a
the
diet
Mr.Girl
Andrew
article
Tate. He
on
recently
Destiny.
got banned,
So
and he still does
DK will
make
post it up
content
probably
elsewhere.
like he'll probably edit it immediately after stream or whenever Chuck finishes that segment.
Making fun of his friends fresh and fit.
Hey Nate, someone texted me. He's in a monogamous relationship. This is his girl.
What the fuck are you even talking about? What does this have to do with anything? What does bringing up a picture of me and my girlfriend have anything to do with anything that has happened? And where is monogamy even coming from?
Fast forward to March 12th, and Sneeko posts this picture onto his Twitter. Pattern recognition. This collage is everyone who advocated for my cancellation. Fight back and follow my Rumble. So he's starting beef to promote his Rumble. But the tweet actually started a heated back and forth between Charlie and Sneeko. Holy sh**, pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you watching your
Dude,
girlfriend
this
get
exchange
effed
was
by
fucking
numerous
hilarious.
other men
This is
and
just more
also
internet
insulted
brain
you
rot,
for
you know?
defending Child Pete. That's not a cancellation. That's just spitting
I don't
on
even
you
mind
for
like covering
being
this stuff
pitiful.
too, but it's just
Sad.
like ugh.
You know in your soul you would never say that to my face. You literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my in a fight, it doesn't change the truth. You're still a who also defends child P-word. You're not special from the other 10 soy boys who say the same thing. If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet, let's solve it. Got your Discord still working on responses? I have no problem. You started it and I made fun of you in return. You're upset about publicly admitting to cuckoldery and get mad at me for bringing it up. You should be mad at yourself instead. Have some self-reflection. This is honestly where everything should have ended. But obviously, Sneeko, he doesn't like getting his feelings hurt, so he decided to go on to Rumble Live.
The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over, and it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come
Yeah, this is
shoot
like the
me.
unhinged part.
You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips.
You're responsible gun owners, folks.
Now, the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream I couldn't
You're
watch
responsible
him
gun
live
owners,
because he
right?
just kept shouting slurs. So I said watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry
This
to
shit
be
was,
that
like,
guy, this is
hilarious,
the
man.
grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile. You absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. He was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that, because I hurt his feelings, and it's been festering for quite some time now. 3 fucking months. You love to bitch about how everyone's canceling you. Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path, which is ironic because you're like literally a sheep. You have 3 programmed responses. You're like the absolute worst character, side character in an MMO. You treat the teenagers in your Discord like they're your goddamn therapist.
The internet after this unanimously took Charlie's side.
Now, forever, if you look up the word cuck, I feel like they should always have Sneeko's face next to it, given the fact that he's pretty much become the most attributed meme to the derogatory word in the last 24 hours.
And he witnessed her getting like railed and jizzed on and bukkakied on and stuff. I think it broke because ever since that, he's gone like full red pill from being actually cucked.
Basically saying you're soy, but
and everybody came at it, man.
People were making
unironically, it was actually like pretty brave, like what he did, but like, oh, he came to the wrong people, man.
They're mags, not clips.
And that's exactly where the story kind of ends. No, it doesn't. Oh, he's even getting made fun of by his own friends.
I'm be honest, bro. He did really own you. You know he did. Come on.
Own me, bro. That's
He
okay.
did
You
own
just
you.
talk. Yo, hold on. You talk about fuck white people. That's some white people shit to be like, oh, clips, magazines. Bro, everybody says clip. Is that really an own to be like? Actually,
Nothing more that has developed out of Sneeko trying to bait people into fighting him, into getting into Twitter arguments so he can promote his rumble. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you leave
I might just move on from Diablo.
nerds who never had any power control the world because they control social media. So now these people have a
He's
voice
talking about the
that would've
Jews, if
never had
anybody wants to
say
know.
beforehand.
When he
That's
says
the
nerds, he really
story.
means the Jews.
And they make this face. They look like monkeys screaming.
Yo!
Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path.
Ah, sure. That was a good video, man. Nice and succinct. I like it. So that's the Willie Mac video. We might actually move to like actual like kind of wholesome content, to be honest with you. We might actually move to wholesome content now. Oh my god. Because there is... Oh yeah, we got that fringe. Now we're not gonna move on the wholesome content just yet. Let me just take a look at this. I don't like this skill tree. Can I be like honest with you? I just don't like this skill tree. I just don't. It just doesn't look good. Like, I guess it's supposed to be like, what's that like symbol? Remember, like it's like the tree of life on it too. I think it's supposed to be like that. I don't know. I just don't like it. Doesn't look good. Also, a lot of it, like I think a lot of it's just like redundant too. Like, all right, you got your 4 elements. You got lightning. You got fire. You got ice. You got another lightning 1, 2, and I just don't understand. Why do you have like 2 lightning abilities? Then you have 2 frost, like 2. I understand this, like the expanse, like if you want to like more like abilities and stuff like that. And then we can't preview the Paragon stuff just yet. And then here, you know, like I just don't think there's like the build diversity just from here, just from the skill trees. And maybe in the Paragon stuff, there's more build diversity, but that's, you have to hit level 50 for that. This is actually pretty decent too. I actually like Frost Shield. I actually like the build I got going on too. The crackling energy too, constantly like, but I'm not producing it as much though. That's the only thing. I would have to hit it. Let's see here. Fire arrows, doing some damage. This just seems like useful. Just for creating like crackling energy. This seems like useful too. But like for the Necromancer, that one ability, because it's multiple of like spikes coming out. So I kept proccing vulnerability almost all the time. But this one, I was hitting like one enemy multiple times. So you have to freeze first. So you would need to freeze the person first. Yeah, 50% chance. So chills them. And then if you chilled them enough, So you have to hit them multiple times. So for Frostbolt to really proc, you have to hit them multiple times with Frostbolt. They would have to get chilled, and then you chill them enough times, they get frozen. Okay, then when you freeze them, okay, then they explode, and then it's an AoE then, and now with the upgrade, frozen and become vulnerable. Then they take additional damage. This. It's 20%. It's a channeled ability. Okay. And we've seen this. We've done both of these two charge bolts. Chain lightning's still goated. And then frozen orb chills. This is actually pretty powerful as a single target damage. This was like yeeting like basic enemies too. And then you get this frozen enemy. So they would have to be frozen first. Then they ricochet. And then you can constantly have vulnerability up, right? But then if you have a barrier up, yeah, that's the only thing. So an ice build with this, you would need to get this one down here where barrier lasts increased 5%. More chill. More crackling energy. Then they can have more mana up. Attack speed bonus. These don't look so good, in my opinion. And then you have this. Yeah, this now the look at this to elites. Okay. Oh wow. To increase attack speed. So you're spinning. And then at 18. Okay, enough of this. I'm kind of like done with like Diablo. So we'll go ahead and leave the game. Yeah, because when I exited the game, it like froze. So I'm sorry. These two characters are extremely goated. I'm really liking. I love like Necromancer having my army, and then this is like super good too. The Sorcerer's really good too. I saw the Druid gameplay. They need to rework the Druid. The Druid just needed to be the WoW Druid. Maybe combine a little bit the Shaman and the Druid together. If you want the class that shapeshifts and changes, you need to. This is what you need to do to Druid. Restoration Druid, where you can basically heal for group content. You're basically you become the primary healer of the group. You can CC and heal. If you're gonna do like a caster druid, CC a heal, perfect. if you want to do a werewolf form, that's your DPS form, your high damage form for doing max amounts of like melee DPS too. And you have like a leap, you have like a bleed, you have like a lunge, things like that, where you can go from enemy to enemy, and that's your high-end DPS form too. And then if you want like a cooldown on the forms or something like that, I don't think you really should have a cooldown on the forms. Maybe he goes into like an uber like werewolf form or something like that, where he does like even more damage, right? You can mutate it. And then you have, if you want to have like a bear form too, because you know, I guess all druids have to become bears, that's your tank form. So your druid is basically, he's not like a master of anything, but each form makes him like really good. He's not a master, he's a jack of all trades, but he's a master of none. But he's a good, competent and complex character. And like a good druid player then would be able to switch independently between the all three, right? You would be able to switch between, you know, the bear, the druid in case too, so you can spot heal, you can spot heal, you can off tank as a bear or be the main tank, you know. That would be fun too, especially if you can make a build where like use or switch between both forms and like doing healing to heal yourself too and things like that as well. I think that would be really cool. That would make the druid really, really cool. Barbarian, his cooldowns have to go down too. He needs to have like multiple ways to like leap out to have like higher resistances than the other classes too. He needs to be able to tank damage, and he needs to be able to leap in and out of combat too, because it's a pain in the ass. And I started noticing it too, especially yesterday when I was playing Necromancer and a little bit now Sorcerer too. Those pools where it's like a blood pool, a poison pool, they destroy you, dude. It eats through your health. And if you just use the leap to get out of one pool and they cast another pool out, and you don't have a dash, like I understand that like maybe like he needs to have a lot of, the Barbarian has to have a lot of engage and disengage mechanics too. Maybe even just like the Rogue has, dude. The Rogue can maybe have like a double or triple amount of sprints, that way they can dodge in and out too. But like if you want to play like a melee class, play the Rogue. But they got to redo like the Barbarian and the Druid. Those classes I've seen are not fun, and I have no interest in playing those classes too. So I'm gonna wait till the game comes out. I'm gonna let some other people spend their money and waste it too. If anybody wants to gift me the game, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm kidding, not really. But I got some not beef Wellington, but fish Wellington that I made and tried. I'm gonna try and eat that now, so I'm gonna be right back. I also want to get some more coffee too. So I'll be right back, guys, and I'll see you in a little bit too. And if DK Chud's editor drops the video, we're gonna watch it. I just want to get that over with too, because Chud did a good job of like going through the video. So we'll see what happens, and I'll give you some more brain rot.
It's 5 in the morning, got somewhere to be. Back home my bed, I know it's calling up for me. Yet someone's got me on my knees. Someone I know I love to please. She said, come back to play with me. Oh, you know you drive me crazy. Come back to play with me. I never, she said, come back to play with me. Oh, you know you drive me crazy. Come back to play with me. I never, she said, morning when the sun was rising, I try my best, but it looks like this will never end. Let me go back in town. She said no, stay around. Let me go back in town. She said no, stay around. She said come back to play with me. Boy, you know you drive me crazy. Come back to play with me. I love what she said, come back to play with me. Boy, you know you drive me crazy. Come back to play with me. I love what she said. I love what you said. I love what you said. I love what you said. Come back to play with me. are diamonds in the rough. You see the most, but you've never seen enough. Counting all the cities till I'm home. The first time I had never felt alone. Summer loving, I would crave your lips. Thunderstruck in for just a kiss. Sunny loving all over me. Overthinking what we could be. Setting sun's the start of a new night. Transition your fun to black and white. Touching of an arm, your skin on mine. I've seen the way the moon will make you shine. Summer loving, I would crave your lips. Thunderstruck in for just a kiss. Sunny loving all over me. Overthinking what we could be. I find peace of mind in morning breeze. Understand the things that bring you ease. Summer loving, I would crave your lips. Thunderstruck in for just a kiss. Sunny loving all over me. Overthinking what we could be. It's the special time of year where we commemorate our love together. And you know that I love to hear your body sing. I am asking for a million. I just want you in Brazilian. Baby, I don't want no money. I just wanna have you on me. I know you wanna treat me right. So it's on my mind. I can't wait for when my baby me for Valentine's Day. I can't wait for when my baby me for Valentine's Day. I want something that money just came by, like you by my side. When me and you turn out on the light. Can't wait when my baby's So baby, 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 can we do it till we do it again? So baby, 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 can we do it till we do it again? So baby, 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 can we do it till we do it again? Oh, my baby got me for Valentine's Day. I can't wait. Oh, my baby got me for Valentine's Day. I want something that money just keep buying, like you by my side. When me and you turn out all the lights. Can't wait. When my baby gets me for Valentine's Day.
ready for a night out. Let's go. Ooh, classic, classic, so classic, classic, feeling classic, oh so classic, classic, feeling classic, classic, oh so classic, 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 feeling fantastic. Good to see you all here tonight. So crack beer, pop wine, so fresh, so fine, oh my. Are you feeling right? Yeah, boy, I'm feeling tight. Gonna hit 'em with the classic, roof down and gas it. Tailored zoot suit, turn a man to a Gatsby. Button down brass with a lighter to match it. And a shotgun D, see the girl so sassy. We out tonight, gotta get it right. So take a drink and take a 3 more. Make a groove thing move like it's something to prove. Shake it like you never danced before. We're dressed to the nines and we're feeling fine like a bull-tie troubadour. So button that jacket, zip that dress, out, we're at your door. Look, where my people trying to score on the floor? Where my people trying to scout a little more on the floor? Where my little over-eager find I'm dancing on the speaker with a lack of inhibitions, putting 4 on the floor? Where my insane champagne champions at? Where my screaming till our voices getting raspy at? Where my wallflowers only home and taxis at? You know we love you too, but boy, don't come back. It's one for the Uber driver rocking a Mercedes, another for the queens rolling deep with the ladies, one for the single mothers out without their babies, and a lot for the night making yes from a maybe. Hey tease, slide on over to me. You got my mind so damn fried I feel 100 degrees. I wanna pour from the wine until they're taking my keys, then wanna grind on that behind until it's 3:30. We out tonight, gotta get it right. So take a drink and take a 3 more. Make a groove thing move like it's something to prove. Shake it like you never danced before. We're dressed to the nines and we're feeling fine like a bull-tie troubadour. So button that jacket, zip that dress, out, we're at your door. We out tonight, gotta get it right. So take a drink and take a 3 more. Make a groove thing move like it's something to prove. Shake it like you never danced before. We're dressed to the nines and we're feeling fine like a bull-tie troubadour. So button that jacket, zip that dress, out, we're at your door. Classic, 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 yeah, they get one. Classic, and I'm feeling fantastic. through hell or hot water. To me, it didn't matter. To me, it didn't matter. Now these days I feel a bit sadder. My heart is getting colder, colder than December. I've been known to blame it on the weather. When you were in my bed, things were always better. I hope that one day you'll remember. Please don't say never. Please don't say never. I don't wanna go. These feelings I can't show on my face, but you already know. It's beating when our hearts start to race. When you're feeling low, I'll be there with no time to waste. Is it irresponsible to love one just for love's sake? I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I feel shattered, my heart is feeling heavy right now. It's not together, right now it's not together. Brain is yelling, boy, you should forget her. Eyes are feeling wetter, I'm reading your letter. Different people don't break in the same way. Some heal faster, better by Monday. I know one day I'll be okay. I'll run the demons, feelings them to rotate. I don't wanna go. These feelings I can't show on my face, but you already know. It's beating when our hearts start to race. When you're feeling low, I'll be there with no time to waste. Is it irresponsible to love one just for love's sake? I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I'll blame it on bad. 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 I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. I'll blame it on bad luck. Blame it on the weather. Pack your bags. I got a one-way ticket to explore the world tonight. I want you back, so come with me. Don't look back. I wanna show you the wonders of the universe, girl. Take my hand and you will see. We got just one life, baby. So live it up, take it one day at a time. Keep it shining like the stars you see above. I want it to be a keep on my side. Drop me through love. I wanna leave it all behind. Sailor seas, just you and I. Exploring hidden caves or surfing waves into the night.
on the beaches of Hawaii. Drinks in Ibiza, anywhere you wanna go, baby, you just let me know. Sunny Indonesia, don't say no. Sipping on tequila, anything you wanna see, be there in a heartbeat. Just say the words and we can go. We got just one life, baby, so live it up, take it one day at a time. Keep it shining like the stars you see above. I wanted to be here by my side, traveling through love.
You kept me, you held me, then let me fall. When my plane was going down, when danger was holding me in its jaws, you came and pulled me out. Now I know I'm not alone. I can see your light shine bright through the eyes of my soul. My angel is watching over me. My angel, I'm safe under your wings. And where I go, I know you'll be with me. My angel. My angel. So humble, so strong, yet you're beautiful. The supernatural thing. My warrior, my force that's invincible. That heaven gave to me. And oh, how it will fight. Like a pledged allegiance to my life. My angel is watching over me. My angel, I'm safe under your wings. And where I go, I know you'll be with me. My angel. My angel. I know where you're from, you're not the only one. I'm so glad that you're with me. I am who you are. My angel is watching over me. My angel, I'm safe under your wings. And where and let me fall when my plane was going down.
Started bumping. I said, baby, you can live it, don't you touch it. I mean, why you wanna dance for if you front it? I don't get you, girl, you always doing something. But I can tell by the drink in your hand, I can always do more than you think that I can. I don't need a lot from you, I just need me a dance. But your friends in the ear like you don't need you a man. Okay, I'ma set this up. Calling on my session, I'ma bless you up. Cause I could do it all just to get your touch. Got it all for you, but don't press your luck. Ay. So what you gonna do with it? Plus I can make it mine if you cool with it. Cause I done never seen a girl quite like you. But I can step with you if you like me too. Baby, you and me, all we need, yeah. I just wanna touch, I can never get enough. Feel like it's a party over here, bum party over here. Party over here, bum party over here. Hey, drinks in the air, drinks in the air. Just you and me, yeah. This party bumping. I said, baby, you can live it, don't you touch it. I mean, why you wanna dance for if you front it? I don't get you, girl, you always doing something. But I can tell by the drink in your hand, I can always do more than you think that I can. I don't need a lot from you, I just need me a dance. But your friends in the ear like you don't need you a man. Okay, I'ma set this up. Calling on my session, I'ma bless you up. Cause I can do it all just to get your touch. Got it all for you, but don't press your luck. Hey. So what you gonna do with it? Plus I can make it mine if you cool with it. Cause I done never seen a girl quite like you. But I can step with you if you like me too. Baby, you and me, all we need, yeah. I just wanna touch, I can never get enough. Feel like it's a party over here, bum party over here. Party over here, bum party over here. Hey, drinks in the air, drinks in the air. Just you and me, you and me.
Look into my eyes and don't be shy. Feel the music in your blood tonight. Feel the rhythm in my bones. What do you say? I don't know. Nah, I can't hear you out, yeah. Follow through the mellow, I can show you the right moves for you. Move your feet, come on and dance with me. Till that is all you wanna do, eh? When everyone has gone and we are on our own, till then I follow roads that never take me home. But if you find me there, oh, I'll show you where there ain't no lies. Oh, just look in my blue eyes. I can't help it, but for some reason I feel so alive tonight. Just let up, it's alright. We can just dance out all night. I can't help it, but for some reason I feel that I need you more now. Am I wrong or can I feel our hearts connect as one? When everyone has gone and we are on our own, till then I follow roads that never take me home. But if you find me there, oh, I'll show you where there ain't no lies. Oh,
yeah. Had to stick it to the man, yeah. And now you're dealt a different hand, yeah. I don't even understand, yeah. Had it all in your hands, yeah. What about the 100 bands, yeah, yeah. Simply cause we had a chance, yeah. I know you got me this far, but now we're way back. You had to jump in the car, hop in with your dad. You know all this from the start, so never come back. I'm taking this to the heart, I know it's stopping now. I hope that you find what you're looking for. I hope that God opens another door. I hope the best for you. I pray you find the truth. May there be something that's worth much more for you. I don't really understand, yeah. Thought you always had a plan, yeah. Thought I never knew that. Now I'm on my route back, yeah. I don't really understand, yeah. Had the dream but never wanted fans, yeah. Never could believe you. And now I'ma tell the truth. I love you, I hate you. Thought I really, really, really wanted you, yeah. I hope that you find what you're looking for. I hope that God opens another door. I hope the best for you. I pray you find the truth. May there be something that's worth much more for you. Going on to separate ways right now. It's funny how all of this worked out. Heard you're gonna go and look around. So may you find out, may you find out. I hope you get to your peace and sound. I hope your lost heart can get found. Heard you're gonna go and look around. So may you find out, may you find out. I hope that you find what you're looking for. I hope that God opens another door. I hope the best for you. I pray you find the truth. May there be something that's worth much more for you. about this place. I don't wanna leave here if you're just gonna stay. Changing like the seasons. Been wasting all this time. Should be like satellites cast beyond the sky. Leave our fate for another day. Riding these horizons, we'll find our way. We'll leave our fate and fade into the night. Just follow me to paradise. Say we tried. Say the word and we can run around the earth and around the sun. Say the word and we can stay. Forget about that third maze. And I know you're feeling, 'cause I know the feeling. Streets stop breathing. Don't wanna exhale. Say the word and we can run round the earth and around the sun. Say the word and we can stay. Say the word.
My life stuck in a freeze frame. One girl lost in a car chase. This song goes on and on and on and on and on. That light won't ever find you. So I feel the need to remind you that I'll go on and on and on and on and on. And I run to you, run to you, run to you, run to you. What does it say about me that I was willing to let you leave? What does it say about you that you were willing to leave me to? Sure, right, said some things that I wish that I could take back, but I'll go on and on and on and on and on. And I run to you, run to you, run to you, I run to you. She turned her head, she winked at me. She always shows what I need to see. She always shows what I need to see to come running. Run to you, 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 and I run to you, run to you, run to you, on and on and on and on and on.
secretly watching me from afar. Just before you ignore all the trouble you get if you take one more step through my door. Keep your eyes in your head when I walk by. This won't ever be yours, though you think so. Don't you tell me that your tears stain your pillowcase. I feel nothing for you, baby. Don't you take one more step. I feel nothing for you, baby. Keep your eyes in your head when I walk by. This won't ever be yours, though you think so. Don't you tell me your tears stain your pillowcase. I feel nothing for you, baby. Don't you take one more step. I feel nothing for you, baby. Two sides to every story, two sides to you and me, two sides to every heartbeat. I got two sides to love, two sides to every story, two sides to you and me, two sides to every heartbeat. I got two sides to love. I got two sides. I got two sides. I got two sides. I got two sides. What you see is not all that you get. One side is the beauty, one side is the beast. All or nothing, I have nothing less. One life to live, one time to live it. Don't just take one side of me, nah, nah, all of me. Don't just love one side of me, yeah, yeah, all of me. Can't just accept one side of me, nah, nah, all of me. I got two sides, I got two sides. Don't just take one side of me, oh nah, 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 all of me. Don't just love one side of me, oh nah, 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 all of me. Can't just accept one side of me, oh nah, 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 all of me. I got two sides, I got two sides, two sides, two sides, two sides. I got two sides, oh yeah, I got two sides, oh yeah. I got two sides.
I was coming over. I just wanted to hold you. You know I'm a loner, but I got you in my corner. I'm tearing off your clothes the moment I'm in your house. Yeah, yeah. I'm ready, I'm shaking, I'm horny, I'm fired up. I'm sinking in deep, so you realize I'm the one.
on your mind. Girls coming over, just wanted to hold you. You know I'm a loner, but I got you in my corner. I wanted you to know that from now on you're mine. All the fellas on the dating apps, I wish them luck. I'm a junkie when you touch my body, you get me high. If I ever meet your ex, no, I'm going him up. Girls coming over, just wanted to hold you. You know I'm a loner, but I got you in my corner. Girls coming over, just wanted to hold you. You know I'm a loner, but I got you in my corner. Please don't get jealous of the things I've done, 'cause I have played my way through the better days. I will not be angry if you walk away, 'cause it just proves that you are not okay. I should've known from the start that I was starting something. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I should've known right from the start that it wouldn't be more than. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you, I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you.
Oh, yeah, I'm back. Sorry. That fish Wellington did not turn out so well. It's edible, but the fish isn't that great.
Please stop your yelling, you used to be so calm. You were my number one, but now you're just no fun. I showed you my hand and you played it repeatedly. Oh, and now it's time to go back into me. Oh, I should've known.
Let us go right here.
I'll be honest with you guys, Trainwreck is like the biggest piece of shit. Like, I can't even look at the guy. He's such a scumbag. This is the dude who was promoting gambling, and then when Twitch finally outlawed gambling, he's like, okay, I'm going to make a new platform with stakes.
Let's remember, it's just the stuff involving crypto. It's just the stuff involving crypto. That's it.
Pretend like we're the good guys. Yeah, he's such a scumbag, dude. And by the way, XQC was apparently moderating this. XQC is also a scumbag. All these guys on Twitch, it's such a small world. They have to pretend like they like each other. But I don't. I mean, what can I say? I can't lie about it. XQC. Look at his fucking channel. Look, this dumbass on his main channel. Here, this one. This is from 6 months ago. But look at this. He goes, Hassan argues in bad faith. Backfires when Adriana and Train show up. Here it says in the thumbnail, Hassan
That's a big one too.
Okay, bitch ass fucking.
If you don't know, Jonathan Majors got arrested for a domestic. I think it's a domestic violence issue too. I think it was a girl that he was with. It's actually looking pretty serious, believe it or not. Let me see if I can find like a couple of tweets about it. Give me 1 second. Ugh. her Kirby's. Yeah, no, he's fine. Miss Kiffin's perfectly fine. We saw this too. A Zedacross video. Alright, we're getting like distracted already. Huh. A lead attorney. We'll go ahead. See, it actually looks like a video. Good video too. Runfield. Let's see, Jonathan Majors. All right, Jonathan Majors. Let's see. Now we're getting that race component. I'm looking for an article here. Complex. There we go. Oh, okay. Let's look at Complex. So she recanted her statement. Let's see. Priya Chaudhry, Major's lawyer, confirmed to BuzzFeed that the woman in question has recanted her statement about being physically assaulted. Further, Chaudhry says that there's video evidence which will prove that Majors is innocent. Listen, good for him. Was having an emotional crisis for which she was taken to a hospital yesterday. But they said that there was yesterday, and I wasn't just some random tweet too. It was like from TMZ or it was from Newsweek or so, it was like from a quote unquote like reputable like news site that the woman in question came in and she had like physical scars like on her face, and it was clear to the police that it was committed by Jonathan Majors. Listen, if he's innocent, good for him, man. The guy's like Creed 3, Quantum Mania, he was awesome as Kang. Like, the guy's a great actor. Yeah, it is alleged. Yeah, right here. Throughout redness and more. Assault in the third degree, lesser charges of attempted assault in third degree, aggravated harassment. Okay. Texting another bro. You gonna text, bro? If you're gonna like cheat on your girl, like at least like do it without her seeing it too, or use a different phone. Sources said Majors grabbed his girlfriend's hand and slapped her, then put his hands around her neck. Okay. All right. So it's sounding more and more like now there's people on the girl's side who are coming out and saying some things too. There's probably something like in the middle. I imagine something along the lines of he was texting some other girl though. She got angry. She initiated contact. He tried to fend her off and attempting not to like hit her. He probably hurt her by accident. And then police got called shortly. That's probably like truth in the middle there somewhere too. But hopefully, like everything like turns out okay. But we'll see what happens. The guy's an amazing actor too. But listen, if he put our hands on her, then you know, whatever happens next is gonna happen next. You know what I mean? Moist moguls. Canyon. God. That is true. That's the new Meat Canyon video. Well, that's true. Okay, back to this.
Loser. Screw them, dude. They're such scumbags. I mean, XQC's a piece of shit and a dumbass. But
So Marvel looks over at
like
DC with their Ezra problem.
You
never said you were a socialist.
I don't think XQC's a bad guy or means bad or anything like that. You know, his inclusion is forgivable and all that. But Trainwreck is like, he's a criminal. I actually think he's just like a straight up criminal. Yeah, I agree. XQC seems fine.
They do. Train, they do. That is entirely antithetical to how capitalist organizations work.
Right.
So when I say, hey,
of the moderators and your Twitch chat, your primary revenue source.
You've made merchandise, right? You've made merchandise.
I am not.
Train?
I don't preach what you preach.
Have
right?
you? Oh, so it's okay. So when you make merchandise made in fucking like Bangladesh or whatever, and you take the tidy profit.
This conversation, they were kind of like talking past each other too.
Exploited Indonesian child factory labor.
I am interested though to see if like, let's say some sort of like healthcare plan that's funded by like these three guys, and like you can add in like someone like Ludwig too for streamers to see how long something like that would last too, and it's only available with streamers. I wonder how something like that would like actually look and come about. That would be interesting, because I do not think like these guys would have like the money to be able to fund something like that over like the long term. I just don't know, without it being like a 501c3, a not-for-profit, you know, some sort of charitable thing too. I wonder like if you can do something like that too. That's the reason why like government would have to get involved too, because it's like a collective good. If it's collectively done through everyone like paying the tax too, no one would have an issue with it too. But if you're requiring like individual actors to do it, there's no guarantee that it's gonna happen, you know, any which way, or continue over a long period of time too. That would be like my main concern. But I would want to see how a pilot program like that would work on a small scale, on a singular issue, and then if you can show it to like a small government, like local, say, hey, this can work with a couple, but like it would be more effective of like the government handling it too, and it was all paid through taxes. But my fear has always been, if you ever do something like that, they would just come around and say, hey, if it's working through the private sector, let the private sector take care of it then too. You know what I mean? That's why. So it would be interesting to see if something like that could happen though. I just don't think like these guys, no offense to any of them, I just don't think they would have like the collective brain power to do it. They could hire people to do it too. They can get it done too, but you know, you're adding cost then on top of like already like an insurmountable cost.
Laborer that you're drop shipping onto your fucking audience, then that's acceptable because hey, you never said you were a socialist. How about let's talk about your ethics a little bit for a little bit? Because considering from where I'm standing, I practice what I fucking preach. You are trying to poke holes in that. You think the moderator angle is an adequate one, so you're gonna keep trying to fucking put that down. Go ahead. Tell us about how you make merch. Tell us about how much money you get paid from crypto gambling sponsorships. Tell us about the many people that have reached out to you saying, hey, Train, I have serious gambling issues. Could you please squeeze some money for me? And then your reaction to that. Does that take a mental toll on you? We can have that conversation as well. Let's turn the crosshairs back to you. Let me behave like you do a little bit. And from where I'm standing, I think I have a reason to do this.
Okay, hold on. I gotta see back.
It got heated. This is the part of the conversation that got real heated. He got like real triggered, like at this point too. Like, you know, he was trying to like flip the script. He said he's getting kind of sick and tired of it too, because I really think that like Hassan like honestly believes like he's doing. You know what? I say that now, but like I think maybe he's convinced himself in the same way like Sneeko and Aiden Ross have convinced themselves like what they're saying is like the truth, right? They're not doing anything wrong. They're speaking the truth and whatnot too. I think at this point he honestly believes like he's doing praxis by what he's doing too, or what he's doing at this point in time is the most that he could do with his ability. You know what I mean? But at the same time, though, he's not like I hate when he says he's a dumb guy, too, because he's not a dumb guy. But I really believe that he thinks that this is the most that he can do at this point. When I say that, what I mean to say is he's convinced himself of that, too. You know what I mean? So I've always wondered about that.
I'm sure Train's wrong and Hassan is right. There's no question about it. I just want the
you preach, right? If you were to show your dash
watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the time to me, and I yell at them. Just because you're not...
Why is that example the comeback, some extreme rebuttal of...
Because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You gotta stop.
Brother, that blue hair... Okay, yeah, let's not go to insults.
But they do that. But they do that. They do that too. They do that. They do the exact same shit that you're doing right now. They do it to Mr. Beast. They do it to me all the fucking time. They, I'm sure, would do it to you if they thought that you were like a...
All right, let me just go to the timestamp they gave me.
Acceptable because, hey, you never said you were a socialist. How about let's talk about your ethics a little bit for a little bit? Because considering from where I'm standing, make merch. Tell us about how much money you get paid. Me, and then your reaction to that. Does that take a mental toll on you? We can have that conversation as well. Let's turn the crosshairs back to you. Let me behave like you do a little bit. And from where I'm standing, I think I have a reason to do this.
I'm not the one selling false hope while profiting off of that.
Yeah. You're not selling false hope? Yeah.
Train goes, you're not selling false hope and then profiting off that false hope. Trainwreck, who is literally decided to dedicate himself to getting people addicted to gambling, the most deadly vice, that Hassan, who's advocating for social equality, socialism, somehow made this whole concept.
Yeah, I love Ethan, man.
For being rich is so fucking weird and wild, dude. These guys, they think they're smart, but it's just so stupid, man. Nothing about socialism says you can't be rich. It's just scumbag, dude.
Because you said that gambling is bad. Whoa, book, gambling is bad. Meanwhile, you sit there and you generate hundreds almost of millions of dollars, maybe half of that now because Bitcoin
I get paid for exclusivity. I don't get paid off of
no,
others
totally,
losing.
dude, totally, exactly.
Shut up.
Also, on top of that,
again, semantics, right? Like you're trying to be a little fucking.
Sorry, I gotta fix the camera again.
Accountability. You are getting paid for people getting addicted and losing money. One, that's how they afford to pay you. They're not taking a loss on these deals. Two, it wasn't that long ago.
They're probably taking like a small loss up front, paying them too. But I think everybody knows. I think everybody knows they are making like money off people like getting into the site and spending their money too. Because again, I don't like the returns he gets when he gambles too. I just don't believe, like, unless he's just posting like just the wins too. But like I think they juice it so like he wins more often than not too, and he can come in and like tell me I'm wrong or something like that too. But from what I understand too, they do juice the system so he does win more often than not too. So that, because if he was on there and he's just losing too, and I imagine like off stream too, and I think they give him shit, I forgot what it's called already. Don't they give him like a set amount too? Like they'll give him money so they can gamble, so he can gamble too, and he can keep like the winnings if he does win, right? If I'm wrong about that, tell me.
Was basically arguing that with the charity he set up, he's doing more impact than Hassan. And Hassan's rebuttal was that no, he does do more impactful work and charities aren't the fix. I don't think it matters how much charity anybody's doing. You know, we don't have to fucking swing our dicks around. Now, if you want to talk about who's doing the most charity, of course I would win. And let's be real, it's not about who does the most charity. Trust me, I would love if it was about that, because I would win, hands down. I do so much charity, people. It's not about that, though. If you guys recall, I gave $10,001 recently to Hassan's stream. I also gave out $100,000 of my own money to fans during the pandemic. And, you know, it's just not about it, that, though. I am a charitable god, some people have said. That's not the issue.
I do wish you well on Kick. I really do, because I want a competitor. I want a competitor to Twitch.
I don't. But I don't think the well wishes is going to help. It's such a stupid ass platform.
Because I think that would make the platforms overall better. But make no mistake, ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful. And now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Hold on, wait. Let me respond to that. First of all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago or however long ago that was.
Oh, your positions have changed?
Oh, so have H3's positions changed?
Oh, no.
Oh, I got mentioned? Wait, what? Okay.
No. I love that. I love that.
Wait, okay, wait. I gotta know what he said about me.
One of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Hold on, wait. Let me respond to that. First of
Listen closely, guys.
all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago or however long ago that was.
Oh, your positions have changed?
Oh, so have H3's positions changed?
Oh, no, I love that. I love that.
I literally couldn't hear a single word he said.
Change? Can you change?
Yeah, of course. If your positions on titty streamers have changed, that's wonderful.
Did you guys understand what he said? It was just sounded like gibberish. He said I spammed the N-word. I never spammed the N-word. But again, it's a false equivalency. Yes, I've changed, but he's asking.
Oh, these
me,
internet
Shane,
debate
have you
terms.
changed? So as he just answer the question, have you changed?
That's wonderful. I'm glad.
Okay.
But I don't think your positions have changed so much that you think it's okay to show minors porn, right? I don't think that's the case, right?
Of course not. That's definitely weird as hell for him to do that. But to bring it from the
How many days did he get banned for that? Off of Kick. How many days did Aiden Ross get banned off Kick for that?
That's not in my power, but I push for it all the time for these things to be bannable.
Okay. No, it's good. I just wanted to know. So you didn't ban him.
Listen,
did he
if
get
you're
banned?
so innocent in the areas you're innocent,
did he get banned? Did he get banned off of Kick?
He did not.
He didn't even get banned for showing minors porn on Kick. That's crazy. You're one of the co-owners, aren't you? You're like one of the main people that speaks on this.
I'm an advisor. Yeah, I'm pushing for.
So you didn't advise them to fucking possibly ban the guy for showing porn to minors for a little bit?
I advised him to give a 24-hour, and I chewed him out when I called him, and he can confirm this.
Okay. Well, this is great. 24 hours? You think you should get banned only for 24 hours for showing minors porn? If you think Twitch would, how would you react if Twitch literally fucking banned someone for 24 hours only? There have been instances. There have been instances where it's 72 hours, and even that's longer. And I'm sure you've advocated against that too. Why is there such a gigantic double standard here?
There isn't a gigantic double standard. Kick has been out for 4 months and is still in beta.
You as an advisor and as like a co-owner of a platform.
I'm actually wondering about like the bot now that they use, because it's been down for like a while.
That's an entirely different product.
Oh, this is what it's about. Hassan's editor posted something to Twitter, and Train told him to like keep your guy in check or some shit. Need more details.
Point of the conversation, but
govern someone that is outside of
no, I think Ostonox does what he wants to. Hassan's been like pretty open about that.
Do you understand?
Okay.
You're feeling that.
I don't have that kind of I don't have that kind of advisor power on Ostonox. I don't think that is adequate to do either.
That is
no, I don't. No, I don't.
Such a weird thing. I want to see what Ostonox posted, but Ostonox is a content creator. The guy posts his own content all the time. The fuck, dummy. And then here I got the clip of what Ostonox posted. Train hates him because Ostonox made the edit that went super viral about gambling. This one. This is what he's mad about. This is a repost. What, did he erase it? So anyway, here's the video, I guess, that Train is like, you need to keep your boy in check.
Games, fun, slots, money, slots, wins, gamble, money, gamble, jackpot, penthouse suite, expensive cars, you with a girl, winning money, wins, gamble, fun, slots, 40-hour streams, you in a McLaren, fucking buck, gamble, more, you fucking pussy, more wins, more money, more slots, charity, gamble. Please gamble responsibly.
Dude, you're such a baby. What a fucking baby, bro. Like, oh my god, what a loser baby bitch you are. Holy fuck. He said this one single-handedly created a new streaming website. What a fucking baby. Holy fuck, dude. Just heard Train got on a 5-hour customer service call to the manager to complain that I'm not nice enough to him on Twitter. He could always unblock me and DM me to explain where exactly I misrepresented him funding a mental health fund while promoting a gambling addiction. Fair point to the king.
Let's see.
Shit out of his mouth, right, and attacking other streamers and
nice video quality, Trainwreck. Clearly, you're not getting paid from your members because ain't nobody can even fucking see your dumb ass.
derailing their programs. I would be like, yo, bro, like, the fuck are you doing? That charity should be separate. That charity is a system that you would think you and even people that do not like me would support.
Scumbag. Scumbag.
It's not my charity. It's a system created to...
Wait. Hold on. I'm lost.
So when I announced the mental health...
You originally were talking about like Austinox doing the gamble video, right? Like that.
We're talking the derailment.
Funny.
I thought it was funny.
We're talking the derailment of the mental health care program, right? All the slander, the pumping of disinformation on...
Who cares? Just do your charity. What the fuck does it matter?
To Twitter and onto Reddit and onto, or within your community on Twitch.
You're upset that Austinox said that you set up your charity to whitewash your reputation after people were criticizing you for gambling. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, bro, but that's like a pretty legitimate observation. I'm really sorry, dude. That's just... I love this guy, Austinox, man.
So I'm like checking out a couple other things.
His song works with this dude. Austinox, if you're watching, I'll pay you double. It's pretty funny to see Train believe so deeply that you're responsible for the opinions and actions of the people you employ. All while I'm watching Aiden Ross with his kick contract pay a kid $10,000 to piss in a bowl and pour it on his sister. Wait, I'm sorry. What?
If you pee in that thingy, okay, and you pee in it, and then you fill it with water too, it's like ice cold water plus your urine. Yes, and then put ice in it plus your pee.
I'm taking it off the screen.
If you do that, and then you wake her up to that, and then you smash your TV, I will give you $7,000.
That's worth it.
I'll do it.
Wait. I got a text from the higher up saying this pee might be a little bit too far. Bro, but Chad, you guys don't understand. Some girls actually have a freaky fetish of being pissed on. They like it. Your sister might like it. Listen, if I was not streaming, I swear to God I'd pay for the whole piss. I swear to God I would. Wait, is she on her period? Put her tampon in there.
I don't fucking know. How am I supposed to know if she's on her period?
Neon, is that too far?
I mean, just go and check real quick, you know?
Yo. I'll give you an extra $2,500 if you just take one little spoonful and drink that. $10,000 total for that and your sister. You'll get the money tonight.
Hey, do I have to bash the TV too or no?
Yeah, that was in there too. If you don't want to do that, I just have to subtract a little bit.
No, fuck it, I'll do it.
Bro, listen, you're gonna pull the blanket off her, pour it on her. She's gonna wake up and start screaming and shit. Listen, you're gonna take that bat and say, "Wake up, bitch!" and go smack, 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 okay?
Wait, what did you say?
What?
10,000 for this.
10,000.
So, dude, Austinox never loses. This man this is happening, by the way. Everything he described. So he has a bucket of piss. Wow. So it really just happened. He had a bucket of piss. He walked into his sister's bedroom and threw the entire bucket of piss on her while she was sleeping. And then now he's hitting her wall with a baseball bat. That's
Wasn't
crazy.
that milk?
That's
Which,
actually,
regardless, I don't think like you should do that. That's like fucking nuts, dude.
Go back in the room.
Yo, cameras.
Katie,
Go and spit on her, bro. Fuck it.
go back in the room. Katie, stop.
Wait, his sister's like 8. I thought she was like a teenager, his age. She appears to be like 8 years old.
Stop. She's getting me with the bat.
So, of course, that's crazy, dude. Aiden Ross is like, that was really fucked up and not funny at all. That feels like something I'd watch on live.
If you pee in that thingy, okay?
On Live Leak. That was disgusting. Why did he do that? The fuck? So that was shocking. So what the fuck was that? I was kind of taken aback by that. What's interesting is like Aiden knows he was on Twitch for a while, so he like knows better. That was fucking insane. So Osinox got him basically. He says, it's pretty funny to see Train believe so deeply you're responsible for the opinions and actions of the people you employ, while Aiden Ross, who's on contract from Kick, paid a kid $10,000 to piss in a bowl and pour it on his sister. Right. There's a big difference in terms of accountability there. I'm shocked by that. So here is, luckily an ex at Kick texted Aiden that piss was too far. So he had to settle for condiments and spit instead, which to me indicates someone's been watching Aiden do all the Nazi shit and thought no need to intervene.
You guys are not getting paid in crypto anymore. I can't do that anymore. Yeah.
I am always mean to shoes, push him out like a bad dude. I always wanna tell him what to do, but now I train too. Places they had never been to, maybe they would find it cool. I'm so mean to shoes, gypsies on nation bounds too. I ain't gonna kill them, they're cute. Just find it.
It's kind of funny. I can't hate too much on that song. The biggest mental health care investment Train could make is to pay me to never open Kick again. That's true. That piss video was fucking... I cannot believe what I just saw. That was really fucked up. Such a scumbag, man.
You don't.
He's a whole ass adult. He's a grown ass adult. He works with other people too when he wants to. I don't have that. I don't expect to have that.
Between you and Ostinox, your #1 editor and your #1 man, is the comparison to streamers that stream on Kick, and in my compared to me as being an advisory role for Kick.
It's not that different. Why does that surprise you? It's not that different.
I think the advice you should have given was maybe a little bit harder than 24 hours. Maybe you should have railed a little bit harder on Kick. In the way that you expect us to rail on fucking Twitch, and maybe you ban gambling.
And
you have a little bit more control over Kick than we do over Twitch, don't you?
And maybe you should have put a little bit more effort, or the same effort you did for the gambling bans that you do for the small to mid-sized creators on the platform, while you sit there having a $10 million+ contract. Why don't you put that on hold and push for the small to mid-sized?
I really love that you think I have a $10 million+ contract. That'd be fucking awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think Hassan has anywhere near that, and I think Trainwreck is putting that, like, that's the kind of contracts he gets. Those are like small contracts for Trainwreck.
Amazon does not put out flat contracts for
We're not talking about lump sums. I'm talking about the ad incentive heavy deals. If he runs the ads
Even then,
top of the hour like he does, you'll push easily 6 figures plus up to 10 million.
What does it matter what Hassan makes, dude?
I hope. I wish. I mean, that's some wishful.
Casual Gamer said, America's wild. Pretty sure everywhere else in the world, hate speech like that is illegal. Still so jarring to me to see anti-Semitism like, free speech, baby. Love it or leave it.
Thinking, but you know what that reminds me of? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you
He's not wrong.
see those ads, you can subscribe. You can use one other thing.
It's fucking wild.
I can't tell you what it is, but you know what it is. Winky face. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, you guys are both wrong and right, and you're already in bad faith.
What am I wrong on? Come on, Felix, get out of here.
I mean, okay.
Whatever. Obviously, scumbag. Train is the biggest scumbag.
Wow, Ethan, great move. Keep it up. Proud of you.
We forcibly.
All right, this one's a little bit spicy even for me. See, trad wise. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do a little playback.
Man, Sneeko Moist Critical got out of hand. So for those who don't know, past couple of weeks now, Sneeko Moist Critical has been having a back and forth, and it escalated, got out of hand quick.
But he's a fucking imbecile. You absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here.
This all began with Moist Critical making a video talking about Fresh and Fit and criticizing their beliefs. Then Sneeko had to defend his guys out in Fresh and Fit, stood 10 toes down, had a rebuttal, but his rebuttal was just...
Box someone. I challenge Moist Critical to a boxing match because it's just funny to say that.
So then in return, Moist Critical, he was no punches held at that point. He then talked about the story, the infamous story he said on our podcast, where Sneeko
get fucked.
watched his girlfriend
Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah.
get
love her.
plowed
I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, nah, let me not say that. I
while
love
being
my
on the
idol.
same bed
Queen.
with her.
My queen.
And then decided to go another swing party. Oh man,
That shit was wild, dude.
Also, he highlighted how Sneeko loved that. What's that movie called? When they were showing like minors in sexual acts.
Oh, you're talking about Cuties.
Yeah. Remember when Sneeko said,
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
You didn't get clickbaited, Sneeko. You didn't get clickbaited, bro. You saw it, you knew what it was, man. And then that right there turned into Sneeko just like going off the deep end, flashing weaponry while he was getting sturdy, talking about, I'll show you my clips. That was so cringe. I don't keep it being with you. That was cringe as hell. Had his response as well, where he brought out even bigger firearm. Maybe an analogy for dick size, potentially, maybe.
They're all mags. Stop saying clips. You look fucking stupid here.
Yo, man, y'all want to say this, man. First and foremost, Sneeko's not a cuck, man. Y'all gotta stop putting that on him, man. Stop putting that jacket on that man. He not a cuck, man. He was just sexually liberated at that time, man. He was doing a lot of things he wanted to do. Slightly confused. He's trying to find the answers, man. I applaud Sneeko. I miss the old Sneeko. I really do, man. I miss the Sneeko that was willing to go out there, explore, adventure, understand who he was, try to get to the bottom of things, man.
I can't tell if he's trolling.
Yo, that has. Because back then, Sneeko was very
Yo,
open.
I swear I thought he was trolling too for a second. I think he's being serious. But yeah, man, that was like actually like unironically, that was actually like pretty brave for him to like bring that shit up. But the problem is if it was just that and he didn't like wasn't doing all this other stuff too, that's like valid criticism, nobody would like really give it. All the people criticize him would be like, all right. You know, it is what it is. He's just living his life. Honestly, most people really don't care, but it's like a weapon to use against you because they know that like it gets to you every single time. Oh, am I hitting this thing? It gets to them every single time. That's why they use it. It's an easy weapon for them to use.
Honestly, wasn't as judgmental the things that he is right now. You just try any and everything. Even if it meant going to a swinger party and watching his girl get fucked. Because he did say he wanted to manage it. He said he wanted to manage it. Now, but does that make him a cuck though, Agent?
I think so.
Back then, he did not care.
That's true.
And I applauded him for that. Because at that time, I was like, bro, there's only two niggas I know who don't care. Jadeon and Sneeko. And neither one of them cared. Sneeko even went with us to the sex dungeon, man. He didn't care.
You can't say.
He went to the top floor of the sex dungeon. He saw the dude. You were with me. What?
All right.
Everybody who's not in that.
No,
everybody.
You're not giving context.
Nigga, we went to a sex dungeon.
Okay.
We didn't have sex with one another. I'm not saying that.
Okay, say that.
Okay, guys. Yeah, you're right. Because Sneeko's going to swinging parties. So let me be clear. We didn't have sex with one another. But we went to a sex dungeon.
With a big group.
With a group. Men and I mean, that's how swinging parties go as well.
I'm just saying, nigga, when you say you and him.
Oh, no. We're part of a bigger group. Went there. There's a top floor. I refused to go. I think another gentleman refused to go. Everybody else went. Up top, man, allegedly there's a dude beating his dick off in a cage. Y'all saw that. And Sneeko was open to that idea.
What?
He was open to the idea of going to the top
to
view it. That's what I'm saying.
This is what he said.
That's what I'm saying.
He's open to being in the
cage. He was
cage.
open to the idea of a nigga jerking his dick off in the cage.
No. He was open to the idea of seeing what was going on upstairs.
Of course, yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying. I miss that old Sneeko, man.
Okay.
The curious, spontaneous, introspective, adventurous Sneeko, man.
Okay, where are you going with this?
Stop calling him a cock, man.
Okay, I haven't.
But the follow up is like, bro, Sneeko's changed a lot, bro.
He has.
Do you think that moment changed Sneeko?
Like Dr. Phil, nigga. Shut up,
Do you think so?
I don't give a
I've always hypothesized that was a moment where his life changed, bro.
No,
that's when he took the fucking red pill. That nigga Morpheus came in that nigga's dreams. Was like, yo, which one, bro? You gonna keep getting cuts or you want to be enlightened? And he took the enlightened pill. I respect it. I just wish he continued to be open and not as judgmental, man. Because when you're judgmental, you get to the point of you waving firearm. You know what I'm saying? Like you get to that point because now you're so judgmental.
Yeah, I mean, Sneeko's his this Sneeko is like such a controversial person, but only because he says all that's on his mind. But I feel like recently he's been doing less of that. I don't even think he believes some of the things he's saying as much as he knows is gonna be received well.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you think something's gonna be received well, you feel more likely to say it. I remember debating with Sneeko, or even just watching some of the stuff that he would say, and there'd be times where he would deadass just admit he was wrong during the debate. Can't remember the last time he did that. I mean, he still might be doing it. I'm not as tuned in because niggas on Rumble now. But yeah, I think like some of the stuff he's saying has merit to it. Like he had ideas, beliefs, and ideologies that didn't agree with what most people thought, so that's why he got packed up from most platforms except like fucking Twitter. And that is basically like a form of censorship, but then he'll take that nugget of obvious truth, like he got packed up from everything, he's being censored in a way, whether or not you feel like is justifiable
wrong
or
one.
not is irrelevant to the fact that
Give it
it's
a like,
happening.
guys.
And then he'll be like, the Matrix is out to get him. So then when he does something worth criticism, like you can't talk about somebody's significant other and their appearance for absolutely no fucking reason if she had nothing to do, drama, the issues you have with a specific individual, but he won't admit to it no more. Instead, he'll just quadruple down. I don't know, I've been watching some of his recent clips. I don't know if you've been...
No.
They're basically hit pieces, but like there's like a new one being dropped every day.
Every day, yeah.
Niggas just clowning him. I don't even know if they're hit pieces. Some of them are just saying facts, so...
If that is...
When the facts feel like hit pieces, like you're doing the wrong things. Like he won't admit to being wrong. He'll just... I don't know, you ever talk to someone who's really stubborn? I think I used to be like this, but like... Yeah. You just can't say you did bad.
Yeah. I used
to. But like he did bad. You talking about somebody's significant other, bro, you did bad.
It hides the fact, and like this feminist garbage hides the fact that she's attracted to that guy making the videos. It is what it is. Girls, you could vouch for it. You know it's true. She would. And you know this is true, what's so predictable? You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly in a long time. It's been a while. So she's on the internet making this garbage video, promoting all this feminist garbage to your fucking lonely girls in the comment section. What you really need, Chad, is some
This is like the wild shit too, right here.
Shut up with your feminism. Yeah, come here. That's what you need. And she's gonna go,
This is what eventually got him kicked off of YouTube too, by the way.
Back into you.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like that's when you.
But
you,
here's
you
the thing now.
You get too far.
So Sneeko will do something or say something, and then niggas would be like, people will criticize him over it, and he'll say the same thing every single time in response. It's a joke. Like niggas don't understand comedy nowadays.
Oh no, but that's the other thing is that Sneeko. But this is where I'm like, okay,
is it a joke though?
His motto is.
What's that?
His motto is his goal in life is to find truth through funny. That's what he said. He says it like fucking every.
But that's my point. Like when we first met Sneeko, or when I first met him, he was trying to do stand up. And so how you go from somebody who's supposed to be so accepting of comedy and cracking jokes and making light of things to now you're taking everything so serious that you're emulating aggressive interactions with women, or like people calling you a cuck is so triggering that you get to the point of waving fire. Like how do we get to that point, bro? And that's what I'm saying. I just miss the old Sneeko, bro.
I do too a little bit, man.
I do want to ask, see, in the problem with the missing Sneeko.
The old Sneeko was like thought-provoking.
Yeah, man.
And even when you didn't agree with him, it'd be an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
You feel me? I don't even know if I could have an interesting convo with him without it like going back to one of the fucking 2 talking points about the Matrix.
That's the problem.
The Matrix, man.
Because the thing is, like,
that movie cursed everybody.
Always be like the barometer. He'd be that one friend who would test the waters out, and then you'd be able to follow up him. Like, all right, cool. Sneeko said it's cool, so I'm gonna go behind him. But now I ain't got that friend no more. Like, for example, now I know not to go to sex parties because of Sneeko. Even if that was a moment in my mind, I know now not to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Sneeko, like open relationships. Sneeko, he did not put a restriction on how big the other person's dick had to be when she's having sex with him. Personally speaking, if I were to be in one, I now know it's a 6-inch limit with her. All right, so no 10 inches because we asked him that in the podcast. Another example, like I personally want to get my ass eaten, bro.
Oh,
so
come on, dog.
No, listen, I need to ask someone, but I feel like Sneeko would have been open to that at one point, so I could ask him like, "Yo, Sneeko, what's that feel like, bro?" And he outlined it to me. He said,
bro, he's got to ask Abba, man. Abba has to hook up.
He's lost, man.
Unashamedly.
Definitely found.
Let's get in the ring, talking all this shit, saying I'm fake red pill, fake alpha. If I'm fake alpha, I never called myself alpha once. Then come and fight me. Or no, just hide behind the clout thing. Go ahead.
We know who Sneeko was before, introspective. He was open enough to acknowledge that he's insecure, that he has a lot of things to work on. He openly admitted those things. And again, that's very admirable, and I applaud him for that. But now when you get here to where like it's so anti what you were before, to where if anybody calls you insecure, you're like, oh, not me. I'm alpha. And it's like, bro, but you openly admitted that.
No,
and
he never said he was alpha.
Oh, my bad. High value. I'm high value. I'm enlightened. Took the red pill. So it's like it's the reason why it comes across as so contradictory is because it's opposite of what he said. Because a lot of people have said a lot of things, but if it's been consistent, then that's just what it is.
That's true, but like he's changed so much that like the thing that bothers me about Sneeko is like, yeah, he has changed. Like I don't think he's capable of having conversations without falling back on the same few talking points anymore. And I think a lot of it is rooted in the fact that now he's following this red pill, and the red pill really just is the pursuit of truth. We're all under the same pursuit at the end of the day. We just call it something different. But the only issue with Sneeko's pursuit is that like he's become like egregious in his pursuit. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like, and I don't know if you know this, Sneeko, about yourself, but like it feels like everything you say because you think it's gonna get you more clicks. That's the best way to explain it. Like you think the egregious joke about about how she needed to suck my dick, I'm just gonna fucking give you. It just has to be more extreme. The take has to be more extreme. Like I don't know if you follow his Twitter, but yo, the shit he be saying, the jokes, it's like it's just extreme to be extreme. The extremity of it doesn't even add to the humor. It's just extreme. Yeah. And you know it's because it's
That's
working.
true.
Yeah.
When Sneeko was making interesting, thought-provoking videos.
We'll get back to this, but first, since no one asked, the definition of insecurity is uncertainty or anxiety about oneself, lack of confidence. And I'll show you more of the interviews, but they're not that insightful because women will always say something about body image and men will always say something about being weak. Am I pretty? And am I gay? And the best footage I could put here is of my real home city of New Haven, Connecticut. Everyone thinks I'm from New York because it's close by. I was born there, lived there for years, and I don't correct them because New York sounds way cooler. How much we act based on validation is something I've always thought about, but I never see anyone talk about it. We value being real so much, and I think seeking validation is the #1 disease prohibiting it.
Everybody is insecure about something, and I think that how we act can all be boiled down to what bothers us the most.
It's like that guy with the huge American flag Monster Energy pickup truck with the balls on the back has a small pee-pee.
Nice camera, man.
Thank you. You got something to say?
Nah.
Deep down, we're trying to prove someone wrong, and it influences so many decisions we make. Like this guy who started flexing $1 million unsold art because I made fun of his bun.
This is $1 million piece.
Okay, you sold it?
It's on sale.
Well, good luck.
But now he's having a crazy take after crazy take.
That's
after
actually
crazy
good.
take. He's
That little
doing
clip
better
there, that's
than
actually
ever,
good
making
stuff,
more
man.
Money than ever. Like he might be banned off all the platforms, but now he's selling this fucking course to niggas on Discord. I bet he's making plenty bank off of that. I don't know what the fuck he's being paid from Rumble, but like definitely has a bigger profile. He trends like I saw him trending twice in the last week over dumb shit that he said or done.
Oh, well, no, one of the times is because of the cuck.
Yeah.
The cuck holder.
I know.
Yeah, like I mean, I don't know if that's.
I know.
I don't know if that's on the trend for.
But
it.
he was bragging about it.
Cause he admitted his story. That was a 2-year-old clip. That's a crazy part that people don't know. That is not.
Yeah, that is a 2-year-old clip too.
3-year-old clip about how he watched his girl get plowed next to him. And
what the fuck?
He did. I mean, did he not?
I mean, why'd you use that verb?
I've said it before. Plowed.
I know.
Which one we use? Blown out.
Fucked.
Fucked. Rammed. Fucked. Her moaning, toes curled and shit like that, and how he had to just get up and he just couldn't do it anymore. But then he did it again. So yeah, like that.
Did he do it again after that?
That's the reason why he was trending. That's all I'm saying.
I know.
Yeah.
But he bragged about it like, oh, look at how popular I am, basically. I don't know if you follow him on Twitter?
He did?
Yes, he's like the life of Sneeko, trending all the time.
No, I mean like he bragged about how much he's trending right now?
Yes.
Oh, then okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm telling you, it feels like he's doing everything he does because he knows it's gonna get more clicks. He knows it's gonna get more attention.
That's tough.
And it's odd.
Because what's crazy is I never took Sneeko as that person when I first met him.
Me neither, actually.
I never took him as that person.
Me neither.
I never.
And the interesting part is like one of Sneeko's big criticisms to like channels like ours, and
I mean, this goes back to the question: is it an act, or is this the person that he is now? That's the thing too. I really think he's become like the person that he is now because of all the shit. It's like it's come up, and now he is this person now.
all the time on the streams because I see clips of it, is like, well, commentary channels just ride the fence. But it's interesting that anytime you don't have like an extreme opinion on something, like the extreme niggas be calling it riding the fence. But this is my opinion. I don't think Sneako's a fucking horrible human being. Rage asked an interesting question at the end of his reaction when he was reacting to all this, because apparently now they got beef too. And you're YRG, so this might be relevant to you. But Rage,
I'm YRG in playback, so I'm gonna have double beef now when this video uploads.
Rage asked, like, is he capable of redemption? And it was interesting. I saw basically most of the chat, 80% of it say no. But then I thought, like, well, this nigga's not Hitler.
Yeah,
like he just has like pretty extreme ideology right now.
like he doesn't got a body.
Exercises it with like crazy jokes that attract attention because of how wild they are. That's not capable of redemption. Are you crazy?
But wait, what did he do that's not redeemable?
That's what I thought. So I said yes, but like everybody was disagreeing with me. And so
is it the cuckoldery?
I don't think it was the cuckoldery. I think it's just people think he himself is extreme. But the point I'm trying to make is you don't have to. That doesn't have to be your brand for you to just have and give your opinion on things. And to be honest with you, most of our opinions is not gonna be he's an asshole, he's the worst human being ever, or he's the greatest human being ever. It's just a fucking flawed human being who went down a very odd, strange path over the past few years, and this has been the results of it. It doesn't mean that he's not capable of redemption. I simply just don't fucking believe that. And the thing is people want to pick sides. That's it though. Like you either hate him or you love him. The people that love him, they're gonna tune into his streams, they're gonna like his posts on Twitter, they're gonna believe what he says about the Matrix. And the people that hate him think like he's the fucking pit of the earth, like this person needs to be fucking exterminated from the planet and it's gonna be better for everybody. But for some reason, if you don't have one of those two opinions, you're riding the fence.
Yeah,
I disagree. I think you're just finding
the nuances
of life.
Yeah,
and it doesn't gotta be binary. I don't think Sneako's a dog shit human being, even though he's done some pretty dog shit things, like the things he said about Moist Critical's significant other. Like some of the awful jokes that he be making, and some of the conversations he be having, some of the people he platforms, like that racist fuck that was talking about how like there shouldn't be like interracial relationships because
Nick
some
Fuentes?
people are just like this and shit. And he was like, oh, that's not that crazy. Like some of the things you do is fucking weird, Sneako, and you do it under the guise that you're being open and you're being open-minded, but you're really not though, because when someone has an opposing belief to you, usually you're not willing to listen anymore. And the old Sneako that most of the internet remembers would have been willing to listen and have a conversation, would have argued his point, and if he was wrong, he would have admitted he was wrong. There was a time where you were open to dialogue and it would make for an interesting conversation. I feel like nowadays your dialogue is just content so that you can hammer home your point about the Matrix for the 55th time that night.
Too much extreme can definitely come across as fake or phony. I haven't been keeping up with him enough to know like the things that he said that you just insinuated about, like how, oh man, I'm trending because of da 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 da, because that's kind of weird, and I just never pegged Sneako to be that type of person. But hey man, I just miss the old Sneako, man.
He does it a lot in different contexts. He'd be like, oh, look at them trying to cancel me, but I'm boxing in Dubai right now. I don't know how to explain it to you, but like a lot of his posts now are just like, look, as they try and hold me back, look what I'm capable of doing.
Yeah, that's kind
which
of
is like, I mean, I guess if you buy into the ideology that the Matrix has become a meme now. I don't know if you know that.
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
No, man, let us know in the comment section below. Y'all think Sneako's a cuck? I don't think he is.
First one and second one were good movies, man. Third one, the most recent one.
Fine. Yo, Destiny had me pissed off because he thought like we were making fun of him. I'm like, nah, bro, he's cool. Being a cuck is okay. Like, if that's what you want to do, that's fine, bro. If that's your bag, no shame. We don't shame around here, bro. Damn. If you want to get cucked out, or you like the idea of you having sex with your significant other and a man eating her out while your dick is inside of her, bro, that's you, bro. Like, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do, bro. But yo, let us know your thoughts in the comment section below, man. What y'all think about Sneako, the back and forth, and if you think he's a cuck or not, bro. I say, let us know your thoughts, and until next time, we'll see you all later. Peace.
I just don't know. I don't know.
Show, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for.
This is actually like pretty decent. We actually saw it too. It was actually still, it was disappointing, but like they don't know what they're doing though. Let's go here.
Here we go. My thoughts on the article is that Twitch poll as a whole is an embarrassing toxic, and it makes everyone involved worse people. What everyone is willing to put up with is inhumane. Actionably, it's a constant battle of ego and false intellectualism. The people who form parasocial
this was an hour ago. Okay.
In the space are deeply disturbed. I mean, that's rich coming from her, isn't it, Miss OnlyFans? Give me a break. And the creators take advantage of that. None of them want to make the world a better place. They want to profit off of what makes it worse. True! I'm glad this dumb starting to understand. Yes, I want to make the world a better place, and I want to make an absolute shitload of money doing it. That's exactly what I want to do. That's exactly what I want to do, because I don't care about making the world a better place. Who cares? Cry me a river. Cry me a river. Money, 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 money. Correct. Misogyny, sexual misconduct, and sadism are able to prosper and thrive in the community. Everyone is smarter than everyone. Everyone is better than everyone. Everyone is more virtuous, holier than. It's all self-masturbatory. And the audience enables it because they're bored and living through the creators, and the creators are so desperate for money, notoriety, and attention that their morals become loose and it's incentivized.
That's true. You all live through us.
What's happening? Hey, thank you for the 10k contribution. Appreciate it. Before the part of the snowball, speaking for myself, feeling dejected, bitter, and embarrassed, guilty for my own abusive behavior enabled by my peers. The idea to have the love and attention of so many people who characterize themselves as intellectuals is delicious. It's addicting. Lines blur, dual relationships occur, you can't tell which way is up, who your real friends are, and you add sexual dynamics, humiliation fetishes, and open secrets, and it's the Jerry Springer show with some politics thrown in. If there's anything you take away from the article, it's that we all need extensive therapy and to discuss boundaries and stream ethics. I don't need therapy. Guys, I spent 15 hours reading a stupid art quiz today. I don't need therapy, I'm fine. I'm great. I'm having a great time. Nah, this is cringe, man. What do we want to be contributing into the world? What are we wielding our platforms for? What are we allowing? How many things exist without punishment?
Oh my God.
What does real accountability look like? What do we stand for? What are Twitch poll virtues and ethics? What are non-negotiables? What
Money
can be
and views. That's what it stands for. We want to be completely honest.
Jesus. The unabashed narcissism allowed to fester and rot and spread like fungus is very attractive to the darkness in all of us. We all want to matter. We all want to be right. We all want to love and attention and to make a living. But what is the cost? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Well, good luck off forever then. Honestly, just leave. Go. All these fucking diatribes about how bad it is. Just off and go. No one wants you here anyway. Just leave. No one wants you here. Off. Twitch poll is like a microcosm of the internet. It's like this big compared to everywhere else on the internet.
You have no idea. I talk to people about like what goes on like Twitch ball. Other people like online, like people I play like Destiny with, it goes right over their fucking head. They're like, what the fuck are you? They think I'm making up half the shit that I talk about. Like that goes on with just like Twitch poll, YouTube commentary community. It goes right over their fucking heads. Like they know who Asmongold is. They know who Nick is. NMP LOL. They know who Soda Poppin is. Sure, because they're like the big streamers. But like Chud Logic, who the fuck is Chud Logic? Who the fuck is Destiny? Who the fuck is Vosh? They kind of know who Hassan is only because like he probably talked to Asmongold at one point. You know what I mean? Like Twitch polls like this tiny microcosm. Dude. You don't understand how small it is until you start talking to other people around the internet and they have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. The thing is completely insane.
We're over there, and I need to be careful with what I say. Let's continue.
Sorry, man, how it feels? Yeah, it feels awful to be investigated, to have somebody call you abusive. It's awful, whether it's true or not. It's a terrible feeling.
Oh, he gets a $5,000. Like what?
Anyway, guys, we're nearly okay. We're gonna have to listen. We're about $350 off the other end. Okay, and I want to make this. I want to make as much money as possible as I can from this stream. So to that end, I'd like to say we're going to do a Keffals. I would like to say officially welcome.
Like, look at this. This is crazy.
To the $6,000 stream. This is now the $6,000 stream. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for coming. This is now the $6,000 stream. I'm
Look at
here
this.
going through the article. We're gonna keep reading it.
3,000.
We're gonna
He
get
made
to the
3,000
end.
super
Let's
chats.
go. Get
He
your
made
super
over
chats in.
nearly
This is a
2,000 in
$6,000 stream.
tips.
Thank you. I love you very much. Okay, let's continue. It's so shameless, man. This is the most shameless I've ever been in my entire streaming career. This is the most shameless I've ever been in my entire fucking career. Okay, honestly. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Right. And you may be thinking, yeah, I'm shameless, okay? Why should I give money to you? Let me put it to you like this, okay? Right? Max has tried to fucking do a little bit of funny business with me, but I'm going to destroy him by making shitloads of money off of this, okay? You've tried to cause me pain and embarrassment by leaking some of this stuff, and all that's going to happen is I'm going to make more money than you, okay? I'm going to make more money than you little fucking bitch, okay? And your career is going to be in tatters and ruins. Your career is in tatters and ruins as mine is flourishing, as mine continues.
Max Carson tipped $100.
Okay? I won. I won. I also love the fact I'm making this all about myself when the main thing is destiny. But anyway, nonetheless, let's continue. Let's continue. Is DK getting a bonus? Well, basically, these super chats, less obviously the YouTube 30%, the super chats get split 50-50 between me and DK. Any revenue on the YouTube channel, he gets 50% of. So, you know, out of this $3,000, he'll get straight half of it. So, you know, obviously, yeah, that's like a bonus, right? It's money that we wouldn't be getting if I wasn't doing this, so.
Good on him. God damn it, this is so crazy, dude. See, Charlie Day.
I have a huge update to a story I covered yesterday, and I'm just going to be honest and upfront right away. It put a smile on my face. I was grinning ear to ear like a child who just
Dark and
met
Darker got
Optimus
removed
Prime at
off his
Universal
Steam?
Studios theme
Huh.
park. Like, this was good news that they dropped because it showed signs of life for the little guy against an evil soulless corporation known as Nexon. I'll quickly bring you up to speed with a little speed run of the lore here.
Yeah.
Dark and Darker is a game that's not even fully out yet. They've done a few playtests, and I am a huge fan. I've played every playtest thoroughly, hard addicted to the playtests, and it's just a beloved game at the moment that was unjustly pulled from Steam due to a DMC copyright takedown issued by Nexon, claiming that Dark and Darker and the developers behind it, Iron Mace, stole from them, both stole assets and also stole the idea from Nexon's unreleased project called P3. Now, there's a lot more muddying of the waters, but that's the gist of it. Nexon had the game removed from Steam. It has been taken down because Nexon has cease and desisted Iron Mace. So Dark and Darker is effectively dead at the moment since they're unable to continue working on it. Otherwise, it'd be a legal matter. So they have to cease all operation on it, put the kibosh on the whole project while they engage in this lengthy and expensive legal battle with Nexon. Now, Nexon you probably only know from Maple's story, but they have hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal that they're probably going to throw against Iron Mace to try and bully them legally into shutting down because, as I said in the last video, it seems like they're just upset that they missed out on the chance to milk the golden udder of this cash cow, Dark and Darker. They had a similar idea, but one that they were unable to fully realize on their own, and Dark and Darker has absolutely fucking crushed it. So they're mad, and this is their way of lashing out and throwing a temper tantrum. And even if they do win in court, they certainly lost in the court of public opinion. This whole stunt from Nexon has been a reputation ruiner. Not even like Nexon was in good standing with gamers in the first place. They're a fucking scummy company for a million other reasons, but this one went above and beyond the level of
They're not
shadiness
well
most
liked
people would have
amongst the
expected
gaming
from them.
community. I promise you that
Their
much.
greed is just this open, festering wound that I can't wait to pour salt in, because this update I have for you is good news. Iron Mace went full fucking barbarian mode on this one and just slapped around this lawsuit, at least in terms of like debunking the core points and dismantling a lot of the arguments they tried to make. So I want to show you their response so we can go over it together, because I think they did a great job at laying the smack down here and defending themselves. In the cease and desist from Nexon, they note that there's a lot of similarities between the files of Dark and Darker and the files in their project P3. It says the comparison of resources in the folder created when installing Dark and Darker to those when installing P3 game shows that these two games had 2,338 files with the same names. Even if we exclude the number of files essentially included in the Unreal Engine itself from the above, more than 1,000 files have the same file name, and below is a list of the resource file names that are identical in Dark and Darker in the P3 game. So they went through and listed out all of these files, and Iron Mace went through and made a spreadsheet showing these files that are listed in this lawsuit in Exhibit D and where they came from in Dark and Darker. As you can see, the astute observer will notice the vast majority of these files come from the Unreal Marketplace. They are fucking Unreal assets. They do not belong to Nexon, and Nexon cannot claim ownership over these assets. I have played 1,000, 5,000, 20,000, nay, 100,000 shitty Steam games that have all used similar assets, so I notice a lot of the same things in those games to Dark and Darker. They are there for a reason. They are fair game for developers to use. I'm not saying that to say that Dark and Darker is lazy and these assets are shitty. The point is, I have seen these assets used in thousands.
It's a small team too at Iron Mace.
Nexons. They did not steal these from
It's like Valheim, it's just two dudes. That's it. And like people love that game because there's so much love behind that game, you can tell. I need to get back to playing Valheim too. That game is great.
The reason why they're going to share the same names is because they're the same fucking assets. And in the document, you'll even see a section of files that don't come from the Unreal Marketplace. They are made by Iron Mace, and they explain that the reason these have similar names is because they're relying on the same fantasy tropes that have existed for a long time. Thus, the files in P3 that bear a similar name is because it's in the same goddamn genre that has existed for so long, so of course the names are going to be similar. They are not Nexon assets, and they did a great job of showcasing this here by taking the file that was named in the Exhibit D section of the cease and desist and showing exactly where it came from in the Unreal Marketplace, for example, which I think completely debunks that whole claim of stolen assets. So it really seems like this whole stolen asset claim is a load of horseradish. I expected that maybe they try and make a claim like, oh, actually, the prison bars used in Dark and Darker were lifted directly from P3, and here's proof of that. But they didn't even do that. They listed all of these files, and it was very easy for Iron Mace, although I'm sure it was a laborious and tedious process, to take those files that were listed in this cease and desist and be like, no, the reason these are similar is because it's a fucking asset on Unreal. So to me, that just seems like an easy slam dunk. So at best, this claim was incompetent. And at worst, a malicious attempt to bully a smaller developer because you're a very petty evil corporation. So now let's get into their statement here. I'm not going to read everything verbatim, I'm just going to be picking out the most important pieces to the overall story, though I highly recommend reading their entire statement if you're interested in all of it. Nexon states that according to their investigation, Dark and Darker appears to have been built and developed using trade secrets and copyrighted information copied and stolen from Nexon.
Excuse me.
We would like to show that these allegations are baseless, no copyrighted materials or misappropriated trade secrets from Nexon were used by Iron Mace.
Damn, there's so many of these.
Highlights that P3 was only registered a month ago, meanwhile Dark and Darker has been public for more than 6 months. And then they get to the first point of contention, where one of their members was accused of acquiring and transferring key assets to his personal server without authorization. So Iron Mace elaborates on this, telling the whole story, which I won't read the entirety of. I'm just going to give you the cliff notes here. Basically, the accused member, the former Nexon employee, was working from home due to COVID-19 protocol remote work policy and was utilizing personal servers, but these servers were the subject of approvals and reapprovals, so he was under the impression that his actions were accepted by Nexon and it wasn't a problem. Eventually, the Nexon employee decided to leave in June of 2021 due to a breakdown of trust with one of his superiors and due to the uncertain atmosphere at the company. So he turned in his badge and left the office and decided to pursue his own path here, but he worked closely with his development team during his time at Nexon and informed them about his plans to leave, and made it clear that the reason for leaving was due to the uncertain atmosphere fostered at the company, and also stated that he'd welcome the team's talents for his next endeavor. He made it clear that he'd likely pursue a project in the same genre as P3, but explicitly clarified that any development would be made completely from scratch. This fact has been noted in witness testimony collected by the police investigating a separate personal lawsuit filed against the accused member by Nexon. That is a huge piece of this pie here. So even though he did talk to the former employees here, the former team about, pursuing a game in the same genre as P3, he made it clear to them that it would be unrelated and everything would be built from scratch. The only thing it would share is the genre, which again, you can't copyright a genre, especially one that's been around for as long as fantasy has. It's fantasy tropes, right? You can't copyright fucking wizards, magic, swords, spears, and shields, and
somebody
and
will
archers
eventually.
and all that. Like, it just doesn't work. The only thing they shared in common was that setting and the fact that they were extraction-based games. It's not something that you should be able to copyright since it's already an established genre and established setting. So I feel like this is a crucial piece of information here, that it was made clear and even has testimony backing it that even though it was in the same genre as P3, everything would be made from scratch and it wouldn't be just P3 again. It was going to be its own identity. Now, continuing on, they talk about how once Nexon became aware of this member's plans to leave the company, they decided to send the internal audit team after him. They sicked the hounds on him. So they started to immediately accuse him of stealing files, even though they had been able to observe his activity for a long time now and had no problem with it up until, I guess, he decided to leave the company. So he got fired based on these unproven claims and subsequently sued by the company a month later. And that personal lawsuit is still ongoing, and he's been the subject to multiple search warrants, as has Iron Mace, and so far they've found nothing to substantiate any of these claims or any of these accusations against them. So this poor guy just wants to make a good game, and he can't help but get sued more than McDonald's here by Nexon, who's holding a grudge against him. So he and Iron Mace
like and sub the stream, guys.
Multiple searches from authorities, and still they have found nothing to substantiate any of their claims. There is no evidence to back up anything Nexon is claiming. The next claim they tackle is the takedown notice submitted by Nexon alleges that the founder of Iron Mace, Terrence, knew that the accused members used stolen trade secrets and copyrighted material to develop Dark and Darker to knowingly benefit oneself and Iron Mace, basing this claim purely on past association and without offering any proof. The founder of the company has no knowledge that any stolen trade secrets or copyright material were ever used to develop Dark and Darker. In fact, the founder has on multiple occasions told members of his team they must be extra diligent in ensuring that everything is done by the books in order to uphold the vision and branding of the company. The takedown notice then states that Nexon's P3 game has never been disclosed to a third party during this period in an attempt to strengthen their claims that the only way to have come up with a similar idea was to have stolen it. However, this claim can be clearly proven false. Nexon disclosed P3 in a media showcase in August 2021 to members of the gaming media, who then wrote about it in multiple blogs and articles as shown below, and then they dropped the fucking receipts here. So they lay the receipts out on the table. They say, here's the buffet of proof. Would you like to take a slice here? And clearly show that P3 was revealed to the public well before Dark and Darker. It's not something that was, kept under lock and key in a vault buried underground where only a few people had access to the information of its existence. This is something that they publicly showcased at one point. Thus, it's not like it was stolen from them. And again, it's a genre. It is a genre. You can't own the entirety of an entire fucking genre. It's not yours. Iron Mace also recognizes and calls attention to this fact. The takedown notice then states that no other games had the same concept, genre, and plot as the P3 game, even though none of those contents of these categories are original, and other games like Expedition Agartha have all three that are similar. The notice then states that within a mere 10 months of forming Iron Mace, its demo/test version of Dark and Darker became publicly available in August 2022. The notice states that it is impossible for Iron Mace to have developed Dark and Darker in such a short time frame without using Nexon's trade secrets and confidential information, again, without offering any proof. And then their response is, just because it may be difficult for a large bureaucratic company such as Nexon to develop games in such a short time frame does not mean that it's impossible for another studio, big, small, new or old, to develop games quickly. Holy shit, stand back, they're preaching right now. You don't have to be bilingual to understand this language of facts that they're laying down right now. They're saying that this is an outrageous claim just because you are a mismanaged corporation that can't roll out games in a meaningful time frame doesn't mean every video game company is as poorly managed as you are. Games can be developed in a timely fashion without ever playing dirty or stealing from other places, and they're absolutely right. A lot of these big studios are extremely slow with updates or anything at all for their games, and it's not because it's impossible, it's because they're just not managed properly. You see indie games all the time able to make patch upon patch in really quick time frames because they're passionate and they work effectively. And even some big studios do as well. It's not all of them, of course, but you see it time and time again for a lot of big ones. This is a very factual statement here, and it's a stupid claim for them to make. There's no way in such a short time frame they could make a game. It takes us 15 years to make MapleStory 1.5. Like, there's no way. No, it doesn't make any sense. They had to have stolen from us. It's stupid. And Iron Mace also calls out the fact that this is generic fantasy shit, right? It is tropey fantasy shit. They even list another game that has all three of these similarities that Nexon lists, which was Expedition Agartha. In this genre, a lot of games are going to bear a lot of resemblance because it's established and has been established for such a long time now. So it's not uncommon or unusual for a lot of these games to have very similar things in them. They even expand on this a bit by saying that they have evidence they'll be releasing soon that shows exactly how they built the game so quickly and efficiently. And I imagine this is going to be like alpha footage of the game during its development. And interestingly enough, I have actually heard a couple streamers that were talking about this mention that they've seen Dark and Darker when it was still in the alpha. So you can see that it was entirely built like by them from scratch and also using the assets. So it should be a very easy thing for them to prove, and I imagine that's going to be yet again another easy layup for them. This statement then goes further, hammering the point home about the file similarity that Nexon's hung up on, explaining that once again they are Unreal assets for the most part, or general fantasy concepts that of course are going to share similar names in the files because they're similar concepts. Nexon then makes the claim that even if they are purchased from the Unreal marketplace, it doesn't explain why the character assets and all of that are identical to P3. So then they had to explain to them that it's general fantasy shit, so of course it's going to look similar. They're both playing in the same fantasy realm, so the character is obviously going to look similar. And then they touch on why, like, the concept art looks similar to P3. And I can't even believe this needs to be said, but it did need to, and Iron Mace makes the statement that the character concept artwork for both games were created by the same individual, explaining the similarities in style. Obviously, they have the same artist here that worked on both games, and he's no longer at Nexon. He is now with Iron Mace. It's not like he's going to drastically change his artistic style, so clearly some of the concept art and art pieces are going to bear resemblance. It's the same fucking person who did art. So clearly that explains that. It's not that he stole art from Nexon. It's just the same goddamn guy doing the art, and he has an individual style. I love this next part. The notice then states that the level and extent of the two games' key concepts, genre, and storyline make it clear that Iron Mace must have used Nexon's trade secrets to create Dark and Darker. And again, both the concepts and storyline are purposely traditional and generic and can be found in many fantasy games, including pen and paper RPGs, which was one of the main inspirations for Dark and Darker. The premise of adventurers delving into dungeons full of monsters and treasures in their quest to seek riches is so generic and common that it can be broadly applied to numerous other fantasy games. Just for fun, we asked ChatGPT to come up with a description for a generic PvP dungeon crawling game that created an eerily similar game description below. So, and then here's that description that ChatGPT came up with. The point of this was to showcase just how generic all of the concepts and everything in Dark and Darker is, and purposely so. It's all just traditional RPG established elements, nothing new. They didn't reinvent the wheel, they just did a very great job of it. They utilized it beautifully and made a very fun and unforgettable experience out of it. But at its core, it is generic.
Not my type of game, but I can see why people like the game.
In closing, Iron Mace states,
it feeds a niche.
The information presented, it is difficult to believe that Nexon,
I was running solo and I was getting destroyed by groups of 3, man. It was not fun.
Copyrights for their P3 project. They also provide no actual evidence that Iron Mace misappropriated Nexon's trade secret information in the creation of Dark and Darker, but instead base it on circumstantial claims. Finally, They accuse Iron Mace of a flagrant breach of Valve's SSA and SOCR, restricting our ability to provide our game to players on the largest mainstream PC game platform and severely obstructing our ability to do business. Iron Mace requests that Nexon renounce their baseless claims. If they would like to compete on merit, we welcome Nexon to promptly accommodate the comparison of source code, custom assets, and design documents with the police to quickly and decisively put an end to this matter. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful statement from Iron Mace. I think this was an incredible job from their team here in defending themselves. I don't see any merit to Nexon's claims at all anymore. Even going into this, I thought they were shaky and shoddy at best, but now
Why did
they seem
Nexon
just
like do this?
completely baseless, and I think Iron Mace has done a great job of, at the very least, clearing their name to the public from the few people that thought maybe Nexon did have a case here. I'm very happy with this update, and I'm optimistic that this lawsuit, should it continue going forward, will actually be ruled in favor of Iron Mace. And Nexon doesn't really seem like they have a whole lot in the tank here unless they have all kinds of new information that they haven't revealed. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Dark and Darker is an amazing game that I'm still extremely excited for, and I hope this gets resolved quickly because I want to do the next play test ASAP. So that's really about it. See ya.
A lot of these people who have these podcasts don't know what the they talking about. They don't actually have the experience. So they read up on it like nerds, not knowing what the lived experience is actually like.
Peeling away at all of the data, from the research I've done, and I could send you all the citations and all the references if you like. It seems that only about 1.5% of all custody cases ever actually make it to a judge. That the vast majority of these cases, approximately 90%, are 91%, and I could pull up the study for you if you like, are done away with before a judge has ever seen it. He's just doing it as a formal technicality. 80% of custody cases are settled by the parents without any outside assistance. Another 11% are settled with mediation, and another 5.2% of custody cases are decided upon by the parents after a custody evaluation is completed. Only 3.5% of cases are heard by a judge, and 2.2%, this just goes down and down. And then basically what they found out is that when the fathers actually escalate the cases to the judge, they actually end up getting more custody, at the very least 50-50, a lot of times more than 50-50. When it's escalated to the point of going for it. The issue seems to be is that a lot of fathers don't escalate it legally. They just go for whatever's presented to them. They don't fight for the custody. And like I said, and no, this is speaking anecdotally, when men actually fight, they get it. The empirical evidence says that when men escalate, the further they escalate it legally, the more likely they are to get full or at least 50% custody.
Generally, and I don't want to tie myself down to the numbers, but generally that is true. And there's a great reason for that. And this is why it's important to be an expert in it and actually practice it. Sure. Because you won't understand the not talking about you, but just people in general won't understand what they're looking at. They won't understand why.
He's coming in and he's pouncing, and like he's pouncing hard. He's being a skilled attorney and he is pouncing hard, right? He comes in, they pounce, and then they end up making you look like a fool.
I have represented tons of men, tons of women over 20 years, and I have seen the destruction that takes place. Mm-hmm. Like, no one has seen more men break down in tears while their kids get taken away, the equity in their home gets stolen, their retirement, their pension gets stolen. By these judges. They have so much to lose.
Doesn't really come on, man.
Have these things to lose.
Yeah, we do. Well, can you say that a woman doesn't have equity in the house to
I can say that because I've been practicing for 20 years.
But I know, but women also can make money. Like, there could be marriages where the woman makes more money.
Listen, there are the LeBron James of women, mm-hmm. right? But I'm not talking about these special cases. I'm talking about in general. If you want to sit here and tell me that women in general lose their kids, you're crazy.
No, but
of course they don't.
It's well, some women do if they're like alcohol abuse.
No, not in general. It's interesting, shout out to you guys. Y'all might not know who I am. I'm the lead attorney. I'm a 20-year divorce attorney down here in Atlanta, Georgia. My whole adult career have been dealing with these issues of parenting and divorce and alimony. So it's interesting to hear how you guys talk about it. Destiny, one of the things that I hear you, it seems that you're pretty persuasive when you talk about these studies and things like that. And I understand the impetus to really look for hard data when you talk about things. And generally, I think that's very important. But when you start talking about data for these types of issues, the reason why people get divorced.
I see why that Abbott Preach thing got added into. So I was looking at the title, Exposed. Okay. Yeah, this is okay. Okay, he's over it. If you don't remember, this is the Abbott Preach video that he's looking at too. Let me go ahead and find it for you guys. Okay, that's it. This is it right here. Right here. This is it right here.
Fun. I think women divorce for no reason all the time. The reasons they got
to do around the house. A lot. And she works all day.
This is the Abbott Preach video.
And then she goes home and she's still.
This is what he's this is the clip that he's like taken from here from the video. This video is talking about just pearly things and all these male sphere types too. About how they're just sort of like talking out their ass to not actually looking at this is not, he's over conflating this too to make his point. That's why when I saw this too, I was wondering what this was. Now I'm seeing it too. It took me about like almost 4 minutes into the video to figure it out too. But yeah, that's nothing. Okay. This is what they were talking about here. He's conflating it over to something else.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing well and welcome to Redfall Gameplay and Impressions. So a couple weeks ago, I was very lucky and Bethesda invited me down to their studio office in London to check out the game and play it on PC for about an hour and a half in total. Talking shop for a second, it's nice that these gaming events are coming back now. The last event that I went to before the pandemic was January 2020. I think that was a Doom Eternal capture event in London, and then all the travel and events stopped. And for me personally, there wasn't anything else until January 2023 with the Hogwarts Legacy event that I went to, and now of course Redfall. So it seems that all that stuff is starting to come back now, and people are being invited to go to studios and various spaces to check out games early. And it's nice because you get to meet the people that work at the publishers, you get to meet the developers and chat with them and see what their grand vision for the game is and the reasons behind some of the gameplay choices that they've made when they were making these games. Just gives you an extra bit of insight, I think, at times. But I digress. Now, interestingly, this game is on Unreal Engine 5, and for me, I think it's only the second Unreal Engine 5 game that I've played when I think about it. The first one is probably Fortnite because they updated that engine to UE5 so they could put cool nanite technology in it and physics and lighting and stuff. But Redfall also runs on Unreal Engine 5 and it's out on May 2nd.
It looks good so far.
Are starting to see the light of day and become actual things now, which is super cool. So what is Redfall then? Well, it's being developed by Arcane, and I'm sure that you've played many of their games before, like Prey, Deathloop, Dishonored. And if you look at Redfall, you probably immediately go, oh yeah, that's an Arcane game, because they've all got this consistent style and feel to them. You can play this game solo all the way through, or you can play it in co-op with up to 4 people, and each person picks a unique character who's got their own special skills and abilities with a skill tree, so you can go in and customize that and how the abilities work to change your gameplay style. And then you're thrown into an open world where you can choose to explore, you can do encounters, you can come across side missions, you could just do the main story if you wanted to. And the goal is to take back Redfall, which is this fictional place in Massachusetts which has been overrun by vampires and the people that follow them. If I could give you a rough idea of what this game feels like to play like other similar titles, I would say that it's a mix of Far Cry, Dishonored, Borderlands, and a bit of Destiny sprinkled in there. I feel like in the initial gameplay trailers that they showed for this, it came across as Left 4 Dead or Back 4 Blood type of vibe, but it doesn't play like that because it is this open world setting rather than going through a linear environment where hordes of zombies or vampires come at you. That doesn't really happen here. It's much more like Far Cry than Left 4 Dead, I would say. In terms of the weapons that you'll pick up, well, they've all got stats on and unique perks and stuff, so that's the Borderlands starting to creep in there. And then as you go through the game, of course, there's plenty of stuff to loot, so that's the bit of Destiny. You beat a boss, you probably get a chest at the end of it. Maybe RNGesus will be on your side and you find a nice assault rifle in there. In terms of what I actually played here, well, they kind of left me to my own devices. I could choose any of the 4 characters that I wanted to, and they dropped me in at one of the safe houses with a couple of missions, and I just went on my way. It just, explored a little bit as you do, got used to the gameplay mechanics, the gunplay, the abilities. Did a couple of side encounters where I cleared out neighborhoods of vampires and cultists before heading over to the area where the story mission was. Now, I would say that this is where the Dishonored DNA is strongly rooted in the game. The story missions and a lot of the side missions have got the multiple choice aspect to them, and in this mission in particular, I had to go to this giant mansion and infiltrate it and figure out what happened there. You can approach it in many different ways, so I could have just gone in guns blazing, gone really loud, but of course if you do that, you'll get spotted by the sentries, and they've got these horrible laser beams that just insta-kill you. And if you get in a scrap, the enemies will raise the alarm and that will bring more enemies towards you, which naturally gets a bit chaotic. So I tried it once like that, ended up dying, and then I tried it again a bit more stealthy. So I went around the back of the mansion, found a side entrance, jumped in, used my cloak, and I started taking out the enemies in there with a silenced pistol, one by one, Hitman style, without raising the alarm. I was just playing solo here too, so imagine what that could be like if there was 4 of you. I assume if you're playing with your mates and you decide to go in loud, it's going to be absolute chaos and a good laugh. Or you could challenge yourselves as a group and try and complete the mission in complete stealth, all picking silenced weapons and try and never be detected. One thing that I liked about the mission that I played though was that it didn't explicitly tell you exactly what to do. And what I mean by that, without spoiling too much, is that you get to a point where you have to find 3 little dolls and then put them back in a dollhouse, and there's a note at the dollhouse and it gives you a rough idea of where these dolls might be. It doesn't put 3 icons in the game world and says here's the first one, here's the second, here's the third. It doesn't make it easy for you. You've got to read the note and figure out, based on the last 20 minutes of exploring that you've done in the mansion, where these items might be, and then you go and find them. So there's an element of puzzle and exploration here too. Again, with friends, I think that could be a good laugh as you split up, fighting enemies along the way and trying to figure stuff out. There's definitely horror in here too. The mission that I played was quite creepy, and I had a couple of jump scares as well, which when you're in a room with about 10 other people, not ideal, but as you can see, the game itself is dark. So the flashlight comes in handy, of course. And there's various different enemy types too. You've got the cultists, which I just think are humans who have decided to side with the vampires, and you can kill them with any old weapon in the game. But the vampires themselves, there's different variations of them. So you've got your basic Barry vampire who you can shoot for a bit. Eventually they go in this down state, but to finish them off, you have to stake them. You have to physically walk over to them and use a stake, or if you've got a stake on the end of your gun, you can stick it in their heart. I did have access to a stake launcher as well, which if I hit the vampires, it would do a lot of damage to them, eventually killing them, but you didn't get much ammo for that. So the powerful ranged weapons might be limited in ammo in that respect. Then there's different types of vampires that have various attacks like teleportation, explosions, ranged attacks. The next level is, I would say, mini boss vampires, which control different neighborhoods, and if you kill them, you take that neighborhood back and get their skull, and eventually if you get enough skulls, you can use those to fight one of the vampire gods. And I seem to recall there's 4 of them in total, and I assume that that's going to be the main story point of the game. You have to go and take out all of these vampire gods, which are big boss encounters. Wrapping things up, I thought that I'd quickly show you the 4 characters that you can play here and some of their abilities. I mainly played as Jacob, and he is a soldier archetype, I would say. So he's got a raven which you can send out, and that scans areas so you can see enemies through walls. He's got a cloak and he's got a sniper, which is essentially an aimbot. I was like, is this how it feels to use an aimbot in video games? That's far too much power. And then there's Layla, who is more of a psychic telekinesis character, and she can put down a boost. She can use an umbrella as a shield. She can summon a vampire, and you can change these abilities. So for example, with the shield umbrella, you can have it so you go in the skill tree and you select something which says, okay, so any bullets that are fired at this, I can fire them back at enemies, that kind of thing. There's Devinder. He's got an arc javelin, which is just this electric stick you put in the ground and it shocks any enemies that come near it. He can teleport, and he can use this blacklight staff thing that instantly freezes the vampires. So in the game, you can get UV guns that freeze vampires if you want to try and kill them quicker or do a bit of crowd control. And then there's Remy, who has a C4 charge, a big bomb essentially, a robot you can send out to distract, shock, and immobilize enemies. And you can also use her for support, healing, reviving, etc. So a lot of these abilities work with the other characters. So you're playing it in co-op, you can employ a bit of teamwork and make some inventive gameplay for each other. And that's about all I've got for you today. I wanted to keep this pretty high level as I don't want to spoil too much of the story, but that is the gist of Redfall. It's a story-driven solo or co-op FPS with RPG mechanics, vampires, vampire bosses, with a lot of Dishonored and Far Cry type gameplay in there. It's out on PC and Xbox May 2nd and will be available on Game Pass from day one. Thank you for watching. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. How you feeling about this one? If you enjoyed the video, drop a like, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Oh, very cool. I'm actually very interested in that too. I need to see more from it too, but the more and more I see, like, I've really enjoyed it. Let's see what Divide's saying.
Hey, what's going on, Divide here. Now today I want to talk about weapon crafting or unlocking patterns. More specifically about previous weapons that you could unlock patterns for that are no longer craftable in the game, like the Ikilos SMG, if you didn't unlock the pattern for it last season. So a lot of you may be aware that all the previous seasonal weapons from the past 4 seasons you could craft no longer drop patterns for you to eventually craft them. So if you didn't get the patterns for them during Witch Queen, you cannot craft these weapons. And the only way to actually get these weapons are from RNG drops at Gunsmith or Xur. But even then, it's still extremely unlikely that you'll get the perfect roll that you're after. Now I know Bungie have plans to eventually allow you to apply deep sight to weapons that you need patterns for, but personally until that happens, I think Bungie should bring these back as craftable weapons by adding them to the Dares of Eternity pool like we did with some of the other weapons, so that people still have.
Yes, I very much agree to that too, because I want to get the Callus Mini Tool crafted version. I have the uncrafted God Roll version of it, unironically enough, but I want the crafted version so I can get an enhanced incandescent. That's really it. But until they do that, you know, we have this.
Have a chance to get them right now, at least until their new feature comes into effect, if that does eventually move forward. What do you guys think?
I actually do want to see the Across video on the Veil. Let's watch this first.
I've been loving Season of Defiance. I love the activities, and I feel like the story is just amazing. Now, I gotta say, I enjoy the story way more than Lightfall's story, just because I feel like I know what's going on, and I think there's a lot more development.
I feel like there's like payoffs.
Last week was huge in terms of the narrative, and it looks like this coming Tuesday will be the end of the narrative beat for the season. So it really does suck, as I don't think there's going to be any epilogue event, and usually the first season of the year doesn't have anything too crazy. But again, Season of Defiance has been overall amazing in terms of both the story and the activities given. We're probably going to get some master stuff, some little stuff with Guardian games later on in April and May.
Yep.
But it looks like after next week, Season of the Deep will be the next big story beat, launching May 23rd, 2023 after Guardian Games. The second season in the year is always really good to me. Season of the Chosen, which launched after Hunt, was great. Season of the Haunted was also great, much better than Season of the Risen in my opinion. So hopefully the second season will continue on and improve a bit further. Now, we know throughout these next coming seasons, it's very critical for Bungie to go all out on them, because as some people have stated, that Lightfall has been sort of a disappointment to many. The seasons have to really go strong if players are going to stick around for the entire year. It's hard to keep players around for a whole year unless the seasons are really good. So hopefully that is the key. And remember, with Season of the Deep, after it's finished in August, that will be the reveal that Bungie will put out for the final shape and the future. So Bungie just has to get this next season really good so we can prepare to finally see what the final shape will be consisted of, and it will, you know, give players hope for what the next expansion will bring. So we have to get through the end of Season of Defiance and Season of the Deep. But, you know, I'm going a bit all over the place. Let's get back to the topic of this video, which is, what is this leak going to be about? Now, remember, when we do leaks here on the channel, I want all of you to take it with a grain of salt. but time will tell. Now, Season of the Deep, this will be the second season of the year, as I just said, and this will be one of the seasons that will probably focus on one of the amazing
Oh my God.
enemy factions that you guys love all the time, the Hive. Now, if you didn't play the Witch Queen, there's going to be some things from that expansion that it's going to
Wick is
follow
growing,
into
man.
Season of the
Proud of
Deep,
him.
and I think this leak will cover a lot of those aspects.
That's a watch later.
More of a continuation of it, and hopefully we'll see the return of Savathun. But let's get into one of the first things with this leak, being that the Location Titan will return. Now, I can say from many sources in-game and from many accurate leakers, the Titan is confirmed at this point to be returning. To start off with in-game, we already have one source, being that the Winterbite Exotic Lave quest, at the very end, you would see on the dialogue vendor that Titan seems to be teased. The location, Titan, from back in the day before Beyond Light and at the launch of Destiny 2 Vanilla, the place with basically all the Hive, and it was a swamp ocean type, location. Yes, we're talking about that place, would be returning as it was teased. And with a lot of leakers, Destiny 2 leaks, a lot of leakers on Discord has already confirmed that the dungeon, yes, we are getting a dungeon next season, which will probably launch on the first week of Season of the Deep, will be on Titan. So it looks like that place is returning. If you want even more info on it, apparently from the Destiny 2 IMED places where they talk about, voice actors for Lightfall, I can link you down.
Yep.
The source, apparently Sloan already has a voice actor again, apparently on the Lightfall page. So as you guys know, it looks like that Lightfall will be, its story will be continuing throughout all of year 6. So it doesn't look like it will be ending with that shitty ending that we got. Looks like these seasons will actually be continuing on that story, as we'll learn more about the Veil and we'll have more story beats going forward. So as you know, as I just said, looks like that Season of the Deep will be a continuation and not something entirely different from what we actually just got. So, nice things on that front. Now, with the Location Titan return, you're probably wondering, okay, why do we need to go to Titan? Well, with the end of the Winterbite Exotic Lave quest, it apparently teased that there's an enemy of the Witness there. And throughout these next couple of seasons, we'll probably need to understand what the Veil is and probably need some allies to help us against the Witness and probably prevail in the end so we can, destroy and beat the Witness in the final shape. Now, with that,
those leaks
you
already
probably
came
know,
out too.
Okay.
But like the boss
Who
fight
would
and
help
everything
us
too.
on a ocean type Hive
He will be the
location?
final shape.
Well, guess what? It looks like the Leviathan will be making a return. Now, if you don't know, back with the Witch Queen, we learned the real story to the Hive, or I would say the birth of the Hive. Now, but when they were on their planet Fundament all the way back on centuries ago, they were called the Krill. And when they were called the Krill, they basically were very weak beings. They were on their planet Fundament, and they didn't know really what to do to, become strong and, survive, because apparently they would just die off. I don't want to butcher everything in this story, but basically they were not a powerful race. That's what I want you to get at. And what happened is that Savathun was spoken to by her worm and brought her siblings, Zedorath and Oryx, to the depths of the planet Fundament. And when they were down there, they saw the worm gods, and basically the worm gods made a deal with them saying, okay, we're going to give you a worm to your entire race. And
That's not
all
like
you have to
entirely
do
like accurate,
is
but it's
that
close
if
enough.
you go and kill things, you will make this worm stronger.
Not to like overly like correct them or anything like that. Essentially, like there were different tribes of them. They were one tribe. Savathun and her family were one tribe, and they were losing out. So in order to like make sure like their tribe won, like the worm gods was speaking to them, but it was the Witness manipulating the worm, using the worm gods to control the Krill. Because it, unironically enough, the Traveler, I think the story, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, the Traveler was heading there too, but the Witness was gathering forces, and the Traveler essentially has been gathering forces too. Remember, the Traveler was on the Elixir's homeworld, the Fallen's homeworld, then left, and then they collapsed. It's the same thing happened. It goes through this cycle too. So the darkness kind of, the Traveler was on the way to the Krill, The witness, the darkness, interfered. The traveler didn't go there, manipulated the worm gods to control the krill, had the krill subjugate themselves essentially to the worm gods, and in order to keep the worm gods and their worms filled, satiate, they developed the sword logic where you have to conquer, kill, and then eat their defeated foes. But in turn, they will gain like immense power.
And you will get strength and you won't be weak anymore. However, you have to keep on killing things. And I just want to point out that is a horrible deal. I can't believe they actually fell for that, because what happens if they actually destroyed everything in the universe? They wouldn't have anything to, of course, feed their worms on, and hence they would just die. It's kind of a little bit of a stupid thing, but you never know how big the universe actually is until you go out and you probably see that it's going to take on years and years and years to actually kill everything. So apparently, you know, again, it wasn't a bad deal on that front. When they were down there, and when Savathun, of course, was down there, and they took the deal, and they eventually became the Hive, and they rose up, and yay, everybody, they met a creature called the Leviathan that basically said, okay, guys, Savathun's either out the works, don't go down into the depths, don't go meet the worm gods, don't do that, don't do that. Of course, he didn't say the worm gods, he just said,
I'm just gonna turn off the webcam a little bit. I just want to like
your planet, you'll regret
just like
it,
chill
all
out.
that type of stuff. And I think Savathun, you know, actually found out later on that, yeah, Leviathan was right, I feel like.
This is brought to you by Joe Brandon, by the way.
That was actually, you know, not a bad guy. I think he was a cool guy. And basically, with the exotic Winterbite quest, it teased that an enemy of the Witness was on Titan. And if Titan is already confirmed at this point to come back from, again, many leaks and from the story standfront, it looks like that the Leviathan creature will be coming back and maybe will become an ally to us and try to help us into maybe, you know, getting and beating
I doubt
Witness. Getting to where the Witness went and beating the Witness.
But apparently, like on Titan is like an enemy of the Witness, so I think that's what the leak said. So it might be that creature again.
So there's stuff there. Now apparently the 9 will be involved with the story. There are 5 good and 4 bad members of the 9. Now I don't want to be the guy, you know, being the lore guy, because I am not a lore guy at all. I love the lore, but I'm not a lore guy because I can't explain any of it.
That's
and
Biff.
When it comes to the 9, it's a bit difficult, as I know them as being cosmic beings in the unknown space and time, and I think you probably should just keep it at that. If you want to really know a lot more about the 9, you probably should go and watch a video on actually what they are from Bife and Mylan, because I'm not the guy for that. And they have been heavily involved in the story when it comes to the Drifter, Eris, when it comes to Mara. They have been in the story from the very back of the day. And you don't really know exactly what they are until you probably study them. So yeah, and before Trials of Osiris actually existed, we did get Trials of the 9, and they were basically the same thing from Trials of Osiris, but just, you know, in the unknown space of time of the universe, all that type of stuff. Apparently, you know, so it's a bit hard to explain, but just think of them as cosmic beings that are apparently made out of dark matter. Now, apparently 5 of them are good and 4 of them are bad. 5 of them actually want to help us, 4 of them don't. And that's just how it is. That's why they're called the 9. 5 plus 4 equals 9. If you got that, put a like, put a comment, tell me that you got that. Now, the 4 bad members are the creators of the Veil, a bridge between light and dark, as they seek the final shape. Now, that's kind of a little bit of a new thing that we don't know about, because I don't think it was actually told to us that the 9 were the creators of the Veil, or at least the 4 bad ones. So this could be a major story implication if it's confirmed later on in the season or in Season of the Deep. Now, we don't know what the Veil is, so don't ask me what it is, because I don't know what it is. Now, there are multiple veils, one of which is behind Drifter's ship and was gifted to him by the 9. Now, we saw in Season of the Drifter back in year 2 that the Drifter was apparently, you know, involved with talking to the 9, and apparently, there you go. As I just said, they were gifted, he was gifted apparently a veil thing behind his Drifter ship, which could probably be one of the reasons why Gambit, you know, exists, apparently, when it comes to the story front. Now, the good members have helped us and wants us to seek out the Leviathan on Titan, a worm that serves the Traveler. As I just said, the worm on the planet Fundament that was trying to warn about the krill not going down to the depths of the universe to, of course, interact with the worm gods and, of course, bring them into the race they are today. Apparently, he's on the good side. Serves with the Traveler. So it would make perfect sense to be allies with it to, help us defeat the Witness. Now, it looks like Savathun seeked out the Leviathan for redemption after the Witness lured the Hive, which is an explanation for her actions during the collapse. Makes sense. The Leviathan is the key to finding Savathun, which is where the story is heading. Now, this could be a little bit of a point that I don't think entirely is true, as it's not entirely correct, because the Leviathan is the key to finding Savathun. We already know that Savathun's dead, so I don't know why I would say this in the leak. This is where I was going to get a bit, iffy, because if it was that, then maybe it's trying to tell us that Savathun is one of the keys to help us defeat the Witness, to resurrect it. It's not more we need to find Savathun, because we know that the body has been, in our possession, I think in the Vanguard or something. So basically, we have Savathun's body. We know that MRO is in the throne world. We just know that. We don't really need to head to find Savathun, more like maybe a reason to maybe resurrect her. I don't know. Something about that. I feel the Leviathan really needs to go out and say, okay, guys, Savathun's actually a good guy. And I don't know really how you would, say. A lot of people think we are going to be allies with Savathun, which I would love, but I don't think the Vanguard's going to go for that. No one's going to go for that unless she actually deliberately, helps us in the end. And apparently she was trying to, because she wanted to save the Traveler from the Witness all along. And I think that was what the whole Witch Queen campaign was about, trapping the Traveler in her, throne world to keep it safe from the Witness. She had a plan, we didn't, and that's how we probably lost, because we didn't know really what to do. So she probably has more backstory with the Traveler, and maybe the Leviathan in Season of the Deep is trying to say, okay, go and get Savathun back. We're going to need her. So hopefully it's more on that front. The seasonal activity consists of a 3-man mission on Mars, the Throne World, and Titan. Makes sense for me. There's also a 6-man made activity, which we fend off Zitho's Arath's forces. We hear Zitho's voice for the first time, and a Worm God cutscene with Zitho. Now, I can definitely say that this looks like to be 100% confirmed at this point, because with the Lightfall voice acting website down below, if you want to click on it and scroll all the way to the bottom, you will see that there's actually a voice actor for Zitho Arath. Woohoo, let's go. Because if you didn't know, we have been teasing Zitho Arath for years now, technically centuries at this point, because back in the Taken King, we actually were, of course, hinted with her name, but we haven't seen her in any, cinematic. Yes, we saw her with one cutscene in Witch Queen, but we haven't seen what she actually looks like. This basically confirms that, finally. So hopefully this leak comes true on that front. As we know, there's a voice actor apparently listed for Savathun now, so hopefully we will get the voice of her, and we will get a cutscene with her. So she's basically the big bad, finally. Now, apparently the Will of Thousand Strike returns. If you're interested in this was one of the strikes on Mars. Dungeon is a 9 Taken theme, which I could see being confirmed, as there has been weapons that have been leaked to be taken for the next season, so that's great. Not similar to Prophecy, however. That is definitely, hinted in this. He even says it, that it's not similar to Prophecy, so don't expect that. I feel like dungeons have to be different in their own way, and they have to have some sort of theme. I think it's good to split up the theme of these dungeons going forward. I want more of a hive, going down into the depths type of, dungeon. I don't want to be too similar to Pit of Heresy, but I don't want it to be like similar to the Prophecy dungeon. And it's hard to get in the middle, of those two dungeons, but I think that's what Bungie's trying to do. Now, Dungeon Armor is a Taken version of the original D2 armor. Ooh, that's interesting. Dungeon Boss is a larger Worm God than Zol. Very interesting there. First encounter is a Hive Horde encounter. That's pretty cool. Seasonal armor looks similar to Trials of the Nine and the Emissary. And Taken Reckoning weapons return. 2 of them will drop like Haunted and Seraph, which is already likely to confirm, as we know that we're probably going to get some Reckoning weapons with that one of the recent leaks that we got in from another leak source. So that really wraps a lot of that stuff up with this leak. Now, from a standpoint from me, I would say that this looks very interesting. There's a lot of things that in this leak I have probably going to say that will happen. Titan will return, Worm will be featured in this story, and I think that is probably a definite. Leviathan looks like to heavily be focused in this season, which looks very likely. Zeethorath having a voice, very likely, and a lot of those things. So I could say that this season looks very good from the lore implications. Let's just hope it features on that. We also know, again, if you didn't know, that we are going to get a quest to learn more about the Veil that will be different from the events of Season of the Deep, confirmed by Bungie. So we'll have more info on the Veil this season as well. So we'll have probably a continuation on the Veil, and we'll have seasons that will have different events that we're gonna have to deal with going into the future.
Excited for Guardian games coming back
on that front. But yeah, that usually wraps up the video. I hope you guys did enjoy, and I'll see you guys.
Oh, that looks
on the next
clean,
one.
man.
Bye, guys.
What the hell is the Veil? Ah, yes. Today we're gonna try to dive into this question and answer it, because I think all of us have wondered what the hell is the Veil. It was first mentioned actually by Rasputin in his final message to us before he sacrificed himself to save the Traveler, and then later during the Lightfall campaign, it was all Callus, the Witness, and Osiris cared about. Capture the Veil, protect the Veil, establish a connection to the Veil, make love to the Veil. By the end of the campaign, you would think we would know something about the Veil, but obviously our Guardian ask literally 0 questions. Even after a connection is established to the Traveler and the Witness opens a portal that he and the other pyramid ships go right through, all of these questions still remain unanswered. That is, until the Root of Nightmares raid. We believe Bungie is slowly revealing what the Veil is over the next few seasons, which will have huge story implications on the world of Destiny. Let's begin with what we know about the Veil. As mentioned earlier, we first learned about the Veil from Rasputin. The Veil is described as an object of immense paracausal power. Its location is on Neomuna, and it has a connection with the Traveler. Now, once the Witness arrives on Earth and communes with the Traveler, it sees a vision of the Veil on Neptune, and it instructs Callus to capture it. He explains in a conversation with Callus that the final shape awaits, and that the Veil is but the next step. Now, once we arrive at the Veil, we defeat Callus, but unfortunately our ghost straight up throws via the Witness taking control of him and creates a link with the Veil, allowing him to open up this giant portal next to the Traveler, and him and all the pyramid ships just go straight inside. Now, understand that this portal is to some unknown time or place. And the reason why we say time and place is because in the piece of dialogue presented as public news broadcasts on Neomuna, we are actually given this information.
With Neomuna Civil News, this is Jisoo Calorondo reporting. Scientists continue to study the alien structure the Witness created from the remains of the Traveler. The link established between the Veil and the Traveler's so-called Pale Heart created a portal through which the Pyramid Fleet leader escaped. Professor Alagi Ahmed commented, "It appears to be an Einstein-Rosen bridge, but with paracausality, little can be said for certain."
Okay, what is an Einstein-Rosen bridge? I've heard that term multiple times before. Let's see. Einstein... There we go. Rosen bridge. Let's look that up. It is a wormhole. Okay, a wormhole, an Einstein-Rosen bridge, is a hypothetical structure connecting disparate points in space-time and is based on a special solution of the Einstein field equations. A wormhole can be visualized as a tunnel with 2 ends and separate points in space-time. Okay, so if you go back to the original image here, so we're at 214. Here, right here. Okay. This is the entrance, right? This looks like it's roots, right? So I remember we watched that video about it being a mushroom. So this is the entrance to it, right? You're going through this thing here, and these roots connect to something else. Now, those roots connect to like different realities or different points in space and time? So you go through here, and then you're traveling through these roots. Is it taking you to a specific place and time? Each one is connected to something else. So I'm wondering then, if this is the entrance, these then you travel through, and it takes you to a different space, a different point in space and or time as well. That could be it.
Now, for those of you who are not familiar with thermonuclear astrophysics, an Einstein-Rosen bridge is
he
basically
explains
a
it.
wormhole, which could potentially mean the witness didn't just go to a different location, but also went backward or forward in time. Now, during the exotic quest for deterministic chaos, we learned that the Vex were working on a copycat veil. This was the heart of the Black Garden that we destroyed in Destiny 1. And during that original campaign, we were told by the Exo Stranger that only after we destroyed the Black Heart that the Traveler would begin to heal. This means that whatever the Vex of the Soul Divisive, who served the Witness by the way, made, this had a connection to the Traveler. This has always been a point of confusion because the Witness said that the Pale Heart of the Traveler holds the key. Some have even theorized that the Pale Heart of the Traveler was the veil. But then going back to the Neomuna broadcast, the veil established a link to the Pale Heart, meaning those are two entirely different things. Now, it's made very clear that whatever the Witness did, he doesn't want us repeating it. In the Lightfall campaign, the Witness took Callus to first use the radio mass, establish a link to the veil, and then destroy it. The Vex who created the Black Heart, the conceptual mind, is also attacked by the Taken to prevent us from acquiring the secret data it contains about the copycat veil. It's basically a foregone conclusion at this point that if we're going to follow the Witness, who we assume is inside the Traveler, then we need to figure out how to use the veil. New subclass? Now that answers the question as to why the veil is important, but we still don't know what it is. And I love that Bungie's like, yo, here's a picture of it. Now you know. This literally tells us nothing, Bungie. But let's take a look at the lore surrounding how the veil arrived on Neptune. Now, we first learned a year ago that Savathun used to be in cahoots with the Witness before the first collapse. But during the exotic quest for the Parasite Grenade Launcher, her worm told us how she deceived the Witness to protect the Traveler. Savathun has always been a baddie. Now, back when this dialogue was first released, we had no idea what Savathun did to deceive the Witness. But post-Lightfall, we now know hiding the veil was a huge part of her deception. Now, in the interactive trailer for Lightfall, Bungie revealed that Savathun had rebelled against the Witness and hid what might be our only chance of defeating it on Neptune. And in the lore for the Root of Nightmares raid, we got a real confirmation that yes, Savathun was the one who hid the veil away on Neptune. Now, while traversing through the Witness's pyramid, Nezarec gives us this line of dialogue.
After that witch killed me and cursed my remains, I assume that's when she whisked away the veil to Neptune, the coveted key to the Witness's plans, and the sapid secret of its first victims. As much as I loathe her, I must applaud her efforts.
Again, the more and more we learn about Savathun, the more we start to think that she may actually be our greatest ally. Now, on top of this verbal confirmation from Nezarec, the new raid exotic shotgun describes in more detail the moment when Savathun killed Nezarec. The sound that escaped me resembled a roar, a psychic echo. It soared through the air and pierced every corner of my ship. Anger coursed through me as I toppled the ground in a heap. I wheezed with each breath and clutched at my chest. I watched that witch saunter out with her thick thighs and her beautiful smile. Like she'd want. My ship rumbled as she wrested her primordial prize from it. I felt hatred. Deep, unchallenged hatred. My claws punctured the floor, etching new patterns into it. I dragged myself forward. Whispers danced around me. Trillions of voices melted together in my favorite symphony. I'd always welcomed death, and this time would be no different. An agonizing sensation shot through me. It was as if an arrow had bored its way through my chest. It burned, and I collapsed among the rubble. A green hue enveloped me. I was unfamiliar with this. Her magic festering within me, shackling me. My body twisted. My breaths grew thin. My limbs became heavy, torturous. No, she could not hold me. I would not allow it. This would not be my end. My witness, I whispered, as the void I once commanded claimed me. Now we find one line in this entire lore tab particularly interesting. My ship rumbled as she wrestled her primordial prize from it. Now there's a clever tie-in to the Lightfall campaign here. After the witness reprimands Callus for losing control of the veil, Callus refers to it as a glittering prize. Now given the history of both Nezarec and Callus, their personalities shape how they describe the object. Both refer to it as a prize though. The word primordial most definitely asserts that the veil has existed for a very long time. Whether it's been under the witness's control since its inception is unknown, but maybe there's some other clues as to where it was when it was created. By the way, spoiler, we believe that there is. Now going back to the same dialogue we read earlier where Nezarec describes the veil, the coveted key to the witness's plans, and the sapid secrets of its first victims. The veil is said to contain sapid secrets of its first victims. It, we're assuming, refers to the witness, the witness's first victims. Now, could the veil contain information about past civilizations similar to the Oxa machine? But wait, what if the veil is the Oxa machine? Whoa, hold up. This is way above our pay grade, but we have to dive into this. The last time we read of the Oxa machine being used is actually during the Midnight Coup against Emperor Callus. The Scion, Otsat, used the Oxa machine to transmit communications between the Cabal insurrectionists to plan their coup. Now, this is a psychic device, one that the Scions consulted with to see visions of the past and future. Now, in the Collector's Edition lore book from the launch of Destiny 2, Callus gives a backstory for each of the Cabal that betrayed him. Before talking about Gaul, he tells a story from the Oxa machine of a small people who lived on a dangerous world, whose king forced them to eat larvae to gain strength over their enemies. Now, if this sounds familiar, it's because it's the story of the Hive and Fundament. The Oxa machine contains information of civilizations long since past. Now, from the Kaida lore book in the Lightfall Collector's Edition, we get even more insight on the Oxa machine, the Odile, Xenotaph, and Archive. Sometimes, Oxta, depending on how you construct the acronym, the alien oracle that led us to the graves of Ark. Must be wary now. Oxa is a Scion myth, and the Scions are a sensitive topic. My father wants to free them from bondage. It claimed to record the story of the galaxy and to prophesize what may yet come. A black box for galactic civilizations, if you prefer it in pilot terms. The doomed and the damned left the record of their downfall in the Oxa. Now, does anyone else find it odd? The Oxa machine just happens to be mentioned in the Lightfall Collector's Edition, and we have yet to see direct mention of it in game. Is it just us? Because the doomed and the damned left the record of their downfall in the Oxa, and the sapid secrets of the witnesses' first victims seems very similar. Mylan actually made a video pre-Lightfall about the Collector's Edition, but it was mainly focused on Teox, who is the Hive broodmother who had been fleeing from the three Hive sisters of Fundament, that being Oryx, Samathun, and Zevur Wrath. Now, we don't know where Teox is, but the new acronym for Oxta machine can be arranged to spell out Teox. Interesting connection. Again, if you want to hear even more depth on this, go check out Mylan's video. It's fantastic. Now, we have yet to look at a very important piece of lore added in Lightfall. This is from the Inspiral Roots of Nightmares lore book. You can find these pages scattered throughout the Witness's Pyramid when you play through the raid. Now, the first of these lore tidbits is called the Habitable World. Let's just read a piece of this real quick. A dream of a world in unity. Millennia gone by, alien and familiar at once. It leaves a data fragment to mark its passing. After the informant had come, bringing reports of the end of the Ammonite by the sword of the festering Hive, we did not get no disaster. Unusual signals at the edges of our habitable world suddenly had meaning. The intelligence thrice over credible enough to mobilize. And yet, those at the core of our united ecumene did not know the scent of fear. It has been long since the war began. The habitable world shrinks by the moment. We know not what the future holds, but crisis in fear. I set this day in memory so that we will know. When the lessons are taught in some warless future, unbreathed but true in the fragile hope all of us shelter. Fear did not come suddenly. The first harbingers of violence arrived on the same winds as joy. That of value must be cherished, for it may already be too late. In the deep may we be kept. Now, for those of you who don't recognize the events taking place in this lore tab, this is the civilization called the Ecumene, who were conquered by the Hive over a millennia ago. Teox is actually the informant who warns the Ecumene of the impending attack. And despite the warning, the Ecumene Empire, just as many before and after, would fall to the sword of the Hive. Granted, they put up a hell of a fight. Now, what's very intriguing about this and every other lore card from the raid is that they all start with that same similar opening. Card 1, the Habitable World. A dream of worlds in unity, millennium gone by, alien and familiar at once. It leaves a data fragment to mark its passing. Then card 2, a sword and an edge. A phantasm of Hive, forbidden and sacred, trespassing into hidden and unwelcoming places. It leaves behind a calcified fragment to mark its passing. And then card 3, the art of symbiosis. A trance imagining of darkness, sweet like honey. A life refracted through another's eyes like splinter light. It leaves behind an imperfectly translated data fragment to mark its passing. Are you seeing the pattern here, guys? All of these lore cards dive into completely different stories spanning different times, locations, characters, and all of them start with these same lines. Fragments of some type of data to mark their passing. Now, why would the Witness ship have traces of all this data unless he was in possession of a record of civilizations whose stories could be accessed centuries past their destruction? Now, this does pose one question. If the veil was on Nezarec's pyramid, why are the records on the Witness's ship? Best answer, I don't know. Why was Nezarec's head on the Witness's ship after being stuck on the lunar pyramid? Now, the Witness was obviously relocating some things between both ships at some point, and it's entirely possible that when Nezarec was moved, so too were these data fragments. Or maybe this is just one of those those video game moments. Believe me guys, it's a head scratcher. Either way, the fact of these remnants of data exists in the first place is reason enough though to be suspicious. The Oxa machine was used by the Scions in the past, so by no means is it a far stretch to believe that Nezrak, who by the way was worshipped by the Scions and possessed great psionic power, would also be able to use it to achieve the Witness's goals. Now it was at this point, while making this video, that we thought we had exhausted all the possible connections that existed between the Oxa and the Veil, but boy were we wrong. There is an entirely new can of worms that is even more
Dude, he's so good at these videos.
And the Veil are one and the same, or at least very similar. Do you remember the Insight Terminus strike? This is actually the first time the Oxa was mentioned in the game. There's actually two pieces of dialogue that can play once you finish the strike.
Location secured, Commander Zavala.
Good work, Guardian. What intel did you discover?
There's an almost unreadable data artifact labeled Oxa. It's heavily corrupted, but I'm able to make out M-Sund-12 from the access log. What is Oxa, and who was M-Sund-12? Location secured, Commander Zavala.
Good work, Guardian. What intel did you discover?
There's only one data artifact here, labeled Oxa, and it's seriously corrupted. Metadata says it was last accessed by an Otzot centuries ago. What is Oxa, and who is Otzot?
Those are questions for another day, I suppose. But for now, well done.
Now, these data artifacts are pieces of intel pulled from the Vex network. Now, we already know about Otzot, but who was M-Sund-12? Now, M-Sund-12 is an abbreviation for Maya Sundaresh-12. She was a lead researcher at the Ishtar Collective on Venus. She and her team were responsible for a great many things. They studied the Vex network on Venus, and during their studies, they found 227 copies of themselves simulated by the Vex in the network. Now, using a war mine, they extracted the copy of themselves from the network and sent them back out into the network to conduct research for them. It is the 12th version of Maya Sundaresh that access information pertaining to the Ox machine in the Vex network. Later, Maya founded the Future War Cult and created the device based on Vex technology. The device allowed humans to see into the future or other timelines. This device was actually rediscovered after the collapse, leading to this instant here. 47 human subjects. 11 report timelines in which the darkness has already prevailed. 13 report timelines in which the city has fallen. 23 babbled madness, hopeless, trapped. No wonder the device was abandoned. The human mind is too weak for it, too weak to look into the future or to understand what it sees. Interesting that Maya managed to create a device that, despite its failures, allowed humans to access visions of the future. Now, this is not the end of Maya's story. You may have already heard how a single colony ship survived the collapse and began the civilization of Neomuna. The ship that survived was called Exodus Indigo, and guess who was on that ship? None other than Maya Sundaresh and her team of researchers. This is fully detailed in the Winterbite Exotic Lore tab. They pick up a Vex signal from the outer solar system and follow it to its source, which was Neptune. Now, there are also locations on Neomuna named after members of the Ishtar research team. Maya's Retreat and SI Terminal, which are derived from the names of researchers Maya Sundaresh and Kiyomo SI. By the way, if I'm killing these names, that's pretty much on brand for us. Now, this is why in the final mission of Lifehaul, the Veil is contained within an Ishtar Collective facility. They were the founders of Neomuna. Now, Nimbus actually tells us during the campaign that the Cloud Ark, the virtual recreation of Neomuna, where all citizens currently live, is connected to and powered by the Veil. It's obvious that the Veil is more than just a power source to run Neomuna servers. It's somehow facilitating the interaction of human consciousness on the virtual plane. And all of Neomuna's citizens' bodies are stored within bunkers and cryopods, while their minds roam free in the digital landscape. The only parallel to this technology we see in Destiny is the creation of Exos. It was Clovis who discovered to host an exo consciousness requires Vex radiolaria that has been exposed to clarity control. These are the giant statues of darkness power inside the pyramid ships and the deep stone crypt. Technology combined with paracausality. Now, Bungie has made it very clear during the development for Strand that they wanted to adhere to the philosophies of darkness and light power. Light is all about creation. Darkness is all about about consciousness. When we wield Strand, we're tapping into psychic dimensions, opening our third eye, and reweaving the strings of reality into weapons of our bidding. The Veil is also speculated to be the root cause as to why Strand is so prevalent on Neomuna. The final warning Strand sidearm actually reads, I realize often in times of rest how my mind wanders its own furthermost reaches, and how the answers to my most vexing questions present themselves at that time with absolutely no fanfare. This phenomenon is worth studying in its own right by people much smarter than I, but I digress. My most recent revelation comes in regard to our current pursuits with
This is so frustrating because they add all this lore in these like lore tabs for like the guns and like things like for the guns and stuff like that, and they create this rich lore, but then you look at the Lightfall campaign and how disappointing it is. It's so frustrating. They got people who can put this stuff together and tell a good story, but they don't do it.
atmospheric spectrometer number 003A, which is aka final warning, as I have heard it being called around the lab. The odd capabilities this final warning harbors have long been suspected by Dr. Sundaresh to be a byproduct of the Veil, replicating energy signatures we most often observe in fluid dynamics. With that in mind, I propose we begin testing the ability to engage the energy using both the Magnus and gyroscopic effects. We attempt to create a paracausal skipping stone, if you will. How we accomplish this remains to be seen, but I encourage you to not spend the next few days thinking about it, as we will discuss it at the next staff meeting. Then the Veil is both the foundation for the Neomuna technological advances and a paracausal lightning rod. Both of these things combine in harmony to create the Cloud Arc, and it's also a focal point for Strand power. Now you're probably wondering, if the Veil is the Oxa machine, how is it also paracausal? This is where we actually tie things together. At the very beginning of this video, we listened to a broadcast from Jisoo Calorando. One of the lines from that dialogue we ignored for the time being because we weren't ready to broach that topic. But now, let's dive in. The broadcast starts with scientists continue to study the alien structure that the Witness created from the remains of the Traveler. Now, given what we know, I don't believe the Witness created the Veil, at least not entirely. We know that the Traveler was injured during its battle with the Pyramid Fleet during the collapse. And if the Veil was just pieces of the Traveler, then the Witness could just make another one. If the Veil was primordial and contains records of ancient civilizations, then it can't just be made during the collapse. That doesn't fit our timeline. What if the Witness already had the Ox machine? And to create his paracausal Einstein-Rosen bridge, he needed more than a machine. He needed paracausal power connected to the Traveler and infused with the machine that allowed consciousness to traverse time and space. Merging together pieces of the Traveler, darkness power, and the Ox machine creates the mechanism needed for the Witness to travel wherever or possibly whenever. In the final week of the Vex Calendar mission, we get to see the Veil up close inside of the Vex network. Now, as we approach, Mithrax is dumbfounded because according to him, the paracausal cannot be predicted, meaning it's impossible for the Vex to just simulate a paracausal object. But here, right in front of us, is a paracausal simulation. This is only possible because Asher Mir created the simulation manually, studying both the Vex and the pyramids. This most definitely confirms that the Veil contains both light and dark power. Hell, just look at it. It's kind of obvious. Now, Bungie's concept art for the Veil would also support this theory. The lead concept artist at Bungie, Daima Goranov, described the Veil on Twitter as a physical manifestation of incomprehensible cosmic energy, window into the mind and the memory of the universe. The Veil appears to be divided into separate pieces. One, a psychedelic machine encased in darkness. The other, a growth of a plant, similar to the Tree of Silver Wings. The Vex simulation doesn't have the interior structure inside the dark half. This is also explained because the darkness doesn't know how to remake the Ox machine, or else they would have made another Veil. And the Vex don't know how to make it either, hence the copycat Veil. Now, Ashimir, by proxy, wouldn't be able to replicate the Ox machine, only the paracausal elements intertwined within it. Now, during the first collapse, Savathun stole this machine, now called the Veil, hid it on Neomuna. Maya Sundaresh and her team of researchers found the Veil, and Maya, who already discovered the existence of the Oxa from the Vex network, knew the capabilities of such a device because she had created a failed mimic of it in the past. Equipped with this knowledge, the Ishtar Collective began studying the Veil and soon used its psychic and paracausal power to create the Cloud Arc. Now, if none of our arguments have convinced you yet, revisiting the Lightfall's Collector's Edition lore books, we left one key detail out of our earlier excerpt. My father names me for a star. I say, nothing to do with war. Yes, but the star Kyla was named for a myth, not an old homeworld myth either. A myth from Age of Cells. When we conquered the stars, surely you know it, assuming you've been briefed on the Oxa. The Doomed of the Damned left the record of their downfall in the Oxa. Your star got its name from the oldest myths in that archive. And when your mother told your father that story, the star became your name. A prayer that all will go as it must. And the way it must go is struggle. Ayat, not a word in Olorets or any other Cabal tongue, but Kaino means something else. Yes, it may not always go as it needs to go. A good name for a soldier. A strange name for a daughter, I say. Your father chose it for your mother's sake, out of love. Kaino's name given by her father is from a story recorded in the Oxa machine. If the Veil is the Oxa, then in the final battle of Lightfall, we just killed Callus under the very machine he drew forth Kaino's name from hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. The same machine that was instrumental in Callus's exile from the Cabal Empire was also the very thing that led to his downfall. So guys, that's our theory. It's the best we got. If the Veil isn't the Oxa, then I don't know what the hell else it could be. If you have your own theories on what the Veil is, leave them down in the comments below. And keep in mind, we are not a lore channel, so if you really want to get way more in depth, big shout out to Mylan and Bife. We actually had to dig through a ton of old lore pieces, and their videos were invaluable. So please go check them out. Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming and watching, and as always,
slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Dude, what is this outro? This is awesome. Good stuff. Is it across, man? I love his videos, dude. He's just born entertainer when it comes down to this stuff too. He's not a lore guy, but he puts together like good like videos like that too. I love his build videos too. Ehor and him do good videos. Mylan and Biff are like top tier like lore for Destiny 2. Dado's just good all around like content creator too. Cactus is good too. Like there's a lot of like people who do a lot of like build videos too. Almost all my builds are like from these guys. They do a good job. This video we'll go ahead and just watch it later for tomorrow's stream. DK should have the video up for part 2. Yeah, it looks like Chud's done. It looks like he finished it, so we'll watch it tomorrow, like first thing. Charlie, we saw the video about Charlie going over this too. That's good. If people are wondering why like I turned the webcam off, I'm just like feeling lazy at this point. I've been streaming for 8 hours right now. Is it 8 hours? Yeah. So I'm just feeling a little lazy. I've heard a lot of good things about this game too. They actually added multiplayer to the game too, so it should be interesting. Dude, yeah, I know exactly what Creamsicle here is talking about too with that build. It's fucking insane. Just use pulse grenades with that. You can't get all... I finally got the pulse for it too. I just have to upgrade it. Oh, Necromancer's insane.
Raised skeleton. What? Oh, from a corpse. It says maximum 4. Oh, I see, I get it. Okay, so now I got them boys. All right, now we got 3, 4. This is great. They just do everything. I one-shot an elite? This is disgusting. Okay, let's try this out. Here we go, gentlemen. This is the first boss.
Necromancer's like one of the most powerful.
I think this is faster than my sorcerer. I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm out of essence.
Yeah, I feel like that was really fast. Wait, corpse explosion is free? Holy shit!
Fresh meat.
Not now! Not now! I'm not ready! Wait, am I ready? Guys, I think I'm actually ready. No fucking way. I'm killing the butcher at level 5. Look at that. Holy shit. Bro, it's actually like I have 5 barbs with me. We need one more level, so we're gonna get our skeleton mages inside of this thing here. So I can corpse explosion out of line of sight.
Yep.
Man, that's pretty good.
Instead of the skirmishers, if you get the reapers, like every time I forget what skill it is. It's like the second skill for the reapers. You can say where like 15% of the time, when they carve the flesh off like an enemy, it'll create a corpse, and you'll just have corpses everywhere. So guess what? Corpse explosions all the time, baby.
Yeah, this is fucking insane. I'm literally just clicking on the minimap. I'm not even looking at my screen. Just looking at the minimap.
I feel like I did that. I did my best, and I am happy with. Oh, whoa! Destiny speech patterns. Hello. Okay, we're in for a ride here. I can already tell.
Well, I said okay.
Is it more cringe to have a new girlfriend that you've never met in real life or a new daughter?
Oh, are you gonna tell me that you don't watch a lot of Destiny?
No, I mean, I'm not gonna say that I
I
don't.
know to lie. Don't lie.
I'm not lying.
Don't lie.
Yes, I am a Destiny viewer.
Don't make a joke. Don't lampshade it. I know what you're doing. I know how you. I know how you think. I know exactly. I know exactly. You're gonna say. You're gonna exaggerate and make a joke out of it.
No.
You want to escape the awkwardness of me being able to tell who's your favorite streamer from the way you said okay.
If I wanted to escape the awkwardness, why the would I be in here? That's like your main content.
Oh my God! You think just like him. This is perfect. You're a perfect specimen.
Let's go.
You're
Let's
a
go.
perfect
Let's go.
specimen. Oh
See,
my God! He does that.
Destiny thing. That was a
Yes,
Destiny
it
thing.
was. Yes.
He
sees me everywhere.
This is good. Okay. Oh my God.
Can we get back to the question that I asked, please?
This is like an exorcism. Yeah. Because I don't want to
overload yourself immediately. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Awkward silence. That music, man. Oh my God. It's fucking beautiful.
It's gonna be ugly.
Did we see this?
Here we go.
Oh yeah. We saw this.
And is a very real phenomenon. It occurs when you witness something that is so grossly turbo cringe that your body has a fight or flight response and fills you with shame from just having watched it, even though you weren't directly involved in the situation. I think the #1 cause of secondhand embarrassment is bad stand-up comedy. So, you know, like, what's the deal with airline food? Salt shakers, you fill them up, and then where does it all go? Like, when a stand-up set bombs, I feel like most people get embarrassed for the person up there. But today, I got so much secondhand embarrassment, I feel like I got a year's worth of shame in one afternoon, thanks to the TikTok congressional hearing that happened. This was an absolute mockery of the entire country. It was absolutely foul. It was painful to watch. So I'd like to show you just a few of the clips. The whole thing was about 5.5 hours long, and I can't imagine anyone can make it to the end without puking. It's brutal. It has everything you're probably imagining, tech illiteracy and horrible questions out the wazoo, all wrapped up into one 5-hour endurance test of the human patience. In a nutshell, there's been a lot of controversy about TikTok and TikTok bans, like banning on government phones, which I do agree with. I don't think there's any argument to be made that a fucking government or someone in power person should have TikTok on their phone just because of potential
Oh my God,
security
they
risks
updated
associated
their
with it.
terms of
And this has
service.
expanded into a lot of other big debates around it. I am not a personal fan of the platform in general. I don't really use it that often. Plus, I think it's been extremely detrimental to the actual mental health and attention span of human beings. Because now, I don't know if you go on TikTok often, if you go on TikTok and it's someone just talking about something or a clip of something, there is always Subway Surfers, Rocket League, or GTA playing underneath it in order to keep your attention, because people need such constant stimulation and jingling keys. If there's not like 3 separate videos of like bars of soap getting cut for satisfying videos, or Rocket League freestyling while the core video itself is playing, they click off. That shit is just so pathetic. It's actual brain rot behavior. I'm very curious to see in 10 years if that's going to be the commonplace for everything in the world. Like if movies now are going to be like playing a movie, but then also underneath it another separate movie, making sure that your attention is captured. Like, it's so baffling just how far the attention span of humans is degrading, where they can't watch a fucking 30-second video without 3 other videos also playing to keep their attention. But with all of that being said, I still don't want to see it nationally banned or any shit like that. And the reason's very simple. Because I like a world where people have the freedom to choose what they do with their whole life, pretty much. So if you want to download TikTok, you should. Even in spite of potential security risks to your privacy or whatever, that should entirely be on the individual's choice. Does the entertainment the platform offer outweigh the potential security risks to your data being sold or whatever? That's up to the person to decide. That's my ideal scenario, where people have the freedom to make their own fucking choices there when it comes to some shit like this. I've made it clear I'm no fan of TikTok. I am also very confident that there is a huge level of like spyware with TikTok associated with it, more than the CEO lets on. But holy shit, this congressional hearing or whatever has done nothing but make the CEO of TikTok look like a patient saint, like an actual Zen master to deal with the unhinged lunacy and out of touch questions those fucking fossils were throwing his way. It blew my mind. It blew my fucking mind. Her, oh my God, she's so dumb. She kept asking him questions, but instead of letting him answer, she'd just say yes, yes, yes. And then she pulled up a random shit post on TikTok like, you see this threat? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, so she pulled this up and she's like, look at this. Outrageous. It's not a viral post or anything, by the way.
That video was posted 41 days ago. As you can see, it is captioned me as F.
Dude who asked about TikTok using Wi-Fi? I don't remember, but I think they were trying to make a bigger point. And this is really giving a very
and they failed at that point too. It was so stupid.
Bone to the person who asked the question. I think what they were getting at with asking about Wi-Fi is he was trying to state that if one device is connected to a network, it can access everything on that network, which it can. But he couldn't ask the question because I don't think he really fully understood it. But again, I'm doing a very...
There was like a good conversation to be had too, to grill the guy about like data. Unironically, I can't believe I'm saying this. Dan Crenshaw probably had like one of the best questions of like everyone on here about asking about like whether or not TikTok would have to comply to ByteDance complying to like the Chinese government requesting like a U.S. user's data. But he was phrasing it in the most bad faith way possible, and to basically say China bad. That's really what he was trying to say. And instead of just asking, only thing he had to say was this. All right, I forget the CEO's name. What was it? Shouzi Chu. So Mr. Chu, if you're saying that ByteDance owns TikTok, correct? You are a subsidiary of ByteDance. Yes. Okay. But you are not a Chinese company, correct? No, we're not a Chinese company. Okay. Is ByteDance a Chinese company? Yes, ByteDance is a Chinese company. Okay. If the Chinese government goes through their judicial system, and for whatever reason, gets a court order requesting the user data of TikTok, would you have to comply with that order? Specifically, if the Chinese government, now you're not a Chinese, you're not a Chinese company, but you're a subsidiary of ByteDance. But if the orders for ByteDance to get that data from you, would you have to comply with ByteDance, who is then complying with a lawful court order from the Chinese government? That's all he had to say. And then if the answer is, then he would have to answer honestly, right? Like, or how to get back to you on that too, because that's interesting. Because if it's a lawful order from a Chinese court by a request from the Chinese government, could you say no, or would you have to go, or could you say no and it would have to go to a U.S. court? That's the thing.
Be charitable.
But no one said that though.
Make some sense out of that awful question. This accomplished nothing except making their CEO look better. Full-heartedly believe there is a lot more fishy shit at play on the back end of TikTok, but they did not even get close to the bottom of it because they couldn't even wrap their head around what an app on your phone is. It's tragic.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi thing was silly. Of course, it has to access. You need to have the Wi-Fi connected. It was so silly. I kind of understand. It was confusing too, what he was trying to say too. Whoever the rep was that was asking about the Wi-Fi question. It's not going to work unless you're connected to Wi-Fi to run the app. Yes, it has to get connected to your Wi-Fi. You need to have a connection, but it's not collecting data. And the issue is if you are connected to your Wi-Fi, does TikTok collect any data that's also transmitted when you're connected to your Wi-Fi or to the internet too? And like, what specifically are you asking? Are you looking at data tracking? Are you looking at this? Are you looking at that? Like, watch Some Ordinary Gamers. I think we watched it, or I think I watched it off stream. He actually details specifically some of the things that you could ask, but these people didn't come prepared because it was just like, oh, these are not like serious questions that they're asking for. This is just like culture war stuff for Republicans, but this is something that's actually important. Also, he made the comment too, the CEO of TikTok, that Cambridge Analytics, Facebook, all these other American companies do the exact same thing too, but there's no fucking heat on them.
Mr. Zhang Fuping is the editor-in-chief.
He's not.
My colleague, Representative
just doesn't even let him say it or talk.
Minutes ago exposed that TikTok and ByteDance share legal teams. You confirmed this, correct?
Our general counsel is
Yes.
an American lawyer,
Yes.
veteran of Microsoft.
Also, my colleague, Representative Lada, confirmed that your parent
Fucking
company,
worthless.
ByteDance, currently can access user data. Yes?
We have to be more
Yes.
specific.
Yes.
After
You
Project
say-
Texas, no.
I'm not asking after Project Texas. I'm asking now. Yes.
There was like this line about like, don't use like the name of Texas. It's so stupid, dude. Sometimes I really hate like these congressional like committees because they don't like, it doesn't like these like things like never do it. This is like so like bad faith too. There's like, you could like really pin them up. That's why I like someone like Katie Porter, because like she's bringing receipts, she's bringing like detailed arguments, like detailed questions. But like people like this, they don't give a shit. They just want to get reelected, man. They're frankly not smart enough to do it too. This is something where you need like you need like subject matter experts to really come in and like brief these people on the questions that need to be asked.
Some user data is public data, Congresswoman, which means
you
everybody
confirm that.
can search
What's
for that
interesting,
data.
Which is true.
is that you have used the word transparency over a half a dozen times.
So, doesn't seem to understand that when you ask a question, you should wait for an answer instead of filling your own blanks here. So, her asking about the data that they're accessing, he talks about the public data, which is something every app in the world accesses, even that computer she's on right there. I bet she's logged in on Twitter. That uses all of your fucking data too. I bet she has a Facebook account. That not only accesses all of your data, it sells it too. All of these apps do that. What they needed to get to the bottom of is more in line with like, what is TikTok specifically doing with that data and how it relates to like the CCP and shit like that. But instead they're so hung up on like, public data? You're accessing public profiles. That's creepy. That's something one of the guys said. It's so fucking crazy. And for some reason, they
worthless,
don't
man.
even let him answer, so they get no answers. They get nothing out of this. It is fucking worthless. It is a complete waste of time. They said they were watching children's public profiles, which was creepy. Everything's watching every public profile ever. That's the whole point of it being public. It gets scanned in these systems. That's not exclusive to TikTok. Twitter does it. Facebook does it.
Yep.
YouTube does it. Everything does it. Literally everything. We threw away our privacy long ago. TikTok is just a little more nefarious, potentially, with what it uses that data for, at least based on like reports from a year or two ago. Not meant to be informational or useful, it's meant to grandstand for campaigns. It's actually tame compared to everything else, and well, I guess maybe. It's still so stupid though, because this doesn't do anything to further anyone's agenda here. Everyone that asked him questions today looks like a bumbling fucking buffoon. A genuine moron. Like, I feel like all this does is shake people's confidence in their elected representatives here. They couldn't they couldn't ask a good question. Were they like this with Mark Zuckerberg? Yes, they were. It was just as bad with Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg sat in the same hot seat as this guy did, and he got bombarded with just as stupid questions. If I remember correctly, one of the Facebook questions was, do I need internet to connect to Facebook? Or something like that. We are not getting anything out of this garbage. What do you think their approach should be on this topic? Hand it off to people that understand it. Clearly, this woman doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. At all. She has no clue what's going on right there. And she clearly doesn't even want to get answers because she's too busy answering herself. So get someone who gets it, have them ask the questions, and come up with the questions to begin with. Delegate. This is clearly not her strong suit. She's not even old! That you can't just keep using the excuse of they're all fucking geriatric. She is not old. She is willfully stupid. And still tries to act like an authority on the topic. She pulled up a fucking 400 view shitpost to try and use it as a point that completely fell flat. And then doesn't even let the guy answer her questions because she's too busy answering herself. Now, while she may have come to this hootenanny unprepared and made me ashamed to be a Floridian, she did mention something that I think is important to talk about briefly, which is Project Texas. Project Texas is something TikTok did to appease the US. In a quick nutshell, Project Texas is US user data being sent to Oracle, which is on American soil, as opposed to going anywhere else. So all of the US user data will now be on American soil, and Oracle kind of oversees the whole thing.
On a device in one pocket, but downloaded on your device in the other doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I believe Congress and DoD should address the continued use of TikTok on military installations, as well as any use that depicts.
Why are military installations have like
operations.
TikTok?
Mr.
Just make
Chu,
that a
does
rule.
TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the.
So if I have TikTok app.
Again, this is being very charitable. I think the point he was trying to make is when it accesses the Wi-Fi, it has access to all of your devices that are within that network, which every device that accesses your Wi-Fi does. That is factual. That is true. Which is actually something that happened to Kaya. He downloaded a burglar broke in and downloaded a torrent, and it came with a virus, which infected multiple devices that were on his network. It is known that when you are on a Wi-Fi network, it connects to more than just the single thing that's connected to it. It's everything there. So I think his point was, can it access my other devices? Which is why he's talking about like downloading on a device next to me. Shit like that. But the way he asked that question is so bafflingly stupid that even the TikTok CEO is like, fucking obviously, it's gonna access your Wi-Fi if you turn it on, right? Like, it's just craziness. So have someone who understands what the fuck they're talking about be the one to ask these questions. I think you gave him too much credit. He probably thinks Wi-Fi is a radio. Again, it's a very charitable interpretation of what I think he could have been trying to say. I could be way off and giving way too much credit there. I don't know. For the sake of clarity, I actually think that guy's follow-up question kind of hints more at what I was saying. Even though it's still poorly asked and his follow-up question is still poorly phrased, I do think with a high level of confidence, the thing he was trying to get at is TikTok going to be accessing all kinds of things on my network outside of just the one device that I'm using right now to connect to it? I think is what he really wanted to get at, but he didn't know how to get to that topic effectively. So he ended up making a very silly question out of the whole thing, which really sums up the entire hearing. Just silly questions that didn't do anything at all. They didn't get any answers. They didn't get to the bottom of any real questions people have. It was just a genuine fucking circus. Just an absolute clown show. That's really about it. See ya.
Like, what's odd about this, like, maybe I'm being pretentious or something, but the odd part about this is I'm trying to, like, really, like, think about it, and I can't even think. Like, it's as if it's the weirdest feeling. Like, I'm actually stupid right now.
Wow.
Have you ever had that feeling, like, when you're sick, where you just can't, like, like, I'm wondering, like, is this, like, I could be rationalizing maybe, but maybe this is like oh, this really sounds narcissistic. It really sounds like, maybe not narcissistic, but definitely egotistical, or maybe even like better than type mentality. But this feels like a showing of what it's like on the other side. You know, not being so hyper aware of, like, certain things.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
You feel like you're Hassan Brain now?
I just feel like it's odd. It's just like I can't think past a certain point. Like when I try to, like, critically think, right? Like when I try to dissect anything, I can't. Like I physically and mentally cannot. Not physically. I mentally cannot go past a certain barrier. There's like an invisible barrier that I can't pass. It's the weirdest feeling. It's almost like imagine like a electrical wire, right? And imagine that electrical wire is severed, right? But not fully severed. There's a small part still connected, but the sparks are flying because of the disconnected part, right? That's what I feel like I'm going through. But then again, I guess this example in itself is kind of me going into it. So maybe I'm not, maybe it's more mental. Maybe it's an insecurity thing that I'm going through because of the illness. And because of that, maybe I have stopped myself from, oh my God. Because technically the way I'm explaining this is it's pretty thorough, I'd say, right? Like the example I just gave, I think is a pretty good example of what's going on. And if I was truly stupid, I don't think I could give that example. So maybe this is like an insecurity thing. Holy, like, have you become my psychologist? This is crazy.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. Okay, gotcha.
Oh my God.
People need to understand this, and the right and left. Nobody gets this, okay? You have to think that the other person is genuinely doing what they think is best for the world. Because as soon as you start getting this mindset that somebody's trying to, like, corrupt or poison society, you've lost the plot, and you have lost your ability to, like,
so
understand.
You're saying stay in the Matrix.
I'm saying people on the right will look at people on the left and go, you're trying to weaken men. But the reality is, people on the left probably are thinking, like, you know what? I think that if people were more sensitive, more emotional, we'd have a better society. It's coming from a place of compassion. Whether you believe it or not, it is. And that's important to recognize real quick. People on the left will do the same with people on the right. They'll say, oh, you want women to stay home, you fucking hate when you want to be slaves. Not really. They just think they're happier there. They think they're better there. Generally, I think most people on the planet are like 97% aligned with most morals, but the way that we come at it is so different. We misinterpret the other side. We think they're coming from places.
Yeah, like you said there, people at the top think they're doing the best thing for us.
They're having rituals on islands, touching kids.
People need to understand this, and the right and left. Nobody gets this, okay?
I think it was August that, like, put that together too, and that was good. Leaving that last part in there, like, you know, rituals and things like that. He doesn't believe that shit, dude. He wants to believe it. He's trying hard to believe it, but he doesn't.
There's a lot of anticipation that Donald Trump is going to be indicted. Donald Trump was convinced it was today. Maybe it will be. Is there, you know, what's amazing about Donald Trump saying that it was going to be today? Do you ever remember him giving a date for anything? It's usually just like in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
2 weeks, 6 months, 3 weeks. 3 weeks or months, 3 weeks. Here are, and as you know, Donald Trump called for full mobilization. Manhattan courthouse of all of my people.
Protest.
And Newsmax's Sean Kraisman went down to the
his name's Sean Kraisman.
Yeah, Kraisman. went down to talk to all the supporters gathering outside of Trump Tower in support of Donald Trump, and this is what he found.
Interestingly enough, we bring you this live shot here. We know the former president has called for protests in a peaceful manner. Many Republicans push back on that.
You gotta love it.
Enough, it's the opposite side that's outside protesting now, saying insurrection, TikTok, time's up. No one is above the law. Trump is guilty. Again, many supporting the possible indictment of former President Trump there.
Yeah, those signs really look like they were made by the grassroots groups too, don't they, Sean?
Yeah, we'll continue to follow that. Again, barricades have been put up in.
I mean, they're big signs. They could be probably made by Ron DeSantis, if I had to guess. It's probably
print those out pretty easily too.
Only George Soros has a printer that could print something that big. People are pretty excited to have Donald Trump indicted.
I mean, my attitude towards this is sort of like my attitude towards UFOs. Like, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yes, I agree.
That's where I'm at here.
But I'm of course in favor. I mean, the guy should be held to account for any law breaking he did. And
true.
I hope this ends up setting a standard for all presidents who break the law, regardless of party or what. So that'll be fun. They did not exactly expect that down at Trump Towers, I don't think.
I doubt DK's like that quick. I don't think Papa Gut has anything new. No, right? Excuse me. Muslim versus atheist. I wish I got. This might be the last video. There you go. Well, we'll do this.
My Rumble CEO meeting yesterday. So we started talking. One of the meeting things I brought up was like those viewership numbers. Pretty wacky, my dude.
I messaged you about that too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Kick versus Rumble. Which one are you preferring so far?
I don't understand how these people come on and you give me advice. You've never been in these positions your entire life. Okay, Aiden Ross is literally bringing up like, say you didn't say anything. Like, no, I would.
You move as quick as possible.
Yeah, no, I do. I answer to them.
Who joined my Discord?
Rejoin my Discord?
No, I said, never mind. I said, who joined my Discord? It's usually, but I joined your Discord. Get it? Never mind. Forget it. How's it going?
Wait, are you asking who joined your Discord?
Oh my god. No, never mind. It was a joke that did not go over well.
Oh, like you're starting a Discord or?
No, I'm not Are you me right now? No, that's something that you would say. When someone joins, you would be like, who joined my Discord? But I said it. I said who joined my Discord, so as to imply that it was you that joined the room with me, but it was not. It was I that joined with you. Do you understand? Have I made this clear?
I don't understand what you mean you join my Discord. You don't have a Discord.
You're with me. Got it. Okay, got it. You should have just been like, got it. See, you can't continue after that. Just let it go.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, God. Have you gotten a carry piece yet, or gone and started that process, or what? I feel like we could do some research on like the optimal.
I've gotten 2 on the way. P365.
That's what I got. Love it. Which one did you get?
Whatever the most expensive one was, I think.
The SAS?
Maybe. It's ordered. It's complicated. It was a P365 and a. That's the SIG, right?
Yep.
Oh, and then the I think it was a Smith & Wesson M&P Shield.
The 380?
Yeah, I don't think it's a 380. I thought it was a 9mm.
Is it? Oh yeah, right. I think it's a Night Guard that's a 380.
Sure.
The Smith & Wesson has a really nice 380 carry pistol. It's super, like the difference from 380 to 9mm doesn't seem like a lot, but it really makes for a lot smaller handgun, like thinner, lighter, like in a lot of ways. Like I'm carrying the 9 right now, and I have a 12 round mag, which is something you should definitely get, by the way, because it's kind of hard to get a good grip on it with a 10 round mag, but with 12, it's perfect. I mean, next time I'm at your place or you're here, I can show it to you. But yeah, I recommend getting a 12 round mag for sure, and it doesn't really make any difference at all in the length of the gun or anything like that. So. Have you, well, I guess, so you have things in the works. That's good. That's good.
No.
What else? What's news in the hood and all that?
Just chilling. Oh, I didn't DM you back yet. I guess we'll talk it today, but I had my Rumble CEO meeting yesterday. He seemed like a cool guy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Was he much different than the second Rumble CEO of Locals or whatever it was?
I don't know. He's like a tech bro. He's like very much like a tech bro. I don't know if he's like, is he actually a billionaire? I don't know.
Wait, really? Is he?
I don't know. I Googled it, and people were saying that with the current valuation of Rumble, he's technically a billionaire. But then I also saw that he's worth $5 million when I Googled, so I have no idea.
Wait a second. What's the valuation of Rumble right now? Hold up. Let me just look at this
market
website.
cap of $2.4 billion right now.
Rumble has you're capping.
That is the market cap. It's a publicly traded company.
Holy
shit. Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was one of the things too, because I fought him because I'm not there to like around, and also despite what some retarded new viewers think, I'm not going to shill for a site because I'm getting paid for them. I never do that. But yeah, so we started talking. One of the meaty things I brought up was like those viewership numbers, pretty wacky, my dude. And we kind of, there were two strains. One he went on is that like, well, Rumble's
I messaged you about that too. Yeah. I messaged you about that.
Yeah, Rumble's a publicly traded company, and he's like, if I was to like fake viewership numbers, it would be the end of the world. Like investors could destroy him, the SEC could go after him. It would just be like you can't get away with that shit as a publicly traded company. You get fucked. Which I guess okay maybe. But then I was like,
these guys, I don't want to your shit up. I don't know if I can. You know what? It's not. It wasn't 25K live concurrent viewers. We both know that. There's no way. Okay.
Maybe,
because there's
yeah.
people. No, there's not. Because there's people right
You're
now
not gonna let me finish your thing. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
That don't pick up tank. So I think more likely is that they have a very liberal way of counting what a live viewer is.
Yep. Yeah, I asked about that. He said it's 5 seconds. Because he said sometimes what some sites will do, because I asked him about it, because after he said that, I was like, well, I'm sure there are like sophisticated ways that you could like gas up viewership. And he said that typically the way that he's seen platforms do it is what they do is they have an extended session token. I don't remember what he said, but basically, like if a viewer comes in, you count that as a live viewer for 1 hour. So if 100 viewers come in, 100 leave, 100 come in, 100 leave, if they do that like every 10 minutes, then after an hour, you'll have like 600 concurrent viewers, even though really you've only got 100. But he said on Rumble, he said they only keep it for 5 seconds. I asked him, but then the next question, I was like, okay, well, if that's true, right? Like if I've got like 25,000 viewers, like I know you guys pay ad revenue and I run pre-rolls on the channel, or there's pre-rolls are automatically run on the channel, like that should like coincide with ad revenue, I would imagine, right? Unless, and he showed me the ad revenue that I earned for yesterday, and surprisingly, so keep in mind, I can't run ads. I can't trigger an ad in the middle. I only run pre-rolls. Yesterday on my stream, I made about $600 in ad revenue with nothing, with just pre-rolls. So they could be gassing up my ad revenue, and they could be masking authentic viewership in another way. That's possible. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, obviously the owner of the company has every incentive to lie to me. But he told me that I think. Do they publicly talk about their concurrent viewership? Fuck, I don't want to say anything that'll get me in trouble.
Here's the only thing I would look at, right, is I think the only thing could really juice the numbers a lot would be if you were on the homepage listed prominently.
I was as well. I was.
Yeah, but I look right now, and the thing that's in that that #1 spot there only has 3,000 viewers. So it seems to me like it might be a multiplier versus like, hey, if you're on the homepage, you pick up 10K. It just seems.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, like I said, the numbers were really high, but the ad revenue was pretty high too. He said that there were a couple other things going on. It could be a lie, but I mean, I don't know. Right now,
well, it's never going to be a lie. It's like, oh, it's a bug that was fixed, or we actually were changing the way that we're doing this, or something. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but yeah, that was one big concern I had, obviously. And then otherwise, I think it was kind of like he had. It's the same. Rumble has the same problem that like everybody else does, where they're trying to get out from like the shadow of like this is where the banned people go, or this is like only conservatives. But they sound like a lot of decently big people, like Glenn Greenwald. I think that came out recently. They got signed. The one, who was the guy that did the?
What is this turning into? I mean,
hold on. No, what was the name I'm thinking of? The guy that did the force the vote on Medicare for all. Who the thing of? I just need the name, and then you.
Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore. Yeah, people like this, and then a couple of like Republican senators or people using, and like Trump Jr. and shit are signed to the platform. Oh, Russell Brand does a show there now. Yeah, go.
Is this literally just like extremist Twitch then? I mean, I don't mean to be weird about it, but it's like, okay, we have tankies and we have people that want us to withdraw from NATO and like nothing in between. Is that what Rumble is becoming?
It's anti-establishment, right? That's where it is. Yeah, of course. Yeah. But they want to get out from under that. They want to escape that reputation, right?
Interesting. Well, I mean, it was interesting to me. Like you said, there was no moderation tools at all when you first used it, right? Or sorry,
yeah,
that's not
correct.
the word.
That is true. I couldn't have moderators, but he said they built that feature out for me so he could show it to me by dinner, and they do have it now, so I can add moderators to the channel. Yeah.
That's good. Have you done that? Because it was a little frisky in there before, for sure, when I took a peek.
I haven't yet, but I haven't I'm not doing a dedicated stream over there, so it shouldn't be like a viewers, so hopefully it's okay. But if it gets like crazy, I'll start adding some. But I need to figure.
It's usually pretty crazy over there.
How can you say usually? I've done one stream. What is it usually?
Well,
like?
I mean,
today it's been okay.
I mean on Rumble in general, but yeah. Sure.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Sorry. Yeah, that's true. But today it's been okay. But if I see it get crazy, I'll probably start to like add mods and shit.
Interesting. How do you feel about Rumble versus Kick in the feature sets that each of them have right now?
I'll know better on Friday when I start streaming on Kick.
Have you tested it before?
No, I'll just do my first one Friday. Fuck it.
Interesting. It seems like it's supposed to be kind of feature parity with
Twitch. Yeah.
With Twitch. I mean, it looks like Twitch exactly, right?
I feel like the code was probably lifted from the Twitch leak, but
like actually lifted? Like
yes. But I don't know if that's true or not. That's what it because it looks like.
I feel like I yelled at Cake about this, and he called me a bad word when I said that's what they did.
Really? Did he?
Yeah, because I said, oh, it looks like, these same source codes are there. And he's like, no, that's the jQuery, or I don't fucking remember what it was. But, I mean, sure, shit looks like it to me. And I know Twitch had a leak, but yeah, I guess we'll see.
Okay. Maybe, I don't know. But the yeah, I mean, like Kick will be interesting, especially because of the moderation, the people I could potentially collaborate with there. If the Rumble viewership is authentic, though, Rumble is very interesting to me because that's potentially like the dream is to gain access to whole new audiences that you don't really have access to traditionally. Like that's always what everybody dreams of. So if that viewership is legitimate over there, that is a cool opportunity. But I guess we'll see. Yeah.
I'd be interested if you did that, because then you could kind of compare.
We're probably gonna end the stream soon.
Results of engagement, I guess.
Everyone, we're getting like tired. I mean, like super tired.
Rumble is embedded on a lot of platforms where people don't necessarily engage with too. That like they've got like I think they're on the Roku TV app, and he says that they drive some viewership from there. I made a lot of requests for stuff that I could see like on a dashboard. If I could see like sources of viewership and everything, that would help a lot to understand what's going on. But he said their UX and UI is fucking dog shit. So they're like working really hard to build that out and to catch up on where they should be because it's not a good experience right now. So hopefully as that improves.
I mean, more competition is good. I mean, honestly, the shit that Amazon Twitch does is so anti-competitive. I mean, I know like Twitch streamers love it, but Twitch Prime is just pure anti-competitive. That's all that it is. That it should be illegal. It's just. It absolutely prevents someone from wanting to go and compete with Twitch. Like you literally can't be a startup and go to compete with Twitch. You have to be a fucking gambling funded thing or a public company. So, I mean, I guess it's nice for the streamer, but it just seems fucked. Illegal? Yeah, I think it's illegal. Plasma laser.
Well, it's not illegal.
It's not illegal. Let's make that clear. But I gotta understand it being anti-competitive.
If antitrust was actually enforced, I think it should be for sure. Yeah, it's just,
I don't really think that's having a Twitch Prime is a violation of antitrust laws. I see what Dan is saying though. You can't compete with the Twitch Prime, which rumor has it that's going away, which is bad for the streamer.
Big one that they did. They would come in and like just do the most ruthless shit to like their business up. Like Amazon was like, okay, we're gonna sell diapers and we're just gonna lose money on every fucking purchase that we do. We don't care, just to put you out of business. And
yeah, it's like the classic. There's a name for predatory pricing. It might be called. I don't remember. There's these are actual monopolistic business practices that are called out like in high school textbooks. Like this is an example of like a monopoly, like doing bad things, or this is an example of like unfair pricing, or why you shouldn't have this in a free market.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so as well. You know, it's weird. Let's look at. How is this so different from yesterday?
What do you mean?
I mean that number.
I think for most of my stream yesterday, I think I had around 2,000 viewers before I shut off my YouTube. But it was also my first Rumble stream, so I don't know if they didn't want to promote it or not. I'm not sure.
Interesting. Have you talked with the people that run Kick, like the CEO or whatever?
Yeah, unless Eddie is Eddie the CEO? If so, then yes. If not, then no.
This is tomorrow, folks. Right here.
Is he the CEO? That's he would be the owner of the gambling sites too, right?
I have no idea.
Or stake.com, is that what it is?
No idea. I've talked to Eddie, but that's all.
What is Train's position over there?
I also don't know.
Is he like a brand ambassador, or does he have a more official position? I guess you don't. That's fine.
Yeah. No.
How do you? So I feel like
it's unbelievable that what they allow on that site for like softcore porn.
What is the difference of that over Twitch? Like when you say that, unbelievable how? Because I mean, there's some fucking streams on Twitch where it's like there's like some yarn between.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Twitch already allows essentially softcore porn. So if Kick doesn't allow like actual porn, there's not much of a difference there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean these streams are
just softcore porn, right?
Yeah, I guess at some point this is like, hey, I want to sell porn, but I don't want to go to ChatterBait or something. So like,
well, I wouldn't even say that because like I don't know if it's changed, but I remember because I used to look at when Ari Nina was doing like ChatterBait, or what did she do? My free cams or whatever. Anytime I look at those sites, from the little that I saw, and again I'm speaking of limited experience, maybe it's different if you watch more, but from the little I saw, the Twitch hot tub stream girls show way more than the average My Free Cams girl.
Really?
Yes. Like, dude, yeah. Like you have to pay a lot of money to get the My Free Cams girl to get as undressed as they are automatically on the Twitch bikini streams. It's unbelievable how crazy that has gotten.
Not that I have ever really watched these pools hot tub streams. I do remember that I accidentally clicked into one, and I forget who it was, but man, this person, they're not in the frame the whole time. It's like an iPad there, like, you know, doing this, like, okay guys, it's coming real soon, and it wasn't real soon. Not that I would have sat there, but I tabbed out, but I tabbed back in, and it was still not, you know, real soon. It's like a constant just continuing and continuing and continuing, and it's just, you know, not good. That's really
part of that. That's the strategy that a girl will say like, oh, coming back in a new outfit, and then they leave, and then viewership will build for 20, 30, 40 minutes while they're off screen, and then when they come back they have an outfit, and then the viewership
it's actually pretty smart, to be honest with you.
And they kind of like repeat that. There were some streams with, I think, Amaranth, where she spends more time off camera than she actually spends on camera.
Yeah, that's wild. Crazy shit. I mean, I guess, man, dude, this whole thing is wild, dude. It's wild. I mean, I'm trying to think back to like how I used to run moderation policies, because, well, Tiny Chat was bigger than Kick and Rumble put together, probably by a factor of 10. And I honestly think we had almost no rules at all. I think it was wild, but it was different in 2010 than it was now. Like, I don't think people cared at that time like they do now. Like now, like, it's jarring, I think, if you go into a chat and there's people that are like spamming crazy shit, like, holy shit, like there's like, you know, there's racial slurs in here, people are telling people to kill yourself. It's like, you know, this is wild. You're not used to seeing that. Even Xbox live chat and shit is all toned down now.
Yeah.
Back in the day, that was just like that was chat. That's what you got, and just no one did anything. And the only way that you got moderated was if you were doing something like fucking actually.
Yeah, you never got banned from Battle.net for typing the N-word. Like that wasn't.
No, like no,
it wasn't moderated at all.
There was no one you could report to.
Yeah.
I don't think either. Like if someone said something to you, you couldn't click to report, and if you did, you knew it went nowhere anywhere. Right? So yeah, I think it's jarring seeing this, but I don't also think like, man, Rumble is probably especially Rumble. Their model has to be independent of advertisers, because I can't imagine
they have their whole own ad network built out. They run ads and everything on their shit. Like,
yeah, no, sure, no doubt. But there's like two sides of the advertising world. So you have like the CPA side, which is cost per acquisition, and that can be anything where it doesn't matter. Like, I'm trying to shill you to go buy some Nutrisystems or anything. Like, there's an intermediary between the end product and you, right? So there's that, like My Pillow shit, all that type of stuff. And then there's like the good advertising. That's like, you know, Apple advertising or fucking Target.
Oh no, Rumble right now is still very much in the kind of like not good advertising in terms of like who they get. Yeah. But like, so, like, in my opinion, I mean, like, what's going to happen is if you get the users, I think the advertisers will come, right? This is what I said about Twitter a while ago, where it was like, oh, all the advertisers are going to pull on Twitter. Bullshit. If Twitter keeps their user base, they're going to come back. Nobody's going to let like Black Rifle Coffee, you know, be the sole advertiser on a platform with like over, you know, in Rumble's case, I think it was like tens of millions or almost 100 million like monthly active users. Like, nobody's going to pass up all that free advertising space. Eventually, I would say that'd be my guess, but.
No, I mean, I get that, but I think that it's like you have all sorts of like garbage advertiser. What really happens in this type of space is that there's a limitless, endless amount of advertising that are like hot teens are in your area, click here, or, you know, grow your dick 16 inches, and that's going to pay a lot of money. Those types of ads pay a lot, so they're always going to rise to the top here. And if you embrace that shit at all, it is going to completely keep away the good shit. And
well, I don't think they run those ads on Rumble. They don't have like porn ads. That's like a different bucket.
Oh, no, I'm not saying porn ads. I'm just saying kind of shitty ads, like clean up your computer now, like malware shit, or stuff that's like super scummy, like you install it and they keep nagging you to pay, or like you know what I'm talking about, like this whole class of like garbage products or things that are putting you on a subscription that you can't get out of.
All right, folks, I'm gonna end the stream here. We'll start stream up like tomorrow too.
Just anything.
Hopefully, Chud finishes up the Mr.Girl article on Destiny, and as always, I'm just like tired right now. It's like 9 hours of streaming, just watching videos, playing games. So, but as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. I'll see you guys later. We'll watch like some more Destiny tomorrow too.